Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Becomes 7th Swordsman? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Genjutsu Hozuki clenched his fist. The second Mizukage was not a happy man these days. This discontent stemmed from multiple reasons, the most pressing being the fact that he was losing a war. His village was on the back foot, unable to withstand the combined might of the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning. The Second Ninja War had begun with great promise for Kiri, but like other great nations, it had quickly succumbed to chaos. The second Hokage was dead, as was the second Raikage. Yet both Konoha and Kumo still had plenty of skilled shinobi to fight on despite the fall of their leaders. Both nations wielded formidable armies, ruthlessly clashing against each other. Meanwhile, Kiri found itself locked in a dual war against Kumo and IW. It had only been 2 months since the war began, and already thousands of shinobi had perished, with at least 1,000 from Kiri alone. The death toll included not just common shinobi but also Anbu, hunter ninjas, and even most of the 7 great swordsmen. Genjutsu cursed his own rivalry with the second Mizukage, which had led him to make impulsive decisions that resulted in the loss of 4 of his 7 great ninja swordsmen at the hands of Mu and his student Anoki. Now, Kiri was struggling, its strength dwindling and the morale of its shinobi collapsing as news of their fallen heroes spread. However, Genjutsu was not one to give up easily. Despite the losses, he knew Kiri had many skilled fighters ready to defend their homeland and honor their fallen comrades. He had already chosen 3 of the 4 vacant spots in the ranks of the 7 ninja swordsmen. One was a woman from the Hunter Corps who would now wield Nuibari, sewing needle. Her ice release and sharp instincts made her the perfect new master of the blade, now that its former wielder had fallen. He had selected 2 of his most powerful and dangerous jounin to wield Samehada, shark skin, and Kubikura Bocho, executioner blade. Their fierce nature and formidable power well suited for handling these dangerous swords. Amuri Ringo continued to serve him faithfully as the master of the twin blades Kiba, fangs. His own son and heir, Mangetsu Hozuki, wielded Kabadawari, helmet splitter. Genjutsu recognized his son's potential to not only lead the Hozuki clan in the future but also Kiri with his strength and cunning. Jinpachi Munashi had survived his battle against the Mizukage with his blade Shibuki, Splash, and was eager to unleash his power against their enemies, despite his injuries. Regrettably, the last of the holy blades, Hiramakarei, was destroyed alongside its master when he fell in battle against Mu, the second Mizukage. The loss of the swordsman was a heavy blow, but the destruction of one of the 7 holy blades was an unforgivable sin, one for which the people of Kiri would demand retribution from IW. Undeterred, Genjutsu ordered the creation of a new sword. To make his mark in history, he decided to forge twin swords. While Kiba, fangs, granted its master power over lightning and destruction, he wanted these new blades to embody his own rage, swift and brutal. His weaponsmiths had excelled in their craft and prepared a dangerous weapon. Now, the Mizukage had to find the one most suited to wield them. Learning from his past mistakes, the second Mizukage chose his greatest swordsmen not only for their power but also for their character. He looked to his side and observed the 6 formidable swordsmen watching the arena below with various expressions. Zabuza, Kisa, Jinpachi, and Amuri were excited by the fights unfolding. They were the fiercest among the group, instilling fear in the hearts of their enemies when they stepped onto the battlefield. In contrast, Haku and Mangetsu remained impassive, their sharp eyes scanning the battles below for the one who would join their ranks. Genjutsu felt a swell of pride for the 6 of them. They were not just powerful shinobi, they were soon to become his trusted lieutenants, poised to lead Kiri's army to glorious victory against their foes. Yet, he frowned at the senseless slaughter occurring in the arena. His keen gaze caught sight of several Anbu, hunter ninjas, jounin, and chunin fighting fiercely, each hoping to immortalize themselves in Kiri's history by becoming the 7th swordsman. Many had already fallen or were gravely injured in their quest for eternal glory. More would soon follow. Genjutsu sighed as he witnessed one of the hunter ninjas take down two jounin with a flurry of poison needles. The two men collapsed instantly, only for another pair of jounin to join forces and stab a lone Anbu. Their victory was short-lived, however, as the dying Anbu retaliated, taking down both before succumbing himself. They really don't understand, do they? Mengetsu remarked with a sigh. It seems they believe that only the strongest and most brutal will earn a place among us. Haku lamented bitterly, earning a snort from Jinpachi and Murumi, the most seasoned members of their group. That's the way of the mist, brats. You would do well to remember, Jinpachi warned fiercely. This is a tradition you had to endure, and so shall every future swordsman, Murumi reminded, eliciting dark smirks from Zabuza and Kisame. As the group bickered, Genjutsu's attention shifted to the dying Anbu on the ground. The jounin's attack had left him unable to recover, and watching him struggle for breath was a grim sight. It made the Mizukage question why he had allowed this tradition to continue. In times of peace, it might be acceptable, but he needed every shinobi during this war. Yet he also understood the importance of appeasing Kiri's elite ninja clans, who valued tradition even when it seemed senseless. If he was to win this war, he needed to satisfy the desires of those clans. Being a Kage was a bloody and challenging responsibility. To his surprise, another man dressed in Anbu gear stepped forward to assist the dying Anbu. This new shinobi was tall, with shining blonde hair and sharp blue eyes concealed behind a plain Anbu mask. He wore traditional Anbu attire, complete with black pants and gauntlets protecting his arms. His fingerless gloves and face mask hinted at the strength and determination of the man behind the mask. In his hands was a traditional sword. To the Mizukage's surprise, the dying Anbu weakly raised his fist and thumped it against his chest. This gesture halted the squabbling among those beside the Mizukage, all captivated by the unusual scene. It was a salute. The blonde Anbu gave a single nod of acknowledgement before he swung his sword. Most fighters would have missed the attack, but not the Mizukage and the other swordsman. The wounded Anbu was freed from his suffering as a swift strike ended his pain, granting him a merciful release. That display did not go unnoticed by the remaining 10 fighters in the arena, who warily eyed the last Anbu. Hope you last longer than your friend there, mocked a hunter ninja. Anbu are pretty pathetic if that's the standard you hold yourself to these days, sneered one of the two jounin who had taken down the other Anbu. The remaining 7 jounin nodded to each other, surrounding the lone Anbu from all sides. They had to leap back when the lone Anbu picked up his fallen brother's sword and threw a kunai ahead of him. "Aichin, ready to die?" snarled one of the jounin, earning a hidden smile from the blonde Anbu. "We'll see," he replied. The Mizukage had only a moment before all the ninjas charged at the lone Anbu from all directions. Then, a powerful aura surged. The intensity of the killing intent captured the attention of the remaining great swordsmen. They watched as 2 chunin and 1 jounin collapsed instantly. The rest of the enemies flinched but pressed on regardless. The Anbu raised his swords, and Genjutsu saw a razor-sharp aura envelop them. Wind chakra. The first to reach the Anbu was the hunter ninja, who expertly launched a storm of poison needles. However, they were swiftly torn apart by one of the Anbu's swords, allowing the remaining jounin to close in and attempt to strike from his sides and rear. Mengetsu Hozuki narrowed his eyes sharply as he observed the Anbu rotate his swords in a swift, circular motion. Painful cries erupted in the arena as 3 jounin saw their own kunai and tanto shattered by the wind chakra-powered strikes. Their shock was evident as they failed to react in time, and their palms were injured in the process. The remaining shinobi quickly jumped away to avoid a similar fate, leaving the 3 stunned men vulnerable. The blonde Anbu was upon the wounded men in an instant, delivering powerful but non-lethal strikes that sent them collapsing to the ground, leaving them in a small pool of their own blood. A thick mist enveloped the arena, and the chilling laughter of the hunter ninja and his remaining accomplices echoed. Water style, water bullets. Lightning style, electromagnetic murder. From the mist, a barrage of jutsu surged toward the Anbu, who had already completed his own hand seals. Earth style, earth wall. The explosions rocked the arena as chakra clashed against chakra. Just as the dust began to settle, the mist was violently swept away by roaring wind waves, revealing the surprised Kiri warriors. They watched their lone opponent step out from the earthen walls that had protected him, hands clasped together. "Now it ends," he proclaimed. Genjutsu and his swordsman tensed as the air grew cold. It was an indescribable sensation, as if every ounce of light was being drawn away. They felt the weight of death grow stronger as the remaining 7 opponents of the Anbu dropped their weapons and clutched their throats, falling to their knees. Genjutsu narrowed his eyes sharply as the Anbu clasped his hands firmly. His opponents gasped, but instead of blood or fluids, they expelled thick dark smoke. No, it wasn't smoke, it was ash. The men and women writhed painfully as more ash was forced from their lips. Zabuza, Kisame, Jinpachi, and Amuri watched in fascination as the lone blonde Anbu calmly stepped among his struggling enemies. "Yield," he commanded. One of the Jounin glared at him defiantly, picking up his kunai and charging desperately toward his foe. The blonde Anbu closed his eyes in resignation before clenching his fists. Genjutsu watched in a mix of fascination and horror as the charging Jounin screamed in agony when his skin ignited. The poor man could not stop even as flames engulfed him, and moments later, he erupted in a shower of debris, raining down upon his struggling comrades. All the while, the lone Anbu stood detached and untouched. "Yield." Mengetsu and Haku felt a shiver run through them at the sound of that deep voice filled with killing intent. Those cold blue eyes were devoid of mercy, the stare of death itself demanding a choice from the creatures before it. And they made it. Genjutsu breathed a sigh of relief as one by one, the remaining survivors nodded in resignation. The Anbu gave a single nod of acknowledgement before unclenching his fist, much to the relief of his enemies, who ceased coughing and mercifully drifted into unconsciousness. Medics and emergency support rushed into the arena, taking steps to stabilize the wounded and attend to the fallen. It was over. Genjutsu watched the Anbu stand alone in the arena, observing the chaos around him with cold, detached eyes. It was the look of a man who had not only witnessed death but had become it. The Mizukage watched the victorious Anbu slowly approach the spot where the defiant Jounin had fallen. The ground was covered in remnants of the battle as the Anbu knelt and picked up the traditional dog tag worn by many Kiri shinobi. While these tags lacked names or crucial details, they bore the nicknames inscribed by their respective shinobi. Genjutsu was surprised when the Anbu offered a silent prayer for the tag of the deceased man whose life he had taken before respectfully handing it over to the medics. The same man then glanced at Genjutsu, and the Mizukage flinched at the disappointment reflected in those blue eyes. "DMNU for forcing me into this position." Even without words, the message in those furious blue eyes reached the Mizukage, who felt guilt wash over him once again. Genjutsu could do nothing as the Anbu turned and walked out of the arena. The remaining swordsmen quickly began to argue about how that man had just insulted the Mizukage and all of them by not even staying back to acknowledge them and claim his victory. But Genjutsu remained silent. Another faceless masked Anbu stepped beside the Mizukage, drawing his attention. The new arrival also managed to quell the argument among the remaining swordsmen. "This is on me, Lord Second. I was the one who forced that man to participate in this match. For too long, the Anbu have felt overlooked by the leadership. The village seems to give more respect to the Hunter Corps while ignoring the sacrifices made by those who operate in the shadows. We believed that having one of our own join the great swordsman would help sway the village's opinion. Might even encourage some strong fighters to join our ranks, which have been significantly thinned during this war. In doing so, I pressured a few of my men to participate, including him, without considering their feelings, which led to this situation. I am truly sorry and willing to accept the consequences of my actions," confessed the Anbu commander. Genjutsu felt as if he had been struck hard. He glanced at the aftermath in the battle arena, recalling those cold blue eyes filled with disappointment. The Anbu commander's confession made him loathe himself. For he had done the same thing. He had compelled his 7 great swordsmen and a considerable force of skilled ninjas to engage in a war with IW. His reasons had stemmed from a petty grudge against the Second Mizukage, masked by the pretense of a grand conquest of IWA that would usher Kiri into a new era of glory. His village and people had accepted his decision, believing in him completely. Yet, because of that decision, so many of his people had perished. Genjutsu clenched his fists in fury and shame as he realized he had failed as a Kage. He had neglected to consider the well-being of his people and had disregarded the feelings of his own men, who were forced to fight a futile battle that led to their deaths due to his orders, just as the Anbu commander had done with his subordinates. What kind of example had he set for his people? The Anbu commander noticed a new determination igniting in his Kage's eyes as the man turned towards him. "Tell me everything about that boy." He leaped across the deserted rooftops of the village at a rapid pace. The cold air hit him as the pale moon illuminated the land. It was almost midnight, and most of the village was asleep, thick mist cloaking many districts. In this solitude, no one would witness an Anbu. Nor would they see his nightmares returning to haunt him. He stared at his trembling hands, and for a moment, they felt stained with blood. The pain, sadness, and fear had been evident in the eyes of the jounin he had confronted merely half an hour ago. Those purple eyes, filled with anguish, had resurfaced painful memories from his past. He fought against that haunting voice and closed his eyes. A darkness followed him, threatening to engulf him completely, but he ran from it. Not tonight, he told himself. Fortunately, he spotted the first glimpse of his cozy apartment ahead, bringing his trembling heart some much-needed relief. He fled from the darkness, faster than before, as if his life depended on it. Soon enough, he reached the doorstep and forced himself to regain his composure. As if a switch had been flipped, his haunted gaze transformed into one of calmness, and his trembling hands stilled completely. He bit his thumb and applied a small portion of his blood to the door, activating an array of seals that glowed faintly before the door opened slowly, allowing him entry. It was dark when he stepped inside, yet he was not alone. The lights in the kitchen were on, and soon enough, a woman stepped out. Even in the darkness, her long blonde hair shone brighter than the sun. Her fair skin reflected her beauty under the moonlight, and her pale blue eyes, so similar to his own, looked at him. "How did it go?" she asked, her voice barely audible in the stillness of the night. He walked inside and reached the dining table, placing his faceless Anbu mask down. It felt as if a layer had been peeled away, allowing him to breathe again as he felt a hand on his shoulder. "It's done, isn't it?" she asked knowingly. He nodded. She said nothing more and helped him take a seat. Moments later, she returned from the kitchen with a steaming bowl of miso ramen. He looked at her, and she offered a small smile that was both sad and encouraging. "Thank you," he said gratefully, reaching for her hand, which she willingly offered. Her skin was warm and soft, unlike his own, which bore scars. He gazed at her, still unable to believe that someone who was neither family nor a countryman could understand him so deeply. It was a testament to her skills as a kunoichi and as a person, making her all the more formidable. She knew she had his trust and could use it against him, but she never did. Perhaps it was because she understood he expected her to betray him, given their differing loyalties, or maybe a part of her had come to care for him after nearly 5 years of pretending to be his lawful wife. Just as a part of his heart had come to care for her as both his wife and friend. "Do you think he'll ask you to join?" she asked hesitantly, her beautiful blue eyes reflecting worry and curiosity. "I think he will," he confessed, recalling the way the Mizukage had looked at him. "The higher-ups will be pleased. They have been pushing you for this for so long," she congratulated him, earning a faint smile in return. "They are always pushing us both, Ino," he replied playfully, eliciting a wry smile from her. "Look at it this way, Naruto. You'll be closer to the Mizukage, closer to what we have been working for over the past 5 years. In the Anbu, you had to watch every step, but now you may finally get some respite," she suggested hopefully. "Nothing is ever easy, Ino. I have never felt that your job in the Hunter Corps has been easy, nor will I be safe as one of the 7. We will have to be even more careful now," he warned, and she nodded reluctantly. He decided to silence his troubled thoughts for a while and allowed himself to enjoy the delightful aroma of his favorite food. With his eyes closed, he sensed Ino smiling, pleased with her effort. He hoped he could do the same for her someday. She stepped behind him and gently placed her soft hands on his shoulders. A calming energy flowed through him, easing the tension in his muscles as he took his first bite of ramen, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He felt content as he savored the noodles, his muscles relaxing under her touch. She leaned down, resting her cheek against his, slowly pulling his face mask down further. He glanced at her and leaned in, sharing a gentle kiss. It was a tender moment, both of them allowing their burdens to fade away. She fought for her home just as he fought for his own, even after years apart from their motherlands. Their bliss was interrupted by a loud knocking on the door and a strong male voice calling his name. He recognized it immediately, and if he was here, it meant only one thing. She looked into his eyes and nodded. It is time. Chapter End. Genjutsu and the remaining 6 great swordsmen gathered in the Mizukage's office. In front of them stood the Anbu commander, who had just finished presenting every file they had on the mysterious Anbu who had won the fierce battle to become the 7th swordsman. We call him the Young Wolf, an apt codename given by the previous Anbu commander, as he was one of the youngest to join our ranks. He has never lost a battle nor failed a mission assigned to him, no matter how challenging, explained the Anbu leader, pride evident in his voice. He's just a boy, commented Genjutsu, surprised by the young age reflected in the records. He's an orphan, my lord. He used to sneak into the academy and attended classes for a year to become a shinobi. He was skilled enough not to be noticed until one of our retired Anbu entered the academy to teach and discovered him. Recognizing the boy's potential, he brought him into the Black Ops. We welcomed him after seeing his abilities, and he has never disappointed since, explained the Anbu commander. These records say his birthplace is Nachi village near the eastern coast, a small fishing colony. What about his parents? Asked Mangetsu seriously. We investigated but found no concrete records, Lord Mangetsu. However, the village was filled with orphan children from the last war. Kiri had just been established, and records were not maintained properly until your father implemented a proper system. But I assure you, he is one of our finest and a loyal soldier of Kiri, promised the Anbu commander fiercely. Naruto, what a strange name. No surname? Asked Kisame curiously as he read through the records. Unfortunately not. He's already married, and to a pretty blonde hunter. A shame for you, Haku, sneered Amuri, earning a cold look from the former hunter ninja now turned swordswoman. Haku ignored Amuri's remarks and instead focused on the Mizukage and his son. Even Zabuza watched her closely. The girl he is married to is called Ino. A successful hunter ninja whom I know, if not as a friend, vouched Haku. The boy's got quite a body count for someone so young. 234 confirmed kills is not a bad start, grinned Zabuza. While everyone was busy familiarizing themselves with Naruto's accomplishments and history, Genjutsu's eyes caught something the Anbu commander seemed reluctant to reveal. The Mizukage looked at the man seriously. If he is such a fine officer, then I would surely have heard about him until now. Why have I not heard of such a remarkable shinobi? He questioned, noticing the Anbu commander's slight flinch. Naruto is a bit unusual, my lord. From what I have seen, he has only a handful of friends and lives peacefully with his wife. He is loved by his juniors and respected by his peers and leaders, but he dislikes the spotlight so much that he insists on keeping his mission records secret even among the Anbu. He was one of the candidates I hoped would succeed me in the future, but I believe he somehow detests leadership, explained the Anbu commander tiredly. What about this mission? The records say he disobeyed orders and went back behind enemy lines despite being commanded to retreat to Kiri, demanded Genjutsu, concerned about having any loose cannons in his ranks, and this evidence was not painting a good picture. To his surprise, the Anbu commander did not flinch or cower at the accusation. Instead, he straightened up, pride visible in his fierce gaze. We had sent 2 squads to assassinate an important political figure in the Land of Fire. The mission was successful, and Naruto managed to evacuate his squad, but the other squad was ambushed by Konoha Anbu. Some were killed while the rest were taken prisoner. When he learned of this, Naruto disobeyed orders and returned for the captured Anbu. Only 2 were alive by the time he found them, He eliminated the Konoha Anbu and erased all evidence of Kiri's involvement in the incident, reported the Anbu leader. And the two Anbu that were still alive? Questioned Mangetsu, narrowing his eyes. They were not in any condition to be evacuated, so he gave them a merciful end and brought their remains back to be returned to their families. He is stubborn, I admit, but he is also one of the finest warriors the Anbu Black Ops can offer Kiri. A man of honor and courage, one who genuinely cares about his comrades and nation, which is more than we can say for quite a few of our shinobi, answered the Anbu commander, his stern gaze briefly landing on a few of the swordsmen. Genjutsu closed his eyes for a moment, pondering all the information provided about the boy so far. A borderline S-rank ninja with a significant history of successful missions, including one S-rank, he was strong, as the battle had proven, and was genuinely loved by his comrades. Even the Anbu who fell in battle had given Naruto a respectful salute before the young captain granted him a merciful end. Genjutsu could have chosen a harsher fate, yet he wanted to see the boy for himself. "Bring him in," he commanded. The Anbu commander nodded and swiftly disappeared to carry out the order. Genjutsu soon dismissed his remaining swordsmen, save for his only son, who took a seat by the window, observing their beloved village shrouded in thick mist. "What do you think, Mangetsu?" Genjutsu asked, turning his gaze to his son. "He's the best choice we have for now, but there's something about him that doesn't sit well with me. I can't quite pinpoint it, but when I watched him fight, I saw something." Mangetsu replied, his voice low with curiosity. "What did you see?" Genjutsu pressed, aware of his son's keen instincts and ability to judge character. "I saw pain and resentment in his eyes, but most of all, I saw guilt," Mangetsu revealed, a distant look in his eyes. "That's natural, my son. We made him kill his comrades," Genjutsu countered, but Mangetsu shook his head. "I don't know why, but I think he has experienced something like this before, perhaps even worse. The look he gave you before leaving wasn't just directed at you, it was also for himself," Mangetsu explained. Genjutsu was about to respond when his son smiled and interrupted him. "Or maybe I'm just imagining things. I could be wrong, father. You have tested his worth as a shinobi, now test him as a person worthy of leading Kiri and its people. I know you can do it," Mangetsu said with a smile before disappearing from the room, leaving Genjutsu to reflect on his words. It was well known that Mangetsu had sharp instincts, perhaps even sharper than Genjutsu's own. Perhaps his son was right and he needed to evaluate the boy for himself. Genjutsu made up his mind and waited. He knocked at the door, and when permission was granted, he stepped inside. Most people would have felt honored or nervous when their Kage called them for a personal meeting, but Naruto appeared at peace, which was evident on his masked face as Genjutsu observed him carefully. "Remove that mask," Genjutsu ordered. Naruto complied without hesitation, revealing his pale, clean-shaven face to the Kage. "You disrespected me," Genjutsu accused, his sharp eyes glaring at him, but he was surprised when Naruto did not flinch. "Your actions didn't warrant respect," Naruto replied flatly, eliciting an eye twitch from Genjutsu, though a small smirk appeared on the Kage's lips. "They told me you were blunt, now I see why," Genjutsu mused, gesturing for him to take a seat. Naruto gave a thankful nod before moving forward to sit in front of him. He was young and handsome, but his stone-cold eyes reflected the hardships he had endured throughout his life. "I have reviewed your career, and it is impressive, to say the least. Kirigakure needs sons like you to help us win this war," Genjutsu stated honestly. "I am at my nation's service, but given the way you are now and the decisions you have made, you are not worthy of my loyalty," Naruto replied. Genjutsu blinked in shock. Never in his life had he encountered a fellow shinobi who did not fear or respect him. Many even loved him, yet this young man had the audacity to say such things to his face. "I could have you executed for that offense," Genjutsu warned, his killing intent rising, only to see Naruto smile in response. "You could, but it would only prove my point. A Mizukage who has to threaten his subordinates with death to make them obey is not a true Kage," Naruto answered without fear, staring directly into the shocked man's eyes. "What have I done to earn such scorn?" Genjutsu asked, now genuinely bewildered and less angry. "You failed your people. You started a war with IWA when there was little chance of victory, leading to the miserable deaths of your men. You allowed a senseless slaughter of dozens more of your men just so one could become the seventh swordsman. You can claim it was tradition, but when I looked in your eyes, I saw that you knew it was a senseless tradition, yet you did it anyway. You are afraid, and because of that weakness, men died. My men! Naruto exclaimed, his voice calm yet filled with intensity as he pushed a picture of a 14-year-old boy toward the Mizukage. Do you know who he is? The Anbu captain demanded. To his shame, Genjutsu did not recognize the shinobi, even dressed in Kiri uniform. My subordinate. A boy I recruited into Anbu for his great potential, forced to fight in your senseless competition. I had to end his suffering, watching all his hopes and dreams fade when my sword delivered the mercy he needed. He died because you were weak. He died because you didn't have the resolve to stop the madness when we needed every able-bodied shinobi on the front lines. You demand respect, but you deserve none. Naruto declared fiercely. Genjutsu felt a deep sadness as he looked at the smiling parents in the photograph, realizing the boy was their only child. He remembered Naruto putting down that Anbu when he was mortally wounded and beyond saving. What would you do if you were in my position? Genjutsu asked with a defeated sigh, acknowledging that deep down he knew Naruto was right, despite the pain it caused him. I would do what is right for our people, no matter how difficult or painful. You are not here to keep people happy, you are here to keep them safe and help them prosper. Command me to lay down my life for Kiri, and I will do so in a heartbeat, but I will not allow the lives of my men to be destroyed for such nonsense, Naruto replied honestly. You have a stronger will than mine, son, Genjutsu complimented. The second Mizukage rose from his chair and stepped toward the window, observing the village for a long moment. Naruto joined him, and both men stared at the village, which was currently at peace. I understand you're angry with me. Disappointed even, however, Kiri is filled with people who are fanatical about traditions upheld for decades. Even my power as Mizukage is limited in these matters, confessed Genjutsu, raising a hand to silence the boy before he could protest again. Naruto pursed his lips, watching as the older man clenched his fist. In that moment, the young Anbu felt a fraction of the Mizukage's power, and it was intimidating, to say the least. But you're right. I must do what is right for my people, even if it means making decisions that may not be acceptable to them. I will strive to achieve that goal, Genjutsu promised sincerely, extending his hand toward the young boy. Naruto frowned, stepping back instead of shaking his hand, and unsheathed his sword. Genjutsu tensed but remained still, smiling when the boy knelt before him and pledged his sword. Then I, Captain Naruto of the Anbu Black Ops, hereby promise my life in the service of this great nation and its Mizukage. I swear on my honor and life to protect these lands, its people, and its beauty with everything in my power, including my life. From this day forth, I shall live, fight, and die as the seventh swordsman of Mist. Genjutsu looked into those eyes filled with determination and loyalty. He noticed the subtle alteration in the boy's vow. Naruto had pledged to fight and die for Kiri and to serve its Mizukage, but not for Genjutsu personally. While some might have been furious at such an insult, Genjutsu felt only admiration for the boy. He was a true soldier of Kiri, a shinobi willing to put the nation above any individual. His courage was evident in the blunt way he confronted Genjutsu, making him realize his mistakes. Strangely, it warmed Genjutsu's heart to find such a soul after a long time. Naruto was taken aback when the second Mizukage knelt as well, placing a hand on his shoulder with a smile on his pale face. Thank you, son. I, Genjutsu Hozuki, Lord Second, swear to never misuse your loyalty, he promised with a kind smile. There was a flicker in Naruto's expression, a brief glimpse of sadness and guilt before his stone-cold demeanor returned. I wish a few people could have seen this day, Naruto whispered regretfully. Genjutsu instantly regretted doubting the boy for even a moment. He reminded himself that Mangestu had advised him to give this boy a chance. Your records didn't say much, Genjutsu said carefully, but not unkindly. I kept it that way and would like it to remain so. Too many bad memories, Naruto confessed, earning a nod from the Mizukage. I understand. The only thing a man can do is move forward, no matter how painful the past is, Genjutsu admitted as he helped the boy rise to his feet. He was surprised to see Naruto composed and in control of his emotions, but Genjutsu reminded himself that this boy had served in the Black Ops his entire life. Controlling his emotions was an essential part of the job. In that aspect, Naruto was only half there, but Genjutsu welcomed the boy's honesty. It reminded him of what his younger son might have been like. Genjutsu suppressed a painful scream that threatened to emerge from his memories. If he closed his eyes, he could still see the woman he loved turn to dust before his very eyes, along with their unborn son. He would never forgive the one who took away the woman he loved, even if it meant unleashing his fury upon the world. Dismissing those dark thoughts, Genjutsu gestured for his newest swordsman to follow him, pleased to see Naruto obey without question. They descended deeper into the Kage Tower until they reached the basement. The guards instantly bowed upon seeing the Mizukage, earning a nod from their leader. "Where are we going?" Naruto asked, curiosity evident in his voice. "Getting you started," Genjutsu replied with a smirk. After a pause, Genjutsu decided to ask a question that had been on his mind since he had seen the boy fight in the arena. "That jutsu you used in the arena, is it a Kekai Genkai?" Genjutsu inquired. Naruto continued walking alongside the Mizukage as they passed through a dark corridor. He dared not close his eyes, fearing the screams in his ears might manifest into real faces he wanted to forget, especially those haunting purple eyes. "I can't say for certain, but it is a jutsu only I can use. A few have tried to copy it, and it didn't end well for them," Naruto answered calmly, making Genjutsu wince as he imagined the charred remains of those who had attempted to master such a dangerous technique. "Would you like to explain how that power works?" Genjutsu asked, earning a tiny smirk from the Anbu. "I'll leave notes behind once I'm gone." "Not before that, I hope you understand," Naruto replied, amusement evident in his voice. Genjutsu laughed at that statement but respected the boy's wish to keep his secrets. It was a trait he had seen among many Anbu. As they approached their destination, Genjutsu noticed the remaining swordsmen were already waiting for them. Seeing this, Naruto lifted his face mask, and his previously friendly aura turned icy. Genjutsu sensed the boy was ready to strike if necessary. Nobody spoke as Genjutsu and his newest swordsman marched toward a lone dais where a bald man awaited them with a gleeful smile that bordered on unsettling. A neatly crafted box sat on the table, and Naruto felt his heart race as he sensed the energy within calling out to him. Genjutsu must have felt it too, as he nodded for Naruto to step forward. Naruto nodded and approached the bald man, who was shorter than him and in his 50s, with mismatched eyes that made the Anbu wary. The old man smiled and stepped closer, placing a cold hand on Naruto's arm. He then gazed into Naruto's eyes. "I sense a lot of pain in you, more than most people I have ever met. It envelopes your heart like a relentless storm, clinging to your skin like ash," whispered the old man. "You know nothing," Naruto replied, fighting back a wince as the old man grasped his hand firmly. "Lie to me if you wish, but never hide your true self from this. It will consume you," the old man warned. Before Naruto could respond, the old man hobbled toward the box. Gasps filled the air as he revealed a finely crafted longsword, still sheathed but radiating a powerful presence. The old man approached Naruto and respectfully offered the weapon with a slight bow. The Anbu captain hesitated for a moment, then steeled himself. With trembling hands, he accepted the sword and slowly drew it from the scabbard. His gaze shifted to the Mizukage, who nodded at him with a smile. Gratitude swelled within Naruto as he noticed the hilt bore the sigil of a roaring wolf, a tribute to his Anbu codename. Apprehension and excitement bubbled in Naruto's heart as he fully revealed the sword. To his surprise, it felt as light as a feather despite its impressive length, nearly half his height. He noticed intricate seals carved into the gleaming metal, which seemed to glow even more in the dim light. Bravely, he practiced a few swings, pleased by its ease of movement and reach. Yet, it felt ordinary compared to the legendary weapons possessed by his fellow swordsmen. A hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes, but he quickly masked it. The old man approached him again, standing beside Naruto. The Anbu officer caught a knowing look in the veteran's gaze. If you hide your true self from the blade, it will do the same to you. This weapon is now part of you, and for it to work properly, you must become one with it. Free yourself, the old man advised sternly. I am free, Naruto insisted stubbornly, struggling to grasp the situation. You are concealing your true self. Once you break through those barriers, you will truly understand this sword, the old man replied earnestly. What's its name? Naruto asked with a sigh, knowing that every sword wielded by the 7 great swordsmen of the mist had a name. This one, being the newest addition to history, surely had one as well. The old man flashed a wicked smile that made Naruto's heart race. Frustration bubbled within him as he noticed the other swordsmen growing impatient, including the Mizukage and his son, who expected more from this moment. He sighed wearily and decided to heed the old man's advice. While he would never reveal his secrets to a person, he felt a sword would not betray him. One by one, he allowed the carefully constructed barriers in his mind and heart to unravel, flinching as a new power surged through his body. No words could capture the sensation of this power flooding every cell within him. It consumed him, seeing what he saw, feeling what he felt, until he could no longer distinguish his thoughts from those of this strange energy. Though his eyes were closed, he could still perceive the basement around him. He noticed the astonishment on the faces of everyone present, including the Mizukage. They regarded him with a different light, and he couldn't understand why. Curiously, he glanced at the sword in his hand and was astonished to see it had turned pitch black. Its once shining metal now absorbed all light, shrouded in darkness. A similar darkness swirled around him, seeping into him as he noticed his blue eyes shining ominously in the shadows. The old weaponsmith regarded him with a knowing smile. "What's your name?" he asked. Naruto tightened his grip on the sword, releasing an overwhelming energy that filled the air, nearly suffocating everyone around him. Strangely, this made him smile wickedly as he whispered his name. Murumi. Ino couldn't help but smile as she watched the Mizukage, dressed in his traditional uniform, step forward toward a young man with hair as bright as the sun. For once, Kiri was not shrouded in mist or fog. The sunlight graced the land, bringing hopes for a new future. She could hear the cheers of the village gathered around the Kage Tower. History was being made before her eyes, a moment for which she and her husband had fought so long. The other great swordsmen had already received their honors, and now it was time for the newest and last member of their group to be recognized. She was surprised when the Mizukage presented a stark white Heiori to Naruto. The former Anbu officer still wore his face mask, but his eyes revealed his curiosity about the gift. His new greatsword rested in the scabbard at his hip, while a smaller tanto version of the same blade was secured on his back. Originally, Murumi was intended to be a pair of twin greatswords, but the blacksmiths had advised against it. Many believed that the blacksmiths wanted the greatsword to be unique and not compared to another weapon of the same make. However, they couldn't directly disobey their Kage's wishes, so they compromised by developing a shorter tanto-like version of Murumi, made from the same metal and mysterious jutsu that granted these blades their power. This arrangement worked out well for Naruto, as he now had one greatsword for open combat and another shorter weapon of the same caliber for close-quarter encounters in tight spaces. Ino was pulled from her thoughts as she watched her husband examine the gift given to him by their supreme leader. Unlike in the past, when he always wore Anbu gear, the blonde officer had finally changed his appearance to reflect his new responsibilities. He donned a plain, long-sleeved black shirt paired with blue pants and combat boots. Over this, he wore a gray flak jacket, a common sight among Kiri shinobi, and a matching gray headband that proudly displayed their village's symbol. The only distinguishing features were his face mask and combat boots. The atmosphere shifted when Naruto allowed the Heiori to fall to its full length and slipped his right arm through the shoulder opening. The crowd gasped in surprise and curiosity as they noticed two distinct features on the back of the Heiori. The lower edge was adorned with colors matching the Anbu Black Ops flag, and a small symbol of the Special Ops unit was engraved among those colors, a tribute from the Mizukage to the unit that had always protected the village from the shadows. Ino noticed the subtle change in the body language of the Anbu squads guarding the ceremony from various rooftops. For a brief moment, their shoulders swelled with pride before they returned to their vigilant duties. Ino couldn't help but admire Genjutsu Hozuki's clever decision. With such a subtle gesture, he reaffirmed the complete loyalty of the Anbu Black Ops to himself. A powerful gust of wind swept through the village, prompting Ino to raise a hand to shield her eyes. It was then that she noticed another striking detail on the back of the haori now fully worn by her husband. The words, "the seventh," were clearly engraved in dark red kanji, visible even to the weakest of civilians. The village erupted in cheers, a response unlike any other swordsman had received when they were presented with their gifts. Ino smirked as she watched her husband give a subtle bow to the crowd, prompting another wave of cheers. To many, he was already a hero, but she also noticed a few glaring faces in the crowd. They were easy to spot, flaunting their family lineage through their attire and appearance, the Kagaya and Hagoromo clans. These two founding clans of Kiri were respected and feared, much like the Uchiha and Senju in Konoha. Even the Mizukage couldn't ignore their opinions, and Genjutsu had clearly displeased them by filling the ranks of the great swordsmen with so many commoners. Only Mangetsu, Haku, and Kisame were affiliated with the prominent ninja clans that played significant roles in Kiri's governance. The remaining four, including Ino's husband, were commoners who had risen through the ranks on their own merit. Many ninja clans viewed the Mizukage's decision as an attempt to undermine their importance. What they failed to understand was that while the great clans comprised nearly 50% of Kiri's forces, the other half consisted of ninjas from common families, including civilians. In a broader context, the ninja population made up only 40% of the entire population of the Land of Water. It was crucial for Genjutsu to reaffirm the faith of both sides in himself after several previous failures. Naruto, with his striking new uniform and spiky blonde hair framing his face, was the perfect embodiment of a commoner rising to one of the highest positions in the village, an example that hard work, skill, and dedication to one's village could lead to such honor. If only the simple people knew the games being played by their leadership or what Ino knew about their newest hero. Standing on the balcony of their apartment, Ino watched her husband, who was trying to navigate through their society compound but was currently stalled by a few young genin. Unlike the other swordsmen, Naruto didn't brush off the young generation with a menacing glare, even when they were impolite. Only Mangetsu and Haku shared his approach, always willing to address the queries of their fellow comrades, as they had done during the ceremony. The other swordsmen clearly disapproved, believing that such actions would erode the fear that the world, including Kiri's own people, had of the 7 great swordsmen if anyone from their village could approach them freely. So far, these differing ideologies had not led to conflict within the group, but they were a dangerous bunch with ambitions of their own. "I hope you know what you're doing, Naruto," Ino thought. "He's good at this," she heard a voice beside her. Another man dressed in Anbu uniform had appeared, his presence felt before he spoke, a courtesy he rarely extended to others. "Hello, Kumo," she greeted, noting the white-haired man's sigh at her use of his real name, though he chose to let it go and leaned against the wall. Ino activated a powerful genjutsu and the array of sealing jutsu that Naruto had created around their apartment, effectively preventing anyone from seeing or listening under any circumstances. Kumo noticed the level of secrecy maintained by the couple, which he was still getting used to. Once assured of their privacy, the white fang of the leaf removed his Anbu mask and wearily sat at the dining table, while Ino took a seat beside him. "The higher-ups are pleased with your progress and have assigned new directives," he began, handing her a scroll. Ino bit her thumb and smeared her blood on the scroll, allowing it to open. It took her a few seconds to read their new orders, leaving her completely speechless as she stared at Kumo in disbelief. "You can't be serious," she whispered, a hint of anxiety visible in her eyes. "Unfortunately, I am. We are losing badly on all fronts. Lord Tobarama is dead, and Lord Hiruzen is young and still adjusting to his position as Hokage. We are fighting a 3-way war against Kumo, Iwa, and Suna. 30% of our forces have been killed in action, and another 15% are injured. The only reason we are still in the fight despite such losses is because of the might of the Uchiha and Senju clans. The Uchiha are engaged in a bitter struggle with Iwa and Suna, supported by clans like the Inazuka, Sarutobi, Aburame, and Yamanaka, along with other shinobi and men from the daimyo. Meanwhile, the Senju clan is doing its best to hold off Kumogakure's forces with the help of the Hataki, Nara, Hyuga, Akimichi, and Shimura clans. Even as we speak, our people are dying by the hundreds, Tsukumo explained bitterly, his own helplessness at being unable to aid their people in such dire times clearly visible on his anguished face. After all, he was the leader of all the operatives of their nation currently active within Kirigakure. What about Yuzushiogakure? Ino asked hesitantly, earning a nod from the older man. They are the only allies we have left and are the only force standing between us and the Kinkaku forces, not to mention Kumo's deadly twin Jinchuriki and the Gold and Silver brothers, Tsukumo said worriedly. Ino bit her lip in frustration. The Gold and Silver brothers were largely responsible for starting this entire war, along with the Third Raikage, whose ambition was to conquer the whole world. Those brothers, along with the now Third Raikage, had ambushed the Kage Peace Summit and assassinated the Second Raikage and his entourage. Kumogakure underwent a coup in a single night, where the elite Kinkaku Black Ops forces eliminated any shinobi supporting peace, not that there were many to begin with. The flames of the First Great Shinobi War were yet to die down, and another war had begun to avenge the grudges of the recent past. The Second Raikage and the Second Hokage were the only Kages insisting on peace, a desire for which they both paid dearly, as after killing the Second Raikage, the Gold and Silver brothers, along with the Kinkaku Black Ops unit, ambushed and murdered the fleeing Second Hokage. With Hashirama's death in the First War and Tobarama's in this war, the pillars holding the Senju clan together had shattered. The Uchiha were undergoing their own turmoil after the loss of Madara and Izuna, and shinobi of the same caliber had yet to emerge again in this dire hour. With two Kages dead, the rest quickly endorsed their own agendas. The Third Raikage started a conflict with the Land of Fire, aided by the Lightning Daimyo, who had his eyes set on the fertile lands of the south. He was joined by the Land of Earth and the Tsuchikage, and eventually, both factions managed to persuade the Land of Wind and the Kazekage to join their crusade with the promise of water, which was desperately needed in the desert nation. All of these harsh facts made one thing absolutely clear for Ino. Her people were dying. I'll do it, Ino promised, her fists clenched in fury as she imagined all the people back home whom she had once known. Were they even alive, or would they recognize her when she returned home? If she returned home. But you are our highest-ranked operative in the Hunter Corps. Their opinions carry weight with the Kiri leadership. Pursue your group leader with this intel and let Naruto take care of the rest. He is the only one who can convince the Mizukage. I heard the man has taken a liking to our boy, Tsukumo said with a smile as he passed her another scroll, which she decided to open later. Instead, she looked at Tsukumo, and it was clear to her that he was impressed with Naruto's progress. Naruto will follow orders, but I doubt the Mizukage will listen to him. He's still new to the group, Ino warned, only to see a dark but fleeting look cross Tsukumo's face. Once Naruto knows that we plan to involve Kirigakure against Kumo, he will do whatever it takes to get it done, Tsukumo promised without any doubt or hesitation. Why? Ino asked worriedly. She liked to think that she knew most things about her husband, but the way Tsukumo said that implied another darker aspect of Naruto that she didn't know. If he hasn't told you, then it is not my place to disclose his past. But let's just say that Kumogakure and the Kinkaku Black Ops unit are the ones Naruto hates most in this world. They are the reason he accepted this mission with you from his village. Ino, be careful around him. He's a veteran of the First Shinobi World War and the last surviving member of the S program, Tsukumo explained gravely. Ino's face lost all color as the implications of these revelations dawned on her. But the S unit was annihilated in the final days of the First Great Ninja War. They were the special forces Yuzu had dispatched to rescue Hashirama Senju after he was surrounded deep behind enemy lines in the Land of Lightning. In their attempt to save the first Hokage, they faced the newly formed Kinkaku Black Ops forces and Kumo's two-tailed beasts. Their intervention helped Hashirama escape, but later on he succumbed to his wounds. To allow that to happen, The S-unit stayed behind as decoys and were eventually lost, Ino recited perfectly. After that event, Tobarama Senju had realized the need for Konoha to have its own Black Ops unit capable of performing such dangerous missions. That laid the foundation for Konoha's own Anbu Black Ops, which was still a young but rapidly growing Special Forces unit. To become a successful operative, every bit of history from every village had been ingrained in her mind, including many classified missions. But the S-unit had been killed nearly a decade ago. If Naruto had been one of them, that would mean. Kumo gave her a knowing nod as she stumbled upon the unsaid conclusion. Naruto has seen more war than the both of us combined. He has been at the front line since he was a child, and this is just the tip of the iceberg regarding why he hates Kumogakure and the Kinkaku Black Ops. His superiors in Yuzu had warned me that there are much deeper reasons behind Naruto's hatred. Reasons personal to him have driven Naruto to seek vengeance against Kumogakure his entire life. Now, he has that chance, and he will ensure they pay for all the pain they caused him, Kumo explained seriously. Then our two villages are using his hatred, Ino said sadly, realizing that her kind and caring friend had such a dark past. Kumo gave her a pained smile at her statement as he picked up his Anbu mask and rose from his chair. All shinobi are tools, Ino. We protect from the shadows, fighting and sacrificing for our homeland without receiving anything in return. That is what it means to be a ninja. Naruto knows it, and so do you, he whispered before vanishing from the apartment. Ino stared at the other scroll she had yet to open, filled with dread. They were playing a dangerous game, and now it was about to become even deadlier. Of all the villages, Kirigakure had the worst reputation for treating enemy prisoners. It was often said that it was better to take one's own life than to risk exposure to the mishospitality, which drove most people mad or led them to their painful ends. But they had their orders, just as Kumo had said. We are the root that protects the tree from the shadows. Ino watched silently as he went through their new orders imprinted in the two scrolls before setting them ablaze in his hands, reducing them to ash that soon disappeared into his skin. She was still not used to witnessing him wielding that mysterious power. For years, she had wondered how he had mastered it, but now that she knew he had been part of the infamous S-unit, a few things began to make sense. What do you think? She asked hesitantly, noticing him staring aimlessly at the ceiling of their apartment. I will never forget their pain, he whispered. Naruto. He blinked at the sound of her voice and the gentle hand resting on his shoulder. For a moment he saw them all again before they vanished once more. Kumogakure took everything from me. My family, my friends, my comrades. It's time they feel the same pain, Naruto said bitterly. They're asking you to attack that place. You know that's a reckless move, she warned, but he had already made up his mind. I won't be alone. I don't know how, but I will make the Mizukage see reason. And then, I will bring pain to the land of lightning. I don't care how dangerous it is, this is the path I have chosen, he declared. I just don't want you to take unnecessary risks. You fight for your country just like I fight for mine, but don't think your life is worthless. The higher-ups may feel that way towards you, but not me. I care about you as your ally, your friend, and your fake wife, she said with a bittersweet smile, which made him smile as well as he placed a tender kiss on her forehead. Don't worry about me. Once this war is over and our nations are safe once more, we shall return home no matter what, Naruto said with a gentle smile. You promise? She asked, daring him to say otherwise, but he never did. I never go back on my word. You know that, Naruto replied shyly, as she hugged him and allowed him to wrap his strong arms around her. You did well today. The people certainly loved their new hero, Ino teased, earning a half-hearted chuckle from him. If only she could see the way his face fell, remembering all the people he had deceived that day. In the ninja world, you either die a hero or live long enough to become the very thing you hated. He could still hear his father's words ringing in his ears, still remember it all. I wonder what you'll think of me now, father? What would you all think of me now? If he closed his eyes, he could still see the tall, broad-shouldered red-haired man with pale skin. Beside him stood a striking woman with fair skin and long blonde hair that reached her waist. Her blue eyes radiated love and warmth as she and the man laid their hands on the shoulders of two young boys in front of them. One was older than the other, with beautiful blonde hair and happy blue eyes. He was holding the hand of the tiny younger boy with dark red hair that covered half his face. "I will see you one day. Once I get justice." It was that promise made years ago that drove him even today. The power of that resolve made him betray and deceive every person who had believed in him and trusted him. The pain in his heart allowed him to bear fooling all those around him, lying to them all, including the woman in his arms. What about the food situation? Naruto and the other swordsmen listened silently as their Kage and various clan heads, along with high-ranking officers, discussed their nation's future course of action in the war. Having already suffered losses without significant gains, the Kiri leadership was determined to make the right decisions moving forward. But his focus was only partly on the discussion, as he noticed several clan heads shooting him hostile or distrustful looks. The daimyo has agreed to extend his full support in terms of men, supplies, and money, provided that we can show him considerable gains in return. If not, he has warned that Kiri's leadership will undergo a massive change, announced Genjutsu. "How dare that civilians say such a thing?" fumed Lord Hiro Hagoromo. "We are doing all we can to secure Kiri's future. If the civilian thinks he can threaten his betters, then it's time we paid him a visit," challenged Lady Reika Kagaya, the heavenly beautiful but equally deadly leader of the Kagaya clan. With long flowing silver hair and mesmerizing white pearl-colored eyes, her skin was brighter than the moon's light, and her chakra was darker and fiercer than most in the room. When her mischievous eyes landed on Naruto, he felt a chill run down his spine. "Now that we have such fine new shinobi as our famous swordsmen, I say we put their abilities to good use," she suggested with a smirk, earning swift nods from the clan leader of the Hagoromo. Her smirk vanished when a cold aura descended upon the meeting hall. Its weight felt heavier than mountains combined, and it carried the scent of impending doom. If she focused hard, she could hear the painful cries of many around her. Her gaze then connected with the man who had unleashed this power, just as everyone else was now looking at him. "If you think it is so easy to raise a hand against our own countrymen, then perhaps I should extend this courtesy to a select few people first," warned Naruto, his voice as cold as ice. "Oh, you've got some courage. And here I thought you were just a pretty face," Reika teased. Naruto placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword and slightly drew it, unleashing a chilling scream that terrified everyone in the room. The Mizukage shot him a sharp glare, prompting him to resheath his sword, much to the relief of the others. No one is going to raise any weapon against their comrades anymore. Those who do shall face severe consequences, thundered Genjutsu, glaring straight at the Kagaya matriarch. "Of course, Lord Second. We only desire to support your rule and avoid any unnecessary interference from the daimyo," soothed Reika, receiving a suspicious glare from the Kage. Naruto noticed the tension among a few Hozuki clan members, as well as some Kagaya and Hagoromo clansmen in the room. "Lord Second, let us discuss how we can make Iwagakure pay for its crimes," suggested Lord Yamato Yuki, the leader of the Yuki clan and father of Haku, who was now one of the newest members of the Seven Great Swordsmen. Genjutsu nodded at the request, looking quite grateful as he gestured to the Anbu commander, who stepped forward while two other Anbu lowered the ninja world map in the center of the room for everyone to see. The transparency of the map allowed each person to see every detail, no matter their position in the room. At the start of this war, Kagekure had close to 30,000 shinobi and the same number of civilian fighters from the daimyo. Now that count was down to 25,000 shinobi and roughly 20,000 civilian fighters. Genjutsu grimaced as he was reminded of his failed expedition against Iwagakure, which cost him not only members of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen but nearly 3,000 shinobi and another 2,000 in various states of injury. The daimyo had rushed in several regiments of his personal guard when the news reached him, but unfortunately, that entire fleet never even reached Iwagakure's shores and was instead lost to violent sea storms. They were not even taking into account the financial and logistical costs of these failures or the effect it had on the morale of their forces. All in all, Kagekure was in a mess of their own making, specifically due to their Kage's hasty decisions. Genjutsu listened as several of his officers suggested launching a naval invasion using their entire fleet of ships. This time, civilian fighters would not be left vulnerable during storms, as shinobi would protect them from the elements. The plan is too risky. Plus, have we even considered how to supply our troops once they land on Iwa's shores? The entire voyage would take at least 6 weeks. If our troops are in danger, it will be too late when help reaches them. Lord Second, the Karatachi clan cannot, in good conscience, allow our shinobi to face unnecessary risks, objected Yagura Karatachi, the new and young leader of the small but formidable Karatachi clan. Naruto was surprised when the same 14-year-old boy gave him a respectful nod and a faint smile for earlier standing against the Kagaya leader's dangerous suggestion. I agree with Lord Yagura. We should think of an alternative plan that allows us to reach our troops as quickly as possible under any circumstances, voiced Lord Minace Terumi, the leader of the famed Kekai Genkai warriors who could manipulate 3 elements to create something more powerful. The Anbu Black Ops also agree with your decision, my lords. What should we do, Lord Second? Asked the Anbu commander devotedly, staring at their Kage. Naruto tensed when he saw his now-masked wife, dressed in her hunter ninja outfit, make a small cough that drew everyone's attention. She received a short nod from her superior and a similar one from Genjutsu, prompting Ino to step into the middle of the room near the ninja map. There is another way, she suggested, gauging everyone's reaction. While the Hozuki, Yuki, Karatachi, and Terumi clan heads appeared open to suggestion, the Anbu commander and the Kagaya clan leader seemed displeased for various reasons. One disliked the hunter corps, while the other resented a commoner receiving such a chance to speak among their betters. Genjutsu picked up a report laid on his desk by a hunter ninja, even as he saw the other leaders do the same when they received similar reports of their own. Our intel suggests that an invasion by sea is not feasible, nor is one from the air given our lack of technological advancement in that area. That leaves us with a land invasion, suggested Ino. The only way for such an invasion to happen is for our forces to cut through Kumogakure and reach Iwagakure. However, we neither have a pact granting military access with Kumo nor are we their allies. This would be an act of war against a very powerful nation. Is this what the Hunter Corps is advocating now? Asked Genjutsu sharply, looking not at Ino but at her superior, who fidgeted under the weight of their Kage's intense gaze. Like it or not, this is our only choice, Lord Second. Kumogakure has formed a military alliance with Iwagakure. If we attack the stone again, we are bound to face Kumo shinobi coming to their aid. In that case, the Hunter Corps believes in striking them first and neutralizing the threat before bringing our nation's might upon stone, explained Ino. And how do you plan to make that happen? Questioned Mangetsu calmly. Our shinobi have struggled in Kumo's mountainous regions in the last war, protested another minor lord. We don't have any nearby base of operations that could supply our troops when they start invading the entire coastal line of the Land of Lightning. It is not feasible, warned Haku, earning a surprising nod from Amuri Ringo of all people. We'll just have to cut through them, I suppose, said Kisame, eliciting a dark smirk from Zabuza and a similar grin from Jinpachi Munashi. Genjutsu had listened to all the arguments, and then his gaze landed upon one of the few who had yet to speak. What do you think? Lord Seventh, asked Genjutsu amusedly, enjoying the surprised reaction from Naruto at his new title, which earned him a stern glare from the Kagaya leader. Now that he was in the spotlight, Naruto had no choice but to voice his opinion, which he had been patiently waiting to do. As he walked toward the map, he shared a hidden smile with his wife, who bowed and allowed him the space, just as they had planned. If we are to win this war, we will need allies. Any ally of Iwagakure is our enemy, am I right, Lord Second? Naruto asked seriously, earning a firm nod from Genjutsu. Then that greatly limits our choices, as only 2 notable powers are currently engaged in open conflict with our enemies and their comrades, suggested Naruto. In an instant, Reika Kagaya was on her feet, her fierce gaze making Naruto tense. You mean to ally us with Konoha and their allies, the red-haired faction? She yelled furiously. We spit on the tree huggers and their pacifist ways. They deserve to be wiped out and are not even worthy of any aid from us, agreed Lord Hiro Hagoromo. Ino clenched her jaw at that outburst and blatant insult thrown at her people. Her husband, however, remained calm and looked at both clan heads before glancing at the Mizukage. Lord Second, the Land of Fire has much to offer us. They possess wealth, resources, and fertile lands. It is the perfect time to ally with them while they are in need of assistance. Like it or not, Konoha and Uzushiogakure are strong enough to face 3 great nations and their supporters on their own. We need allies like them if we are to win this war. I am not asking you to like it, but if it saves the lives of our people, we should set our pride aside, argued Naruto fiercely. The wounds of the last war are yet to heal, Naruto. Moreover, our nation does not have a trustworthy reputation in the world. If we approach them for an alliance, we appear weak, and they gain even the slightest upper hand in negotiations, which is something I cannot allow. I understand and even agree with your suggestion that allying with them is in our interest, but I will not let Kiri appear weak, decided Genjutsu. Naruto was impressed once again with the Mizukage as he saw how that decision instantly made the hardcore Kagaya and Hagoromo clans back down while the other more liberal clans pondered over it. Then what do you suggest we do, Lord Second? All the facts, along with their pros and cons, are before you. My sword is yours to command, promised Naruto. Genjutsu rose from his chair, prompting everyone else to follow suit, but the Mizukage remained silent as he approached Naruto and the map. His veteran gaze studied it for several long moments before landing on his swordsman. Let us show the world the power that Kirigakure holds. It shall strike fear in the hearts of our enemies and hope in the minds of potential allies. We shall attack Kumogakure with all our might and destroy them for allying themselves with Iwagakure. If the Land of Fire and its allies see sense, then they can approach us requesting an alliance, and we may consider it, declared Genjutsu, earning predatory smiles from the Kagaya and Hagoromo leaders, while the other lords and commanders bowed their heads in SBMson. Naruto conceded, knowing that the Mizukage had made up his mind, and trying to change his decision in public would only draw unwanted attention upon him. I have made my decision. Now tell me where we can launch such an attack that will ensure my message is delivered to the world, asked Genjutsu seriously, his gaze specifically focused on Naruto. Without hesitation, Naruto placed his finger on Osaka, a rich and important coastal city in the Land of Lightning. More importantly, it was the headquarters of the Kinkaku Black Ops forces and an entire regiment of Special Ops shinobi. Genjutsu gave a predatory smile as he placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Show them what it feels to lose what they love. Ino found herself standing in a very dangerous place. Heavy rains poured from the skies, drenching the blood-stained ground and the fallen bodies that littered it. It was a scene of devastation and pain. She caught sight of shinobi wearing the uniforms of Kumogakure and Uzushiogakure lying dead as far as she could see. Giant craters, scorched earth, destroyed sections of forest, dried-up lakes, and broken weapons greeted her at every turn. In the distance, huge towers of fire erupted from the earth. It was hell. Yet the battle was not over. Then she sensed that familiar and terrifying aura once again. Despite her instincts telling her to run away, her legs rushed her toward the direction of that power. Her heart raced as the presence grew stronger, and the screams of countless souls reached her. Soon enough, she came across a mountainside cliff and took up position at its edge, catching a glimpse of the ongoing battle. Her eyes widened at the sight of thousands of shinobi from Kumogakure standing on one side, led by none other than the Gold and Silver Brothers, joined in the fight by the elite Kinkaku Black Ops unit. Judging by their sheer numbers, the entire battalion was present and participating in the battle. Her heart sank as she saw several young teenagers and even children with familiar red hair from the Uzumaki clan lying dead across the battlefield. They were all dressed in Anbu gear, many still wearing their masks even in death. It was then she caught sight of a lone boy in the same uniform and a wolf mask, cradling a young Anbu with bright red hair in his arms. Judging from the boy's lack of movement and the wound in his chest, he was lifeless. Ino felt a tightening in her chest as she watched the lone boy from Uzushiogakure, with blonde hair, engulf his younger but lifeless friend in a bear hug. Tears streamed from the blonde Anbu's eyes, igniting a powerful emotion that resonated deep within Ino's heart. Hatred. She rushed downhill, disregarding the danger she was placing herself in as that familiar, haunting feeling intensified. However, she was forced to halt when the Yuzu soldier laid down his comrade and lifted his gaze toward the enemy that surrounded him. It was then she noticed those striking red eyes. Sharingan? No, she thought, for those eyes lacked the tomo or the distinctive pattern of the Uchiha clan's famed dojutsu. Yet, the chakra she sensed from the boy felt oddly familiar, a faint echo of Uchiha energy. And those eyes. But there was another presence, one stronger than the Uchiha chakra she had sensed earlier, wrapping around the boy like a shroud and threatening to incinerate anyone who approached. Dark ash began to seep from the boy's body as the enemy army charged forward with a deafening roar. With a monstrous roar of his own, the last Yuzu shinobi charged to meet his foes head-on. Ino opened her mouth to scream a warning, urging him to flee, but suddenly found herself disoriented as the world around her began to fade. You shouldn't be here. That voice was all too familiar, and when her eyes opened again, she found herself lying in her bedroom. She turned to see Naruto watching her intently. He did not look pleased. Ino flinched as she realized they were intertwined, her arm wrapped around his chest, fingers resting over his heart. She recognized her mistake. "Never do that again, Ino," he said calmly, though disappointment and a hint of anger were evident. She lowered her head in shame. "It was an accident. I'm truly sorry, and I won't let it happen again," she promised sincerely. He studied her for a moment, weighing her words, before letting out a tired sigh and covering his face with his hand. "It was my fault too. I underestimated your ability to walk through minds. Next time, I'll take proper measures to prevent this," he said aloud. Ino nodded, realizing she had unknowingly invaded his memories. Since they had both been deep asleep, their senses were dulled, and their close proximity allowed their powers to interact. It wouldn't have been so troubling had they been true husband and wife, but they were operatives from different nations, each with their own secrets. And she had just glimpsed one of his. Was it real or just a dream? "The things I saw," she whispered, her fear still lingering, which he noticed. Yet he chose to remain silent, neither confirming nor denying her question. Instead, he gently disentangled himself from her and moved to the edge of the bed. He poured himself a glass of water from the table beside him, and silence enveloped the room. Once finished, he turned back to her, offering a reassuring smile. "It's all right," he said. Ino remained quiet but felt a sense of peace as he stood up and walked bare-chested toward the wardrobe. A small smile crept onto her lips as she reflected on how they were strangers in many ways, yet kind and considerate of each other's feelings. She could easily feign emotions with others, as she had been trained to do, but with Naruto, those feelings came naturally. She didn't have to pretend, she could be herself with him. Despite the chasm between them, they understood each other. She cared for him, and in his own way, he cared for her too, or at least that was what she believed, as the alternative felt too harsh to accept. She got out of bed, letting her long blonde hair float in the gentle night breeze. She wore one of his t-shirts and shorts, a sight that always amused him. Even now, he smiled at her playful smirk. Her gaze fell on the clock, and her earlier happiness evaporated. "You're going to do it, aren't you?" she asked resignedly, making him look at her. "The orders have already been given by the Mizukage. I have no choice, and besides, I've wanted to do this for a long time," he confessed as she stepped closer and placed her hand on his. "Is it because of your past?" she asked. He nodded, confirming her suspicions, but she chose not to press further, recalling the memory she had unwittingly seen. "It's true that the Mizukage asked you and the other swordsmen to attack Osaka town alone. He wants to restore the fear and respect your group once commanded in the shinobi world. Yet, he offered you all the choice to take Kiri's best fighters with you if needed. I know most of the others refused, but why did you deny me the chance to fight by your side when I specifically asked?" she said, frustration seeping into her usually calm voice. She felt further agitated when he didn't answer and instead went to take a bath. She stubbornly waited for him to return, but he remained silent despite her attempts to engage him. He stayed quiet until he adjusted the haori given to him by the Mizukage and secured his sword at his hip. "Why, Naruto?" she pressed more insistently. She, along with an entire battalion of hunters, Anbu ninjas, and jounin, were to remain as backup near the coastal stronghold, only stepping in if the 7 great swordsmen were in dire trouble. It frustrated her and now terrified her, especially after glimpsing his history with the Kinkaku unit and Kumogakure. I and the others can fight alongside you guys. It will make our attack faster and more effective. Why won't you consider it? If you are the one to vouch for us aiding you in battle, then the Mizukage won't refuse, she pleaded, halting him just as he was about to reach the door. He turned back to her, and although his face was hidden behind his mask, she sensed a smile beneath it. You were always the optimist among us. However, the world needs more people like you, he praised. Why? She asked again, refusing to be swayed by his compliments. He blinked, and for a moment he saw their friends again, only for them to vanish when he opened his eyes. She noticed his fist clench slightly and his shoulders slump for a moment before he composed himself and looked back at her. This time, he wore a full smile, but the pain in his eyes was unmistakable. My dream died. But your dream is still alive, Ino. She froze, feeling a lump in her throat as tears welled in her eyes, remembering her village and her desire to return there one day. He understood her wish and was doing everything in his power to ensure she lived to see that dream become a reality. I want you to be part of that dream too, she said gently, making him smile wistfully. He placed the Tonto version of his sword on his back and walked toward her. When he stood before her, he lowered his face mask and leaned down, brushing his lips against hers in a soft kiss. Ino felt herself melting in his embrace and kissed him back passionately, wishing he would join her dream because deep down, she knew he was a good man, despite his facade. The moment ended too soon when he broke the kiss and raised his face mask back into place. Thank you. With those words, he vanished from their home in a swirl of ashes. Genjutsu noted the determined expressions in the eyes of his 7 great swordsmen. Armed to the teeth, they were ready to conquer the world under Kiri's banner. A part of him felt immense pride to see his own son among these great warriors, but another had recently caught the Mizukage's attention, a fine shinobi he could trust with Kiri's future. The Mizukage glanced down from his tower to see the 501st Battalion standing ready and awaiting his orders. Made up of Kiri's finest jounin, chunin, Anbu, and hunter ninjas, it was the most elite unit they could field against their enemies. In the upcoming mission, he intended for them to act as support while the 7 ninja swordsmen stormed the front. Now, it was time for him to choose the one to lead this mission. Do any of you have suggestions? Genjutsu asked seriously. None, Lord Second. We will follow orders, replied Haku obediently, earning a nod from Amuri Ringo as well. Unknown to them, their response only disappointed their leader, who kept his personal feelings hidden. Well, it's about time to get our hands dirty, said Kisame with a shark-like grin. The lightning pups will soon get a taste of my blade, agreed Zabuza. Mine too, whispered Jinpachi menacingly. Genjutsu closed his eyes, trying to suppress his disappointment. It was true that Kiri had many fine shinobi who excelled as individual warriors, but very few had the ability to lead others, those who could see the bigger picture and care about something beyond their own desires. Lord Second, I propose that the 501st fight alongside us. Having them act as support is good, but their potential will be wasted if we keep them away from such a crucial battle. Besides, even the 7 of us, no matter how strong, shouldn't try to shoulder everything alone. We will strike fear into the hearts of our enemies, but we must not alienate our comrades, explained Mangetsu, drawing hesitant nods from Amuri and Haku. Genjutsu smiled, filled with pride over his son's thoughtfulness, yet he remained silent. Mangetsu's heart was in the right place, and he had the potential to be a truly great leader for their nation, but he had overlooked one key factor. Naruto listened to the suggestion from the Kage's son, reminding him of Ino's own desire to fight alongside him. But it also brought back painful memories he wished to forget. He had once believed in others beyond himself. Could he do so again, knowing what had happened when he made the same choice in the past? Yet when he considered the alternative, there was little choice. The 7 ninja swordsmen were a formidable force, but none except Naruto had faced the Kinkaku and their allies. He alone understood the horrors that unit was capable of. If anyone from their group or most of them fell, the 501st would be unprepared to face the Kinkaku battalion and an entire regiment of special forces from Kumo. He looked at the hundreds of ninjas assembled below the tower. Many were so young and didn't deserve to suffer the fate that those Naruto had once cared about had faced. The decision was made. Lord Second, I agree with Mangetsu. However, I still propose that the 7 of us lead and engage the enemy first. Our foes are the Kinkaku and Kumo's finest black ops. It is imperative that we, the strong, battle them first to gather as much information as we can and inflict maximum damage. By collecting that intel, we can prepare our troops for the enemy's strengths and weaknesses. This way, when they step into battle, they will be fully prepared and suffer minimal casualties, Naruto requested sincerely. Oi, and why should we go to all that effort? They are not kids, but shinobi, barked Yuri in protest. They'll just get in our way even if we do tell them, hissed Zabuza, earning nods from Kisame and Jinpachi. No, Sen, time is of the essence. We cannot battle the Kinkaku battalion and the entire regiment of special ops forces while also looking after our comrades. At this rate, our mission may not be effective. I suggest we go ahead with Mangetsu's idea. The 501st is made up of our finest shinobi. They will know what to do, suggested Haku. Genjutsu watched as his son looked directly at Naruto. Are you afraid that we will lose people? But that is part of being a shinobi, said Mangetsu calmly, surprised when Naruto shook his head. I know that. However, we are the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. We are Kiri's sword against its enemies, but we are also its shield. We need as many men as we can for this war, and most importantly, we need to rebuild our troops' trust in the leadership. If it's too much trouble for you all to instruct our men, then allow me to take on that task, Naruto requested. Before anyone else could respond, Genjutsu cleared his throat, drawing their attention. I have heard what all of you had to say. Now hear my decision. Naruto blinked when the Mizukage looked directly at him, his gaze unwavering. Naruto, I name you commander of this mission, with Mangetsu as your second in command, Genjutsu declared, surprising everyone, including Naruto, who had never expected the Mizukage to choose him over his own son. Mangetsu's displeasure was evident in his clenched fists. Why not your own son, Lord Second? Yuri asked with a frown. Our warriors will follow Mangetsu. He is a proven fighter, Haku argued passionately. Not that it matters to us, but why the newcomer, Lord Second? Kisame inquired curiously. Even Naruto, who had remained silent, was eager to understand the reasoning behind the Mizukage's decision. Naruto is a proven battle commander. In the Anbu, he has led several missions against Kumogakure shinobi. He understands their tactics and strategies. He is a strong warrior, but most importantly, he knows what it means to lead. A commander is responsible not only for the success of the mission but also for the safety of the troops under his command. If we pit our troops against foes like the Kinkaku and their allies without a solid plan, many will face unnecessary danger. This mission is not just about individual glory, it's about Kirigakure and its future. Genjutsu explained fiercely, turning his gaze toward the former Anbu officer. I leave them all to you. Naruto knelt before the Mizukage, determination shining in his eyes. I will look after them, Lord Second, he promised. Genjutsu nodded, looking at the others assembled before him. To his relief, they all bowed their heads in acceptance of his decision. He knew they would not make Naruto's task easy, given their individual strengths and agendas. If this is good for our people, then I shall follow you. Naruto, Mangetsu promised reluctantly. Genjutsu couldn't hide his smile as he saw Naruto give a respectful nod to the younger boy. The proud father acknowledged his son with a nod, earning a thin smile in return. Bring glory to our nation. Mangetsu quickly moved through the trees, eager to catch up with the man he was to follow on this mission. Behind him, the remaining members of his group and the entire 501st followed closely. Most of their warriors were excited for some much-needed action, but Mangetsu felt a sense of unease. The mission, though straightforward, had hidden complexities. What do you know about them? Mangetsu asked as he joined his commander. What makes you think I know anything about our enemy? Naruto replied calmly, earning a narrowed gaze from the purple-eyed boy. You wouldn't have fought so strongly for your strategy to be accepted unless you knew something that I and the others don't. I don't know much about you, but the Anbu trust you. You have faced the Kinkaku before, haven't you? Mangetsu asked seriously. Naruto remained silent for a moment, then confirmed, once. Then it was right for my father to choose you to lead this mission. Naruto was taken aback by the younger boy's honest remark. Mangetsu's smile and lack of hidden resentment were a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Mangetsu must have sensed Naruto's thoughts and shrugged. I won't lie, I wanted to lead this mission. But if you truly know how to fight our enemy with minimal losses to our own forces, then I will trust you as my father has. I just don't want more of our people to die in vain, Mangetsu admitted. Naruto's expression briefly reflected sorrow before he composed himself. What is it? Mangetsu asked hesitantly. You just reminded me of someone I once knew. Before Mangetsu could ask more, they emerged from the forest and stood before the vast sea separating the land of water from the land of lightning. Their remaining comrades joined them shortly, and Mangetsu decided to address them when Naruto gave a nod. In order to save time, we will travel on foot across the sea. Rest up a bit, regain your strength and energy, for once we begin our run, there is no stopping or turning back, instructed Mangetsu. Don't you think that it's a bit dangerous for some of our younger subordinates? It might overwhelm them before they even see enemy shores, Kisame warned with a smirk, glancing at a few Chunin who grimaced. There is no other choice. With our old fleet destroyed and a new one being built, we have no option but to cross the ocean on foot to reach enemy territory, Zabuza argued. It shouldn't be too difficult for most of our force members, but for some, it may become perilous. In that case, the strong will have to support the weak, Haku advised, earning a sigh from Amuri. Troublesome, muttered the red-haired female sword master. Arguments and suggestions erupted among the entire force, with every member, senior or junior, eager to voice their opinions. Ino noticed Naruto close his eyes before releasing a brief wave of intent that made everyone stop. The 501st and the other swordsmen instantly went on alert as they felt the surge of power around them. To everyone's surprise, a massive wall of water rose from the sea, spanning the entire coast and reaching nearly 30 feet in height. Most astonishingly, it remained stable. Mangetsu couldn't hide his smirk as he saw Naruto standing atop the wave with 2 fingers raised. Hop on, the blonde-haired commander instructed. Ino was left speechless as their entire force cheered enthusiastically. All around her, comrades charged forward to take positions on the wall of water. Instead of running across the ocean, all they had to do now was maintain their balance over the wave while it carried them forward. This journey required extreme control and caution from the creator of this technique. It was truly surprising to see Naruto showing no visible signs of pain or stress, not just for her but for Haku as well, who was observing their commander in a new light. Even among Kiri shinobi, such mastery over water was rare, found only among a select few. The Mizukage was one such fighter, but Naruto, being an operative from Yuzu, was not typically associated with such power. His strengths lay in fire and wind, which were common among most Uzumaki warriors, and he was not a natural water user like the Kiri shinobi. Let's go, Hunter, Haku called out, bringing Ino back to the present. Realizing they were the last ones left, both ladies nodded at each other before rushing to join their comrades, who had taken up positions on the giant wave. Once everyone was in place, Naruto's voice resonated across the entire force. Maintain balance with the water at all costs. Leave the rest to me. He was preparing to summon a large amount of his chakra when he felt hands on his shoulders, 2 across his back, and blades resting against his legs. Turning around, he saw Mangetsu and Haku with their hands on his shoulders, Amuri and Jinpachi supporting him from behind, and Zabuza along with Kisame placing their swords at his legs. Can't let you steal all the shine, Zabuza said with a grin. Even behind his mask, Mangetsu noticed a small smile forming on Naruto's lips as the remaining swordsmen channeled their chakra into their commander, who then joined his hands together. The entire 501st cheered as the giant wave surged forward, slicing through the ocean at breathtaking speeds, bringing them closer to their inevitable confrontation. 2 days later, the 7 ninja swordsmen and the top officers of the 501st had decided to camp on a remote island, just 50 miles off the coast of Osaka City. An hour's march away lay the enemy city, defended by thousands of elite ninja. It was one of Kumo strongholds, thought by many to be unconquerable. "We have nearly 800 fighters in our ranks, not including the 7 of you," said one of the Anbu officers in charge of a large contingent of troops. "The enemy has 3 or 4 times that number when we include the Kinkaku battalion. We are at a significant disadvantage, not just in strength but also in knowledge of the terrain. This will be a challenging battle," commented Ao, the leading officer of the 501st. Naruto observed the man expertly covering the Byakugan behind a simple eye patch. Even now, the officer was silently trying to gauge his power with the hidden eye. "What is your plan, Commander?" Kisame asked with amusement. "Before you share your strategy, I would like to introduce someone," Ao said earnestly. Before anyone could respond, another ninja entered the tent. Naruto's eyes widened slightly as he sensed the undercurrent of dark chakra within the woman now standing before him. She was undeniably beautiful, and many men in the room, including Mengetsu and Jinpachi, blushed. However, others, including Naruto, felt a sense of wariness as they sensed her hidden power. The kunoichi had long, beautiful auburn hair and an attractive figure that complemented her blue dress. Her green eyes sparkled with mischief, but there was an edge to them. A traditional katana rested at her back, and her fair skin glowed as her chakra swirled around her playfully. Her gaze locked with Naruto's blue eyes as she offered him a slight bow. "I am Mei Murumi, heir to the Tsurumi clan and Jinchuriki of the 6 Tails." Naruto noticed how everyone in the room tensed at Mei's introduction. It was a natural reaction to the presence of a Jinchuriki. However, amidst the nervous gazes, he also sensed scorn and even hatred directed toward her, a woman who was supposed to be their ally. Their eyes revealed they viewed her as a weapon or a creature of evil. Having been born in a village without tailed beasts, he couldn't fully comprehend these feelings. Still, he understood what it meant to be different, to possess a power that instilled fear in others. No matter what the others say. "For me, you are a great shinobi." A faint smile crossed his lips as he recalled the heartwarming words of his little brother, who had believed in him and loved him when everyone else had given up. Perhaps it was those shared feelings that prompted him to walk toward Mei, who was now kneeling before him. Mei blinked in surprise when the commander knelt to her level, much to everyone's astonishment, and offered her his hand. "Call me Naruto. I hope we can work together," he said with a friendly smile. As she took his hand, Mei felt the positive emotions surrounding this man. While everyone around her was nervous, angry, disgusted, and even afraid, he stood out as a calm and peaceful presence in the midst of turmoil. Even though she didn't know him well, a part of her wanted to trust him and follow his lead. "Pleased to meet you," she replied with a small smile as he helped her to her feet. She felt a twinge of disappointment when he broke their contact and returned to his position at the center of the table. Mei watched as he composed himself, the friendly smile replaced by a calm, focused demeanor as he examined the map of Osaka City laid out before him. "It seems the Naidame thought a step ahead of us all." "That's the Mizukage," Naruto acknowledged, giving Mei a small nod. "How do we proceed, Nanadame?" Mei asked with an amused smile. A slight blush crept across Naruto's cheeks, hidden by his mask. He was unsure how to respond to her teasing remark or the playful glint in her eyes. Thankfully, Ino was not present for this meeting, or it could have been quite embarrassing. A few officers and most of the swordsmen grinned at his flustered state. Clearing his throat, he redirected his focus back to the map. "Our ultimate goal is the complete destruction of this city and the annihilation of the military forces stationed here. However, that was a difficult task. Mei, how well can you control your Biju's powers?" Naruto asked seriously. "I can manage up to 3 tails. Beyond that, I lose control," she admitted honestly, worry evident on her pretty face. "We can't have that, so you'll stay close to me. I plan to use your abilities wherever our forces are struggling, and I'll be there to help you maintain control," Naruto promised without hesitation. Can you really do that? An uncontrolled Jinchuriki is a disaster waiting to happen, affecting both friends and foes, Murumi warned, casting a suspicious glance at the Terumi clan heir, who glared back coldly. Channel your chakra, Mei. Mei hesitated but ultimately decided to follow his command. As she began to channel her chakra, she was surprised when Naruto gestured for her to increase it. Complying, she nearly summoned a quarter of her power when she gasped, looking down at her belly. A dull ache resonated within her, and her eyes widened in shock as dark marks began to spread across her body. Fuinjutsu. Everyone looked at Naruto in surprise as he joined his hands into the ram seal. That handshake, Mengetsu whispered in realization. Zabuza and Jinpachi narrowed their eyes at their commander, now seeing him in a completely different light. Perhaps the Mizukage had perceived something none of them could. You marked her the moment you touched her. You're quick, Lord Seventh, Kisame praised sincerely. Mei struggled against the control that was forcefully suppressing her chakra. She cursed herself for underestimating Naruto. Her father had warned her to be cautious around him, noting that he was an accomplished Anbu officer. Now she understood why. Through the seal, she felt his chakra invading her body, overpowering her own. This was no ordinary ninja's power. Even among shinobi families, only a few clans had mastered the art of controlling Jinchuriki and their tailed beasts. From that moment on, she vowed never to let her guard down around Naruto. Fortunately, he ceased suppressing her power as soon as she stopped gathering her chakra. A small bead of sweat rolled down her forehead, and she gritted her teeth in frustration at seeing Naruto appear unfazed as he returned his focus to the map, as if nothing had happened. Such was their difference in strength, even with the Six Tails power within her. Naruto studied the terrain carefully, as did the other officers around him. Osaka was a coastal city with a medium-sized port where merchant ships and military transports regularly docked. It was surrounded by large mountains on its eastern and western sides, while its northern border featured vast open grasslands where any movement could be seen from miles away. 4 groups of 200 each, Naruto declared, gathering everyone's attention. The first group will consist solely of Anbu Black Ops and Hunter Ninjas. They will serve as the vanguard force to engage the bulk of enemy forces under the command of the 7 Great Swordsmen. The second group will comprise elite Jounin, preferably fighters skilled in lightning and earth styles. This force will split into 2 halves, each climbing the mountains on the eastern and western flanks surrounding the city. When I give the signal, they will launch aerial bombardments across the city. The third group will consist of skilled Jounin. Their task is to gather as many valuables as possible: money, resources, food supplies, weapons, and intel. Additionally, they will set up escape routes for our forces to retreat if they become trapped. Ao, I want you to lead this task force. The fourth group will be made up of Chunin led by newly appointed Jounin. They will serve as the reserve force to guard our rear against any enemy counterattacks. When he finished explaining his plan, he looked up to see if there were any objections and was pleased to find none. If there were any, they were well hidden. His concern was not with the common shinobi but with his own group, from whom he expected considerable resistance. Do we have any strategy to engage the Kinkaku? Zabuza asked seriously. Only the 7 of us will engage them. Under no circumstances do I want our shinobi to make contact with them. Ao, as the lead officer of the 501st, I want to make this very clear. If anyone apart from Mei or the 7 swordsmen makes contact with them, they are as good as lost, Naruto warned, shocking the Anbu. Surely, you're exaggerating a bit. Lord 7th, Ao whispered hesitantly. I have faced them before, and I barely survived that encounter, Naruto confessed, lowering part of his Jounin vest to reveal a deep scar across his chest. What are they? Haku asked cautiously. Masters of ninja arts, but more dangerously, they are warriors capable of controlling Biju chakra, just like the Gold and Silver brothers. When Konoha sold the tailed beasts to various nations at the start of the Hidden Villages era, Kumogakure was not satisfied. They believed it too risky to grant such immense power to a single individual who could be killed, captured, or turn rogue. So, They initiated a program where their most elite ninjas could also learn to control tailed beast power to some extent. The Gold and Silver brothers, who possessed the Kyubi chakra, were tasked with training this force. Naturally, there were many casualties, but Kumogakure was unconcerned about the cost, focusing instead on the ultimate power it would grant their village. After a decade of experiments, they successfully created an entire company of shinobi capable of wielding such power. That force is known as the Kinkaku, Naruto explained in detail. He scanned the room, hoping his words resonated with them, as the stakes were high. Thankfully, most, including the 7 swordsmen, took his words seriously. If what you say is true, then we cannot let our forces engage them, Mangetsu agreed. Even so, battles are unpredictable. If some of them manage to slip past us and head directly toward our forces, Haku warned. Then they'll all be. Yuri started, but Naruto slammed his fist against the table, cutting her off. Ao and the other officers met Naruto's determined blue eyes, which seemed to pierce their very souls. As your commander, I will protect each and every one of you with my life. I won't let my comrades fall to them, Naruto promised fiercely, hoping they would believe in him. Not again. The Mizukage placed our lives in your hands, Lord Seventh. I may not know you personally, but your eyes reflect your desire to protect the men under your command. I can respect that, and so we shall all believe in you, promised Ao with a small smile, much to Naruto's relief as he nodded in acknowledgement. They discussed the details of their plans for another hour before retiring to their quarters to rest and prepare for their fateful battle. Naruto stood before the 501st alongside the other swordsmen. The skies had darkened, with clouds obscuring the moon, yet even in the darkness, he could see the faces of the men and women in front of him. Soon, they would venture into their toughest battle. Many wouldn't return, and many would be changed forever. This battle would alter them, for better or worse, only time would tell. As their leader, it was his responsibility to prepare them for the challenges ahead. We're ready, Lord Seventh, reported Ao confidently, as all 800 warriors stood at attention. I don't have much to say. I wish I knew each of you personally, and perhaps after this battle, we can all celebrate our victory together, said Naruto with a small smile, earning brief chuckles from several of the Kiri shinobi. However, many others remained silent, looking far from comfortable. Sir, please take some of us with you. We are expendable. The 7 ninja swordsmen aren't, argued a young Chunin, who appeared to be barely 15 years old. No, you're not, Naruto replied firmly, a serious tone creeping into his voice as he looked at the men around him. Never think like that. You're loyal soldiers of Kiri, the best hope of our people. I hope you have faith in me and my plan, just as I have faith in each and every one of you. Look after each other in battle, follow your training, give it your best, but most of all, never lose faith in yourself or the cause you are fighting for, no matter the odds. As your commander, I will clear the way for you. And know this, dead or alive, I will bring you home. That is my promise to each of you, said Naruto sincerely. So shall I, promised Mangetsu with a smile. Me too, said Haku earnestly. Guess we'll just handle the heavy lifting so you pups don't get into too much trouble, grinned Yuri with a playful smile. Leave the heavy lifting to us and these big boys, Zabuza smirked, pointing at his massive blade. Kisame did the same while Jinpachi simply gave a knowing smile. Naruto's gaze connected with Ino for a moment, and they exchanged fleeting nods. As he turned to join his fellow swordsmen, Naruto noticed Mei and many of the Kiri shinobi looking at him with much less skepticism than before. Perhaps he even saw respect in their eyes. Ao, wait for my signal, commanded Naruto, earning a nod from the older man. Mangetsu paused when his partner stopped. The Hozuki clan heir and Naruto had teamed up, while the rest of the group divided themselves. Haku and Yuri formed Team 1, Kisame, Zabuza, and Jinpachi made up Team 2, and Naruto and Mangetsu were Teams 1 and 2 were tasked with causing maximum damage throughout the city, while Team 3 was to observe the enemy's counterattack strategy and identify weaknesses to help their troops break through. However, to do that, they first needed to enter the city. What is it? Mangetsu asked his partner, who bent down and placed his palm on the sea's surface. There is a barrier up ahead. It's weak, but it will alert the enemy of our presence even before we step foot into the city, Naruto said seriously. I cannot see or feel it. Can you deactivate it? Questioned Mangetsu, curious if his new teammates' sealing arts were as powerful as the Mizukage had claimed. To his surprise, Mangetsu felt a slight shift in their surroundings. As Naruto stood up and looked at him. It is done. Signal the others to move in, Naruto directed, earning a nod from Mangetsu. The younger swordsman raised his fingers, and soon a thick mist began to form around them, creeping toward Osaka City. Naruto and his partner walked calmly through the mist, feeling the presence of their fellow swordsmen rushing forward at alarming speeds toward the city. As they advanced, Naruto sensed Kiri shinobi taking up positions across the mountains surrounding Osaka, while their remaining comrades followed the trail left by the 7 ninja swordsmen. They were advancing slowly, waiting to strike swiftly once the signal was given. How long before they realize what's happening and counterattack? Mangetsu asked hesitantly. 3 minutes. Mangetsu blinked in shock at his partner's reply. A part of him didn't want to believe the enemy could be so capable, but another part knew Naruto had faced these warriors before and spoke from experience. It was best to trust him and follow his lead. I'll take care of that, Naruto reassured him, raising 2 fingers. Mangetsu watched in fascination as clouds of ash began to leak from Naruto's body, blending seamlessly into the thick mist. Within minutes, he felt that power spreading quickly, block by block, until entire districts began to be enveloped. Both swordsmen advanced further, swiftly crossing the docks in a blur and taking up positions on a warehouse rooftop that provided a decent overview of the sprawling city ahead. Mangetsu saw that teams 1 and 2 had also taken their positions, waiting for the signal. Mangetsu winced as he observed the thick mist now covering half of the city, carefully concealing the ash being released and controlled by Naruto. Having already witnessed a glimpse of the former Anbu's power, Mangetsu felt a deep concern about the consequences of their actions. Innocents will be caught in this, warned Mangetsu, knowing he shared responsibility for the outcomes of the day alongside his comrade. To his surprise, there was no hesitation in Naruto's now determined eyes. Only then will Kumogakure understand true pain, Naruto said resolutely, clasping his hands together. Through it all, he felt the men, women, and children, most of whom were peacefully sleeping in their beds, unaware of the calamity that surrounded them at that very moment. He could feel their love, their dreams, their fears. He could feel it all. For a moment, it made him hesitate as his heart searched for another way. But then he remembered what these people had done to him, his family, his friends, his comrades. Their blind ambition to acquire more power, to support those who threatened to plunge this world into endless conflict, and to ignore the suffering they inflicted on innocent lives. Mangetsu tensed as he sensed more ash leaking from Naruto's body, enveloping half the city in his ominous power. So, you're determined to go through with this, Naruto? Those red eyes showed no mercy as Naruto extended both arms toward the city. I will never forget my little brother's pain. Ash release, explosion. Mangetsu's vision went dark. Southern District. Awoke up with a start as the ground trembled beneath him. He felt a great disturbance in the city and rushed out of his house, only to be met with a scene of devastation. Almost half the city had literally vanished. All that remained was scorched earth, blackened by the ashes of those who had perished in this tragedy. Not even the debris of houses or buildings had survived. The air itself felt as if it were burning, and it was then that he sensed a presence. At first, there was 1, then 2, then 3, until he recognized 7 signatures, most of whom were quickly moving through the devastated city. Another dark-skinned man dressed in Anbu gear appeared by his side. Anbu platoons are moving across various sectors, but so far we have no survivors. It's as if they all just vanished in that explosion. What is this, asked the Anbu leader. Why didn't the Kinkaku sense anything unusual? Where are they? I yelled in frustration. Most of them are with your father, Lord Raikage, in the battle against the Hyugas that started yesterday. The few that remain are guarding the prison, though we cannot afford to lose those prisoners. It seems this is Konoha's revenge for what we did to their Hokage. They launched a massive assault to draw our Reikage and the Kinkaku away while a strike force reached here, suggested the Anbu leader. I will make them pay for this. A shouted, channeling lightning across his muscular body. You will do no such thing. Guard the prison and send as many Kinkaku to the front lines as you can. Until then, the Anbu Black Ops will hold off the enemy. Those are the standing orders given to us by the Reikage before he left, and I will not allow you to disobey them, the demon-masked Anbu leader announced firmly. Clenched his fist as a dark chakra began to leak from the Anbu leader's body. His rough silver hair grew longer until it reached his waist, and he began to transform into the fox from whom he had derived his power. Kinkaku, make them pay, he said bitterly, vanishing. Zabuza grinned maniacally as he saw hundreds of Anbu leap from every corner of the burning city. Kisame. Jinpachi. His two comrades laughed as Kisame performed a series of hand seals while Jinpachi drew his blade as the enemy forces approached. Water style, water wave. Kisame unleashed a massive wave of water that swept across the ash-ridden ground, forcing the Kumo Anbu to scramble for cover. Hidden mist jutsu, silent death, Zabuza whispered. Jinpachi leaped into the air, unleashing the full extent of his lethal sword as hundreds of explosive seals materialized along the blade. Before anyone could react, a series of explosions deafened the area, taking down dozens of Anbu and injuring several others. The air filled with painful screams and hurried shouts as the mist thickened, claiming more and more Anbu. Zabuza grinned as he struck down two female Anbu with his massive sword, watching Kisame do the same to his enemies. Both swordsmen vanished before the remaining Anbu could see or sense them. A few sensory types barely managed to raise their blades but were horrified when their weapons were instantly destroyed against the mighty swords, Samahata and Kubokirabocho. Across another part of the city, lightning clashed against lightning as Aim Yuri Ringo faced off against two entire platoons of Kumo Anbu. She glanced to her left to see a dome of ice walls surrounding a squad of Anbu warriors. They tried to defend themselves as Haku showered them with poison needles. To her surprise, most of the needles were blocked by the expert swordsmanship of the Kumo shinobi. Attack the mirrors! Haku grinned as her enemies fired arcs of lightning at her ice mirrors, destroying several through sheer force. Seizing an opening, the Anbu attempted to break free, only to meet their end when Haku emerged from a nearby mirror, her needle sword striking vital spots with precision. However, her triumph was short-lived, as no matter how many she or Aim Yuri took down, more shinobi continued to approach their location. Mengetsu had thought he had witnessed many horrors in his life. Growing up in Kiri should have made him strong enough to deal with the atrocities of their world, but nothing could have prepared him for what he was witnessing now. So many souls had perished instantly, most of whom had no idea what had happened as their lives were taken away. Half the city had turned to ash in the blink of an eye, and the one responsible stood before Mengetsu, panting heavily. This was not an act of strategy or necessity, but one born from deep-seated hatred. Why? Mengetsu asked hesitantly, taking a step back from this man. It felt as if he were staring at a different person who had overtaken Naruto's body. Mengetsu could hardly believe that the man who had gone so far to protect his own would commit such a cruel act against innocence. This is my justice. If the many remain silent and allow the evil and corrupt to thrive unchecked, then this world shall never know peace. The citizens of this country stood by and supported the first Reikage, who started the first great ninja war that caused so much pain. They allowed the second Reikage to be killed, a man who wanted peace not just for his own people but for the world. They allowed their soldiers to betray the second Hokage and are now supporting the third Reikage, who threatens to plunge our world into chaos with his ambition for war. I will do whatever it takes to make the people of this country realize the pain their mistakes have caused, Naruto explained wearily. That will make you no different than those you despise, replied Mengetsu calmly, earning a bittersweet smile from his partner. My hands are already stained with so much blood. A little more wouldn't change anything. Mengetsu, I know my actions aren't noble, but this is the path I have chosen, Naruto said resolutely, watching as 1,000 Anbu rushed toward the other swordsman. The path of hatred that consumes your heart. Those eyes. I wonder if you are distantly related to the Uchiha clan, Mangetsu mused to himself. Mangetsu, it's time, Naruto ordered, unleashing several smoke bombs and throwing them across the city. The Anbu army halted their advance momentarily, fearing the bombs might be explosive, but they soon breathed a sigh of relief as only red smoke filled the air. That relief quickly turned to dread as a whistling sound filled the atmosphere. Ginkaku couldn't see through the mist and smoke, but he would never forget that sound. "Take cover," he shouted, but it was too late. His men began to scream as kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags rained down mercilessly, cutting through everything in their path. A cold smirk appeared on Naruto's lips as he watched Kumo's Anbu forces pinned down by the precise fire of ninja weapons and explosives from the mountains, where Kiri ninjas had taken their positions. However, the Kumo Anbu had consolidated themselves under a powerful barrier acted by a demon-masked Anbu. Even so, they had lost many comrades in the surprise attack. "You are just where I want you to be, Ginkaku." Naruto grabbed a fire rocket from his pouch and launched it into the air. As soon as the signal was given, the barrage of ninja weapons raining down from the mountains ceased. Before the Kumogakure shinobi could relax, they were bombarded by something even more fearsome than ninja weapons. "Earth-style, carpet bombing," Naruto whispered. The few dozen Kiri shinobi skilled in earth-style unleashed giant rocks from their mouths. The heavy projectiles gained dangerous velocity as they rained down upon the trapped Anbu battalion from Kumogakure. Ginkaku roared as his once purple barrier turned red, increasing its strength and shaking off the onslaught of rocks. If not for his strength, the Anbu under his command would have suffered severe casualties. Even with the Silver Brothers' protection, the bulk of Osaka City's defensive force was trapped and unable to move. From the corner of his eye, Naruto saw the next part of his plan falling into place. He gestured to the mountain core to continue bombarding the trapped Kumo forces as he looked at Mangetsu, who was now leading the vanguard of their force. "Surround them from all sides. Once that is done, I'll stop the bombardment. They'll be disoriented for a few moments. That is your window to use the mist to inflict maximum casualties." "Leave their commander to me," instructed Naruto, earning a grim nod from Mangetsu. "Charge!" Naruto watched as the Mizukage's only son led the bulk of their Anbu and hunter forces expertly. The other swordsmen joined him after they had dealt with the initial defense force that tried to stop them. Now, with the bulk of their forces trapped, Kumogakure was in a precarious position. "Ao, go and carry out your mission. Take everything of value from this city and prepare for when the Kinkaku arrive," ordered Naruto. "It will be done, Lord Seventh," Ao agreed, bowing before commanding his force to move out. Naruto saw the rearguard of his forces take up positions across the docks and the outer sea, preventing any enemy force from surrounding them from behind. He looked to the front lines where the vanguard and the other swordsmen had begun to surround the trapped Kumo forces. Somewhere in that chaos was his wife. A part of him had wanted to keep her safe, but he knew she would have resented him for stopping her from participating in the conflict. "It seems your strategy is going exactly as planned. Even better, in my opinion, Lord Seventh," a feminine voice complimented. "Do you approve of this?" Naruto asked curiously, earning a shrug from Murumi. "It is brutal but has practically crushed our enemy while minimizing our own losses. As our commander, my respect for you has increased. But as a human, what you have done here is unforgivable," Mei whispered, looking at half of the city that had turned to ash. She watched as Naruto nodded, accepting her judgment, which made her wonder what he had endured in life to be capable of such actions and still fight. She saw him give the command to halt the bombardment from their forces stationed on the mountains just as the conflict erupted fully between their vanguard and the Kumogakure Anbu forces trying to escape the barrier. However, their victory was short-lived when they saw hundreds of Anbu forces emerging from secret bunkers hidden underground. Mei's eyes widened in horror as nearly 1,000 Kumogakure Anbu emerged from the eastern and western ruins of the city, ready to surround and overwhelm Kiri's vanguard. That clever Ginkaku crafty as ever. In that case, she heard Naruto whisper with a smile. Soon enough, she was staring at another Naruto as both the clone and the original unleashed Muramasa in their right hand and its smaller Tanto-like version in the left hand. My clone will handle the forces approaching from the west. Let's go and stop those incoming from the east, commanded Naruto. Very well, Lord Seventh, she complied with a nod, watching him smirk. Try to keep up if you can, Naruto challenged. Mei blinked as the man in front of her vanished in a dark flash. She briskly walked through the almost deserted corridor of the city prison. Not an hour ago, it had been fully manned and protected by a small Kinkaku force. But now most of them were gone, commanded by A himself to defend the city against the enemy invaders. The dark-skinned man was puzzled by how the enemy managed to reach them and launch such a surprise attack. Only one man, in A's opinion, could have the answers to his questions. He slammed the door to the prison cell wide open and felt a wave of relief upon seeing the older man still tied to the cross. Nearly 100 seals were imprinted all across the cell, many on the man's own body to ensure he would never be a threat again. He wore only dark pants, while the rest of his body remained exposed. His chest bore the marks of the horrors inflicted by the Kinkaku, who had tried to extract information from him, as he was considered one of the most powerful shinobi in the world. Yet, despite his wounds, most had healed quickly, leaving only scars that testified to his endurance. However, it was his mind that fascinated it. Having endured weeks of torture, starvation, and near drowning, while being tormented by illusions of his loved ones being harmed, this man had refused to break, never revealing a single secret of his village. I could not help but respect and fear that strength. You seem to be in trouble, the older man whispered, his voice raspy. You, on the other hand, seem almost pleased. Tell me, what do you know about this attack? I demanded. The prisoner with stark white hair gave A one of the coldest smiles he had ever seen. What do you know, Senju Tobarama? Mei finally managed to catch up to her current partner and commander. She steeled herself as nearly 300 to 400 Anbu awaited them, their eyes filled with fiery hatred. Naruto, on the other hand, coldly removed his sword from the chest of an Anbu who looked barely older than 13, allowing the body to crumble to the ground. To everyone's horror, the corpse turned to ash. Biasuri, you'll pay for this, yelled a female Kumo Anbu violently. How dare you? We'll take you down piece by piece, shouted another teenage Anbu furiously. Monster! You didn't even spare the children, accused an older Anbu. You slaughtered civilians who had nothing to do with this war. We will never forgive you for this. It is true, Kiri is made up of nothing but savages. Mei's jaw clenched at the insult thrown at her village and comrades. To her surprise, it only brought a smile to Naruto's lips. It seems you now understand what pain is, Naruto said, showing no remorse for his actions. A tall, dark-skinned man stepped forward, his face hidden behind a panther mask, but his emerald eyes glared at Naruto as he pointed his sword at the Kiri leader. Why did you do this? The older man asked. For the sake of peace, Naruto replied. Mei bristled as the killing intent among the enemy force exploded. The sheer amount of hatred and anger she felt from these shinobi was palpable after hearing Naruto's answer. After killing our friends, our family, destroying our home. You dare say such a thing? The Anbu leader asked in disbelief and fury. Then what about the lives you and your nation have destroyed? Kumogakure started this war and the one before that. Mei retorted angrily. The land of lightning is blessed by the gods and is destined to rule over this world. Those who stand in our way are nothing but heathens, a female Kumo Anbu shot back. Mei was appalled by the answer and the level of fanaticism she saw in the female Anbu's eyes. These people truly believed they were superior and had the right to do as they wished. Such arrogance. Mei felt a chill run down her spine at Naruto's cold and furious words. When his blood-red eyes connected with hers, she realized the decision he had made. Take them down in the most decisive way possible, commanded Naruto. Mei could only nod silently as she summoned her Biju chakra, allowing a tail to manifest from her waist. She smirked at the fear that flickered in the previously confident Kumo shinobi's eyes. The Kumo shinobi surrounded the twin Kiri warriors from all sides. Give up. You're surrounded now, warned the dark-skinned panther-masked Anbu leader. To everyone's surprise, Naruto's pitch-black sword began to heat up. Mei noticed that as the ash-ridden chakra that had previously coated the sword vanished, the metal underneath glowed ominously. Even so, it held together, giving the sword a menacing appearance, an instrument of hatred that burned brightly in the dark night. The sight made several Kumo shinobi take a step back, many flinching when Naruto looked at them with his furious red eyes. All I'm surrounded by is fear. And fallen warriors. The panther-masked Anbu leader gave the signal, and 24 of his comrades leaped towards Naruto and Mei. The female Jinchuriki began forming her own set of hand seals when she saw Naruto grab the Tanto version of his sword from his back and throw it straight towards the approaching Anbu force. Naturally, the Anbu managed to dodge the incoming weapon and refocused on their targets. To their surprise, when they looked back down, only Mei was waiting for them. 3 of the Kumogakure Anbu blanched when the blonde warrior appeared right behind them, grabbing the Tanto they had dodged earlier. No other thoughts crossed their minds as Naruto swiftly dispatched them in one decisive motion. Yotan, Yokai no Jutsu, Lava Release, Melting Apparition Technique. Mei unleashed a torrent of acidic mud from her mouth, sending it charging straight towards the Anbu positioned on their western flank. Scatter! Commanded the panther-masked Anbu in panic. No, you don't, thought Mei with a smirk as she clasped her hands together. To the horror of the Kumo Anbu, the glob of acid divided into nearly 100 bullet-like forms, mercilessly attacking them. Many screamed as they fell, their strength fading, while others were left severely injured. Formation you! Roared the panther Anbu. Mei flinched as the remaining Anbu forces surrounded her, performing a series of hand seals in perfect unison. This is bad. To her surprise, Naruto appeared by her side, and 4 more replicas of him materialized around her, forming a protective circle. Shadow clones. His chakra reserves are impressive. Fire style, Raging Inferno. Water style, Water bullets. Wind style, Slicing blades. Earth style, Earth bullets. Lightning style, Electromagnetic murder. Mei's eyes widened as the ninjutsu of all 5 elements was unleashed by the Kumogakure Anbu at terrifying speed. It was then she noticed all 5 Narutos performing their own unique hand seals. Impossible. Fire style, Fire wall. Water style, Twin raging dragons. Wind style, Gale palm. Earth style, Mud wall. Lightning style, Electromagnetic murder. Each of the 5 Narutos unleashed powerful jutsu from different elements. What stood out was how he executed his moves. Water against fire, fire against wind, wind against lightning, lightning against earth, and earth against water. Mei watched as many Kumogakure ninja were taken down instantly, Naruto using the stronger elemental techniques against their own jutsu without mercy. She felt a sense of relief seeing the enemy's numbers dwindle, the remaining warriors visibly shaken even as Naruto's clones began to vanish. Using all 5 nature elements at once. He's no ordinary ninja, everyone fall back, commanded the panther Anbu. The remaining Kumo Anbu leapt backward, creating distance between themselves and their foes. You did well, Mei, Naruto said with a faint smile. You weren't bad either, Lord Seventh, she replied, frowning when his smile faded. What is it? She asked. It seems we don't have much time. The Kinkaku are coming, he reported, eyes closed. We can't fight both the Anbu and the Kinkaku at the same time, she said worriedly, a bead of sweat trickling down her forehead. Let me handle the Anbu. Just watch my back for now, he requested, stepping forward toward the enemy forces, which numbered nearly 150 to 160 warriors. Don't. No matter how strong you are, facing that many will be dangerous, Mei warned, alarmed. She bit her lip as a storm of ash erupted from his body, charging high into the sky before dispersing across the city at an alarming speed. The air stilled, and she felt a tremendous buildup of chakra within him. The stark white Haori on his back ceased moving as he surprisingly sheathed his long sword and instead drew the Tanto version of Muramasa. Charge! Naruto steadied his nerves, allowing his senses to feel the chakra he had spread throughout the city. My son, this jutsu has been passed down in our family for generations. Only a few elite warriors could master this power, Even I could only learn it to some extent. But I believe that you will one day truly master it. It's in your blood. The panther-masked Kumogakure Anbu tightened his grip on his sword as his cold, blood-red eyes opened. Here he comes. A heavily bound Tobarama was dragged toward the rooftop of the prison, hoping to threaten the former Hokage's life to make the rescuers retreat. However, his plan fell apart when he realized it was Kirigakure's shinobi attacking his city. You don't even know who your enemy is. Typical of a brute without a brain, Tobarama taunted, but frowned as he sensed a dark chakra spreading across the city. Even A must have felt that power, as he too focused on finding its source instead of punishing Tobarama for that remark. The Raikage Sun and the former Hokage fell silent. Even the battles across the city began to quiet as many shinobi felt the power building around them. This chakra feels familiar, Tobarama thought, keeping his thoughts hidden from his captor, who held him in an iron grip. He finally managed to pinpoint the source of the chakra to a devastated section of Osaka, where a shinobi with long blonde hair, dressed in Kiri's traditional Jounin uniform and a stark white haori, stood against a large Anbu force from Kumogakure. Who does that fool think he is? Does he want to die? A growled, unable to believe the arrogance of the blonde shinobi facing so many Anbu alone. Tobarama narrowed his eyes as he watched the blonde warrior remain still, even as his enemies charged toward him. Something feels off. This chakra. The panther-masked Anbu leader drew his long sword as he and his entire force charged toward their lone enemy with bloodthirsty cries. Having witnessed his powers, they knew they had to take him down through overwhelming force. The Anbu leader winced as a burning sensation spread across his arm. Beside him, he saw his men scratching at various parts of their exposed skin. Curious, the panther-masked Anbu looked at his own right arm, where the sensation was fading. He frowned when he noticed a part of his skin had turned black, and moments later, that blackened skin began to transform. What is this? He received his answer moments later when the blackened skin morphed into the sign of thunder, the symbol of an extinct clan. No, this is bad. Everyone. His eyes widened as the same blonde warrior from Kiri appeared before him in a dark flash, and in that moment, the panther-masked Anbu understood the reality. He was doomed. He gaped as dark flashes erupted across the battlefield, each flash marking the swift downfall of his Anbu comrades. The attacks were so rapid, almost impossible for the human eye to perceive. Even those with Sharingan or Byakugan would struggle to counter this jutsu. Those without Kekkei Genkai had little to no chance against it. Who knew that an heir from the Namikaze clan still lived? I thought we had wiped them out in the last war, A growled. Beside him, Tobarama froze, his eyes fixated on the blonde warrior leaping across the battlefield. Though his speed was not quite that of the Raikage, it surpassed that of most shinobi. Tobarama keenly observed the blonde hair and fair skin, the fluidity of his movements, and his fighting style. For a brief moment, he envisioned a tall blonde woman with sharp blue eyes battling her enemies in the boy's place. Inoue, all these years. Phew. Tobarama thought sadly. His heart raced as he watched two entire platoons of Kinkaku forces rush toward the lone Namikaze fighter at an alarming speed. For the first time in his life, Tobarama felt fear, quickly replaced by anger as he realized the Kinkaku would wait for the boy to exhaust himself against the Anbu before surrounding him and eliminating the threat. It was the same strategy they had used against Tobarama himself, overwhelming him when he was at his weakest. He gritted his teeth as he witnessed the Namikaze warrior flash behind a female Anbu, striking decisively. Just as he vanished to his next target, a Kumogakure Anbu leaped toward him, detonating himself. The Namikaze warrior was thrown several feet away, blood trickling from his head. Any doubts Tobarama had vanished when he sensed a familiar chakra enveloping the boy, and slowly his wounds began to heal, stopping the flow of blood. The Kinkaku platoons unleashed their foul chakra and charged toward their target, aiming to strike from behind. To their surprise, an auburn-haired female warrior from Kirigakure, her chakra as dark as theirs, leaped in the way. Tobarama flinched at the sight of three chakra tails swirling behind her. To think that a Jinchuriki is protecting the blonde menace. The Kinkaku forces surrounded her from all sides. Tobarama clenched his fists, cursing his frail body for being so weak at that moment. If he could break the seals binding him, he barely had enough chakra stored to escape. The situation was perfect. The Kumo forces were in disarray. Suddenly, a monstrous punch connected with his chest. The Raikage sun was sent flying, several of his lungs crushed. Tobarama roared, unleashing every ounce of stored chakra in his body, which shattered the seals binding him. He saw the Namikaze boy back on his feet, battling the remaining Anbu, but he was tiring quickly as the jutsu consumed enormous chakra. Tobarama understood this better than anyone. He had mastered a version of this power from the same clan. Inoue, even in death, your legacy lives on in this boy, Tobarama thought with a bittersweet smile, the face of the woman he had once cared for flashing before his hazy vision. Grabbing a kunai left behind by A, he glanced at the unconscious son of the Raikage. A was not going to wake up any time soon, if at all. Allowing his chakra to flow fully, Tobarama's gaze turned cold and merciless as he hurled the kunai across the battlefield. Naruto cursed as he struggled to turn and block a strike aimed at his neck from one of the few surviving Kumo Anbu. His body screamed in protest, and his chakra levels had dipped dangerously low. He knew he was too slow, and the sword was almost at his neck. I won't make it in time. Clang. He blinked in surprise as the Kumo Anbu screamed, his weapon shattered, and his head severed from his body as a spiky silver-haired man appeared behind Naruto. Their gazes met, and Naruto whispered in disbelief for the older man to hear, "Senju Tobarama." Tobarama blinked in surprise when he saw those blood-red eyes once more. He looked closer and recognized the boy's features: fair skin, handsome blonde hair, and that face mask. There could be no mistake. "Little Madara, I didn't think you would survive this long, much less change your allegiance," Tobarama thought curiously, memories of that dark day haunting him. Flashback, 10 years ago. Tobarama exhaled a sigh of relief when he saw his elder brother resting against the bark of a tall tree. He was wounded and looked extremely tired, but Mito was already healing the worst of his injuries by sharing her chakra. A dozen Senju and Uchiha clan warriors surrounded the first Hokage, ready to defend the royal couple with their lives in the dangerous, war-torn land of lightning. "Tobarama," rasped Hashirama in a hoarse voice. The younger Senju knelt beside his brother, placing a hand on Hashirama's shoulder. "I'm here, elder brother," he replied calmly, hiding his anger at those who had harmed his sibling. "Can you teleport us all to the battlefield?" Hashirama asked tiredly. "The battlefield? No way, are you crazy, Hashirama?" Mito exclaimed, desperately working to heal the Hokage's wounds. "The children." Hashirama whispered. "What?" Tobarama asked, sensing the same question reflected in their comrades' eyes. "Uzumaki children. A special forces unit dispatched from Yuzu. They rescued me from a trap and are currently stalling the enemy army, buying us time to escape," Hashirama said sadly. "Uzumaki? Since when did they have a special forces unit strong enough to face Kumogakure's army?" Kagami Uchiha, son of Izuna Uchiha and future leader of the Uchiha clan, asked. Many eyes turned toward Mito, who lowered her head, revealing a secret known only to the Uzumaki clan members. "After the clan wars ended, our clan lost many members. To defend against Kumogakure's advances, the first Mizukage initiated a plan to create a force of exceptionally talented individuals capable of defending Yuzu against impossible odds. These warriors would possess abilities powerful enough to defeat tailed beasts if necessary. They chose the best and brightest children from our clan, even experimenting on their bodies to create new Kekai Genkai. This plan was still in progress when I married Hashirama and came to Konoha. After that, I don't know what happened. Many among the clan opposed this idea, as the very desire behind creating our village was to protect young children from dying needlessly on the front lines. It seems not much has changed despite the new era," Mito lamented. To everyone's surprise, Hashirama began to rise to his feet despite his comrades' protests. When they tried to stop him, he shot them a fierce glare that even made Tobarama step back. "Take us to the battlefield, Tobarama." Tobarama understood well not to disregard his elder brother's wishes once his mind was set. A single glance into Hashirama's dark eyes revealed his determination to protect the Uzumaki children, even if it meant risking their lives. Very well, elder brother. Everyone, join hands with each other and connect with me, Tobarama said with a sigh as he gathered his chakra for a long jump. It would require considerable effort, but if Hashirama willed it, Tobarama would make it happen. His brother was naive in many ways and too soft-hearted, but Tobarama remembered his own 2 young brothers who had perished in the war. Understanding that pain, he could empathize with Hashirama's desire to prevent such a tragedy from occurring again. The Senju and Uchiha warriors joined hands before connecting with Tobarama. In an instant, they vanished from their location. The next moment, they found themselves on the other side of the jump, with nearly everyone, including Hashirama and Mito, sprawling to the ground, unaccustomed to this form of travel. Perhaps it was a blessing, as they did not immediately witness the horror that Tobarama did. Corpses. Despite having lived through the Clan Wars era, known for its mass murders and devastating battles, Tobarama still felt revulsion at the sight of so much bloodshed. No! Mito's anguished scream echoed across the silent battlefield as the Uzumaki matriarch rushed forward toward the many lifeless young children lying motionless across the ground. My God! They are all dead, Kagami whispered in horror. True to his statement, the battlefield was littered with corpses, most belonging to Kumogakure. Yet, Tobarama easily spotted shinobi with the Uzumaki crest on their backs, most of whom were in their early teens, with some even younger. For each of them that fell, 24 Kumogakure shinobi had to die as well. Is there no one left? Tuka Senju asked miserably. Hashirama pounded his fist against the ground in frustration, hastily closing his eyes. Realizing what he was doing, Tobarama also channeled his chakra, hoping to find any signs of life. They searched for what felt like an eternity, only to be met with disappointment. Tobarama clenched his fist as he saw Mito cradling one of the young children against her chest, tears streaming down her face. It was then that Tobarama felt it a faint ember amidst a dying world. Eastern side, he reported, alerting his comrades. Together, they charged in that direction, keeping an eye out for any enemy stragglers that might try to ambush them. However, the Uzumaki children had ensured that no enemy was left alive. Hashirama narrowed his eyes at the sight of a giant crater ahead of them. Sensing traces of dark chakra, he gestured for his comrades to get behind him. Even Mito reluctantly joined them, hoping to find any of her clansmen who might have survived this carnage. I still can't believe they fought against such a large force, Kagami whispered in disbelief. Tobarama stood by his brother's side as both Senju brothers tried to assess whether it was safe for their group to descend into the crater where they sensed the lingering dark chakra. Only when they were certain that the risk was manageable did they nod and follow their comrades down. As they approached the bottom, Tobarama's eyes widened at the sight of the 2 tails lying motionless. The giant cat had been hidden by smoke from a distance, but up close, they saw that she had been brutally attacked. Her eyes were gone, her feet were injured, and a seal had caused her to explode from within. An act of pure hatred, devoid of mercy. Who could have done this? Tuka Senju asked hesitantly. It was well known that Hashirama and Mito had the power to tame tailed beasts. Madara and Izuna were others who had that potential, and even the Uzumaki were strong enough to control such powers. But to actually kill a tailed beast? That was a feat not performed in centuries across the ninja world. Before any further questions could arise in the minds of the Konoha shinobi, they spotted a young boy dressed in a tattered Anbu uniform lying flat against the ground, a few feet away from the slain tailed beast. Judging by the slow rise and fall of his chest, the boy was alive. They rushed toward him. The first thing Tobarama noticed was that, unlike the rest of the Uzumaki, this child had stark blonde hair and fading blue eyes. A nasty wound marred his chest, and he was bleeding heavily from other injuries. His broken sword lay nearby, but one look into the boy's eyes revealed he was waiting for death, devoid of the will to fight. It was Hashirama who recognized the child, who appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old. Captain Fox. The dying boy lacked the strength to look at Hashirama, who knelt beside him. Mito had already knelt on the boy's other side, beginning her healing jutsu. Tobarama sensed the boy's fading chakra and realized he didn't have much time left. He seemed to be in immense physical and mental pain, the sole survivor from his group. Judging by the officer pin hidden beneath his armor, he was the leader of the now-destroyed Uzumaki Special Forces. A truly tragic fate. Kagami Uchiha and Tuka Senju flinched as Tobarama gently drew his sword and stepped toward the dying boy, who looked up at him weakly. "You've done enough, child. Rest in peace," Tobarama said, raising his sword to deliver a merciful blow that would end the boy's suffering. "Wait, Tobarama!" Mito cried in alarm, throwing herself between Tobarama's sword and the dying boy. But Tobarama began, only to receive a fierce glare from his elder brother. "You will not touch him," Hashirama warned, his voice filled with intensity. Tobarama flinched and lowered his sword, much to Mito's relief. Hashirama continued to give his brother a warning look, ensuring he remained still. "Get it over with, Hashirama," the dying boy whispered. Tobarama watched as the child struggled, summoning what little energy he had left to look up at the first Hokage with a bittersweet smile. "It would be an honor to die by your hand." Tobarama blinked in surprise at those words, which brought back memories of a different day when another man had said the same to them. He couldn't help but notice that sometimes the boy's blue eyes seemed to flicker with a red hue, a fleeting moment that did not escape the attention of the Senju warrior. Could he be distantly related to the Uchiha clan? "Hang in there. Don't lose hope, Captain," Hashirama encouraged, channeling his own life force and chakra to heal the boy. The boy managed a weak smile in response. "If I don't save you now, it will only anger the young Uzumaki who look up to you as their hero. Besides, you saved my life," Hashirama argued sincerely, nearly bringing the boy to tears. "There isn't anyone left with such prowess among the Uzumaki anymore. My generation died on this battlefield," the young boy said miserably, glancing at the countless bodies of his clansmen. "There will be in time. Come on, don't give up. You told me about your dream, didn't you? World free of war?" Hashirama asked gently, even as he continued to heal the boy's wounds at the cost of his own vitality. Tobarama sheathed his sword at his brother's words and noticed the boy staring at a motionless younger boy with red hair lying a few feet away. He then looked at the battlefield where the rest of his comrades lay lifeless. "That's impossible. You and I are no longer the same," whispered Naruto, gazing at Tobarama and Mito along with the others surrounding Hashirama. The boy's fists clenched as he surveyed the devastated battlefield. "I don't have any family left," he confessed miserably. "I have nothing left to protect. And I can never forgive you for your foolish decision to share the tailed beast with Kumo, which started this war. My brother died because of your mistakes," he yelled, his eyes burning with anger, even as the effort cost him dearly. Hashirama couldn't meet the boy's gaze, fully aware that he was the one who had given the tailed beast to Kumo, bolstering their ambition and leading to the First Shinobi World War, which resulted in the deaths of countless young lives. "You've got your priorities backwards, Hashirama. This will lead the world to destruction one day," Naruto whispered painfully. Tobarama had never seen his brother freeze before, but upon hearing those words, Hashirama stood still, staring at the child with a new emotion in his eyes. "Madara," Hashirama whispered miserably, clenching his fists. Mito and Tobarama were the only ones who understood the weight of those words for Hashirama. They were the same words spoken to him by Madara just before the first Hokage had to confront the Uchiha, a secret Hashirama had only shared with his family. Hashirama and Mito were both surprised when Tobarama knelt beside them, offering his own chakra to the dying boy. "Why?" the boy asked. "Dying here won't change anything. As their leader, it's your responsibility to carry on the dreams of your fallen comrades. Strive to fulfill those dreams, remember what they died for, and it will give you strength," Tobarama said seriously. "Keeping my brother safe was my dream, my promise to our parents. I couldn't protect my sibling or my comrades, so I shouldn't even try," the boy refused. He was taken aback when Tobarama placed a hand on his forehead, looking into his red eyes. "You will be the voice of the dead." Tobarama noticed the boy's eyes widen at those words. He felt a flicker of hope that the boy would understand his message. Fortunately, it seemed they both grasped each other's intentions, as a glimmer of hope returned to the boy's eyes. I will be more than that. Flashback end. Senju Tobarama. Tobarama observed those familiar eyes, unchanged from years ago. The boy seemed surprised to see him alive, let alone saving him again. For the motherland, the boy repeated, and Tobarama smiled faintly at the code word used by operatives stationed in Kirigakure under a joint program between Yuzu and Konoha. So this is the path you chose. Tobarama said calmly. Now I see why Command wanted us to attack this place. To think you would still be alive, Konoha will be relieved, Naruto said honestly, nodding respectfully. Why did you choose this path? Tobarama asked curiously, noticing Naruto staring at the sky, his fists clenched in fury. War is an unending part of humanity. However, we shouldn't pursue it needlessly unless we desire to spread only pain and hatred. My dream died with my brother and comrades, but their dreams still live in me. As long as there is life within me, I will protect their dream, no matter the pain I endure. That is my path, Naruto answered resolutely. What is that dream? Tobarama questioned. To protect Yuzu and its allies. I will protect it with all my heart, Naruto confessed, earning a thin smile from Tobarama. What is your name? Tobarama asked. Naruto Namikaze. I believe that's a half-truth. I can see from your chakra that you belong to the Namikaze clan, but a true shinobi wouldn't reveal his full name, Tobarama said with a smirk, prompting a similar smile from the boy. I became Naruto the day I became an S. The boy I was before no longer exists. I can barely remember that name anymore, Naruto said nostalgically. Hold on to that no matter what, Tobarama advised. At that moment, they both noticed Mei surrounded by a group of differently dressed ninja units. They wore all black, heavy swords on their backs, their faces obscured by blank masks, and a dark chakra emanating from them. Tobarama observed the dark red sword in Naruto's hands burning even brighter, a clear indication of his rage against those who had taken everything from him. He noted that as the boy's anger surged, so did his power. But there was something else. He recognized that Hashirama's cells lived within Naruto since the day the first Hokage had shared them. Faint traces of Mito's chakra were also present, but another shinobi's presence shrouded them all. One Tobarama recognized from his past. Night Aim, in your current situation, you know you won't get far in this enemy nation. Even if you escape, the enemy will catch you, Naruto warned as he watched the battle begin between Mei and the Kinkaku. Tobarama was painfully aware of this. His wounds had started to reopen, and soon he would face chakra exhaustion. He hadn't eaten in days, and his body's water levels were dangerously low. Even if he ran, Kumogakure's entire army would soon descend upon him, either to capture or kill him. This time, he would rather go down fighting like a shinobi than die a slow death in a cell. However, that would yield no benefit for himself or his village. He could only hope his students had managed to protect their home as best they could. Yet they were young and new to war. He needed to return to Konoha to protect it, or everything he and Hashirama had fought for would be in vain. Then what do you suggest? Tobarama asked. Fight alongside me and gain the trust of Kirigakure. I don't think it would look good for me or my reputation if I let you escape, but I can guarantee your safety with the Mizukage. Perhaps I can even help secure an alliance between our villages in this war, suggested Naruto carefully, unsure of how Tobarama would respond. Making me a prisoner again? How is that different? Tobarama asked seriously. Kirigakure needs allies to win this war, and so does Konoha. But both are too proud to approach each other for help. I want you to become that bridge, Naruto urged sincerely. Kiri will only threaten Konoha to gain a more favorable deal with my life at stake. Knowing my people and my students, they would do anything to get me back. Kiri would exploit that, Tobarama rebuked harshly. He fell silent when Naruto shared the grim state of the war and the damage suffered by the Land of Fire and Yuzu. The news that Suna had joined the Kumo Iwa alliance made Tobarama clench his fists, realizing just how desperate his people's situation was. It was then that Naruto stepped in front of him. I saved your brother once. Hashirama believed in me, and for that faith, I sacrificed everything. If Kiri plans to misuse you or threaten your life, I will bring you back to Konoha safely, no matter the cost, Naruto said honestly. Why do you care about my life? I might have saved you in the past, but we barely know each other, Tobarama questioned, only for Naruto to shrug nonchalantly. Believe it or not, my mother considered you a dear friend. Before she died, she told me to seek you out and serve you. She said she owed something priceless to you. I still don't know what it was, but I will do my best to keep you safe, Naidame, Naruto promised. I would have approached you earlier had my little brother not asked me to stay with him in Yuzu and fight its enemies. Well, it doesn't matter now. What do you say? I know it's not much, but this is all I can offer. Tobarama felt his heart skip a beat when he saw Naruto smile, and in that moment, a haunting feeling returned to him. Was her name Inoue Namikaze? He asked hesitantly, and this time it was Naruto who was surprised. So you do know her? I always thought she was rambling during her final moments. Maybe there was some truth to her last wish, Naruto whispered, as his wounds healed thanks to the first Hokage's power within him. He looked back at Tobarama, intrigued by the nervous expression on the former Hokage's face. How old are you? Tobarama asked. 24, Naruto answered, confused by the question. He was distracted when he heard Mei scream, realizing the danger they were all in as the foul chakra from Kinkaku began to spread. Tobarama watched as Naruto turned toward Kinkaku, raising his sword. This time, I will protect my comrades. With that determination, the boy vanished in a dark flash. Most people wouldn't have seen the movement, but Tobarama could now perceive things he previously couldn't. That faint power he had felt within this boy, carefully concealed, was something Tobarama only now realized was his own. There is no greater honor than to die protecting your family and home. He recalled his father's smile and solemn words in that miserable hospital room. Even when his body had given up, his spirit had not. There was no regret in those eyes as the man passed away with a smile. I'm so proud of you. I wish we could have spent more time together. Remember what I said about Tobarama. And look after your little brother. Promise me. He had cried tears of blood that night, witnessing his mother meet her end before his very eyes. Until the very end, she had protected him, even giving her life for him and dying with a smile. You are the savior of our people. I know you can do it. His little brother's final words tore at his heart as he watched his last family member die with a smile. Time and again, his heroes, family, friends, and comrades had died trying to protect their home against those whose ambition knew no limits. Those sacrifices birthed endless pain and anger, but most of all, they ignited the most powerful feeling in his heart, hatred. Kinkaku. Mei felt a chakra even more sinister than her own monster unleashed across the city. It consumed everything in its path, threatening to drown it all in endless agony. The killing intent was overwhelming. She had never felt such anger and hate before in her life. Even the Six Tails' wrath paled in comparison to this feeling. It was not just her, every single shinobi from both sides was affected, the fighting halting as they struggled to withstand this power. She could see many of the younger and less experienced shinobi from Kiri falling to their knees, clutching their chests in pain. Her eyes narrowed in the direction from where this power emanated. She froze. There stood Lord Seventh, but he no longer resembled the man she knew. Those once blue eyes were now pitch red, consumed by hatred and pain that sought to inflict agony. But most of all, she felt his pain and never-ending fire that burned in his heart day and night, threatening to torment him for eternity. A man consumed by darkness. Dark chakra, resembling ash, emerged from his body, hovering around him like a protective parent. But it was the sword that terrified her. With every passing second, it grew redder, to the point that even from a distance, she could feel the heat radiating from that metal, fueled by Naruto's rage and hatred. It's him. I can't believe he still lives after that battle. Demon killer. This is bad. We're dead. Mei blinked, hearing the terrified chatter among the most feared special forces unit in the world. They had laughed at her and her power, even when she summoned the Biju's chakra against them. But now, she could see real fear in their eyes, soon followed by red smoke bombs going off in the air. Tobarama blinked when he saw the remaining Kumogakure forces instantly abandon the fight and flee for their lives. The 7 ninja swordsmen and Kiri forces pursued their enemies but were halted when the Kinkaku units intervened to cover the retreat of their comrades. Frustrated by this interference, dozens of Kiri, Anbu, and Jonin surged forward, ready to confront their foes, but were stopped when Mangetsu stepped in front of them, his gaze firm. "Stand down," commanded the Hozuki heir. Like hell, one of the female hunters began, but her words were cut short as Mangetsu cracked her mask with a swift slide of his sword, his cold stare silencing the group. "Next one takes your heads," he warned icily, causing many to take a step back. The Kiri forces began to part, allowing their commander to advance and join the remaining swordsmen, who regarded him with caution. "Do you want us to let those BSTs escape?" Zabuza asked irritably, pointing at the fleeing Kumo forces led by one of the Gold and Silver brothers. One of the escaping Kumo, Anbu, had also managed to grab a wounded from the prison and was now making his escape. "Let them run. I'd be surprised if the Raikage doesn't deal with them himself. More importantly, I won't allow our men to venture deeper into Kumo territory without backup. Handle these foes. You all take the second Hokage into custody. He is far more valuable than these cowards," Naruto ordered, his gaze fixed on Mangetsu, who understood without further explanation as he glanced at Tobarama, surprise evident on his face. "Let's go," Mangetsu commanded, leading most of the swordsmen and Kiri forces away. Only Zabuza remained by Naruto's side, the bloodthirsty grin on his face not lost on Naruto, who returned a cold smile devoid of mercy. "Eliminate them," Naruto ordered, prompting a grin from his partner. "Gladly, Lord Seventh," Zabuza replied teasingly. Tobarama remained still, surrounded by hundreds of Kiri shinobi, his eyes locked on one warrior. What these people didn't realize was that he might be the only one who could truly comprehend the depth of Naruto's pain that fueled this hatred. This chakra, unmistakable. He carries the blood of the Namikes, Senju, and Uchiha. The body and mind of a Senju and Namikaze. But the heart of an Uchiha. He watched as Naruto charged fearlessly towards the Kinkaku. Tobarama had never seen the Kinkaku cower before him, but now they were afraid as death approached. These shinobi remembered the boy who had once defeated a Bijou and was now hunting them down. There was so much power in this boy, enough to frighten Tobarama. Yet within Naruto's heart, the former Hokage sensed an endless sorrow and emptiness of void as pitiful as that broken Sharingan that had never truly awakened. He observed as Naruto unleashed a storm of ash from his body, surging towards the Kinkaku platoon. Half of them managed to evade, but the rest were caught in the tempest. Tobarama's eyes widened as Naruto clenched his fists, and the trapped Kinkaku were engulfed in flames. Their cries were haunting as they faced the inferno. The surviving Kinkaku roared in fury and charged at Naruto, but two were swiftly cut down as Zabuza appeared behind them. Naruto soon faced his first opponent as the female Kinkaku swung her sword at his chest. He blocked the attack with his burning red sword, shattering her weapon. A look of terror filled her eyes as Naruto struck, ending her life in an instant. Unfazed by the violence he had just inflicted, Naruto surged forward, dispatching two more Kinkaku who had attempted to ambush Zabuza from behind. Only 7 Kinkaku remained, now wielding twin swords charged with their foul Bijou chakra and lightning. Zabuza was about to advance when Naruto halted him. Instead, the Kiri commander approached the last of his enemies calmly as they charged at him with fierce roars. Tobarama narrowed his eyes, noticing the sword in Naruto's hand growing increasingly red with every moment. He extended his sensory powers fully, his eyes widening in realization. It was drawing upon his hatred to amplify its power, but it was also consuming his life force accursed strength. Yet it was a power unmatched, making its wielder nearly unstoppable. It enveloped Naruto's entire body, darkening his white Haori and transforming the kanji of Lord Seventh to red. The 7 Kinkaku unleashed a barrage of shuriken at their lone opponent, but Naruto continued to advance, effortlessly deflecting the projectiles with his deadly sword. However, this allowed them to close in and surround him. Naruto knelt, raising his sword to block the onslaught of 14 swords descending upon him. With his free hand, he retrieved his tanto from his back, causing the Kinkaku to curse. All but one swiftly jumped away as Naruto twisted, stabbing the Tanto clean through one Kinkaku's neck. The man collapsed without a sound. Use your hatred and destroy these creatures, a voice urged him, promising the vengeance he sought. He felt his life force draining, and for a moment he considered stopping the flow of power into the sword. However, the faces of his deceased family and friends flashed before his eyes, shattering his hesitation. Ino flinched as Naruto leaped towards his enemies at incredible speed, giving them no chance to react. The 6 Kinkaku cursed as he landed among them, attempting to stab him, only for Naruto to roar in fury. His sword whirled in all directions, shattering their weapons and decapitating his foes without mercy. The battle concluded. Just as the Kiri shinobi were about to breathe a sigh of relief, they witnessed 3 Kinkaku choking on their own blood, refusing to succumb even when cut in half. The remaining 3 had fallen without a chance. Even the most hardened shinobi would have granted these suffering souls a merciful end. Mangetsu knew there was goodness in Naruto. This same man had shown compassion to his comrades. Yet, for these individuals, he seemed devoid of mercy, as he enveloped the miming warriors in ash and ignited them, their cries sending chills through every surviving soul in the city. Naruto did not smile, even as his archenemies met their fates, for it was not enough. His furious gaze swept over the hundreds of civilians cowering in their homes, abandoned by their own shinobi. Hatred surged within him as he advanced toward the remaining half of the city, his sinister sword in hand. He could see the fear in their eyes, recognizing their impending doom. A firm hand landed on his shoulder. He glared fiercely at the person who dared to interrupt his quest for vengeance, but the figure met his gaze with equal intensity. Enough, Tobarama commanded. Tobarama channeled his calming chakra into Naruto, feeling some of the hatred clouding his heart begin to dissipate. The sword howled in protest as Tobarama swatted it away from Naruto's grip, and in that moment, the boy's sky-blue eyes returned to him. There is still good left in you. Don't lose yourself to your own darkness, Tobarama advised gently. Naruto's eyes widened in horror as he surveyed the devastation he had caused throughout the city. He had decimated half the population along with numerous shinobi, and now that the hatred had faded, all he felt was sorrow and shame. I asked you to be the voice of the dead, but for that to happen, your soul doesn't have to perish as well, Tobarama admonished. They killed my family, Naruto countered fiercely, memories of his father, mother, and little brother flooding back. And how many families did you destroy in return? Tobarama's words struck deep. The fight within Naruto began to wane as he faced the reality of the other half of the city he had reduced to ruins in his anger. He had taken so many lives like his own. The truth of his actions hit him hard, and tears welled in his eyes. Tobarama sensed the internal conflict within Naruto as light and darkness battled for dominance, leaving him even more shattered. Deep down, he felt empty, driving him to actions he never thought he would take. Naruto pulled away from Tobarama and walked off, the weight of his own question heavy on his heart. What have I done? He sat alone at the docks, gazing at the silent ocean as the morning sun began to break through the clouds. As night faded, he could see the aftermath of his actions in the devastated city. Osaka would take years to rebuild, if it ever could. Half of its population was gone, the command center of the special forces destroyed, with hundreds of shinobi dead and many more injured. The remaining civilians had surrendered without protest, having witnessed his overwhelming power. Many food stores and a few weapon stations had survived the battle, along with treasuries. Kirigakure had gained a significant bounty in prisoners and resources, not to mention a Hokage willing to forge an alliance with the Mizukage. It was a strategic victory for Kirigakure, and perhaps even an indirect one for Yuzu and Konoha, as they had dealt a severe blow to Kumogakure's might. But Naruto did not feel victorious. How many families did you destroy in return? Tobarama's words echoed painfully in his mind, as sharp as the loss of his own family. Beautiful, isn't it? He looked up to see Mangetsu and Haku approaching, with the remaining ninja swordsmen a little further behind. Is the mop-up complete? We need to leave before reinforcements arrive, Naruto warned, prompting a smile from Mangetsu. We've taken care of it. You've done more than enough for us in this battle. Still, I never thought the Kinkaku would be this weak, Mengetsu remarked calmly. They are not, Naruto replied. What do you mean, Naruto? You easily defeated them, Yuri argued, her brow furrowed. I have faced them before, so I knew their fighting style, which gave me an advantage. However, these Kinkaku were new recruits. They hadn't fully mastered the Biju chakra within them, their training was incomplete. If it had been the veterans, it would have been a different story. My guess is that the Raikage took all the veterans into battle against Konoha, leaving only the Anbu and new recruits to defend their stronghold in Osaka, Naruto explained honestly. That's troublesome, Mengetsu whispered, concern evident in his voice. At least we won this battle. That should be enough for now, Haku suggested with a smile. We'll defeat the Kinkaku when the time comes, Kisame declared with a grin, earning nods of agreement from the remaining swordsmen. What I did? Naruto murmured, prompting a scoff from Zabuza and Kisame. Heh, you've made us proud to call you commander. You've upheld our village's reputation and restored fear in the hearts of our enemies, Zabuza said with a smirk. War is cruel, Naruto. But you proved that you are willing to make tough decisions. Not many can do that, Kisame praised. I never thought you had that much power. It scared the enemy enough. That is good enough for me, Yuri added, receiving a nod from Jinpachi. Haku knelt beside him, offering a bottle of water. Naruto accepted it gratefully, quenching his thirst now that his tears had run dry. We only lost 40 of our own men in this battle, with another 20 injured. The enemy nearly lost 1,000. You saved our men. For that, I am grateful to you, Commander, Haku said sincerely. The men are wary of your power, but at the same time, they are reassured to be led by a truly remarkable leader. You're a powerful ninja, Naruto. But more than that, you are a formidable commander whom I would not want to face in battle, Mengetsu remarked with a smirk. Naruto looked at all 6 of them, the finest warriors of Kiri. Once filled with hesitation and mistrust, their eyes now regarded him differently. His actions had changed their views on him, perhaps even sparked something resembling friendship. As they helped him regain his footing, they all expressed their thoughts with respectful nods, addressing him by the name that the 501st and the world would remember him by. Commander! Tobarama observed the guards surrounding him, keeping him safe yet under constant watch. His gaze quickly found Naruto, who was moving among the troops, inspecting their progress and morale. The immediate respect shown by the Kiri shinobi in Naruto's presence indicated that he had earned their admiration. Wherever he went, he was met with respectful bows, and some even cheered, calling him commander, to which Naruto simply nodded in acknowledgement. He's something else, isn't he? One of the jounin guarding Tobarama remarked. That's the Anbu Black Ops for you. He was one of us first, but yes, he is a fine commander, replied the lone Anbu in the guard detail with pride. He's amazing, praised another hunter, noticing the commander spending time with the wounded shinobi. Tobarama couldn't comprehend why these ninja were in such awe of the boy. Granted, Naruto was powerful and had demonstrated admirable leadership skills, but those were traits every officer should possess. Yet, the way the Kiri shinobi reacted suggested they had never encountered an officer like Naruto before. Someone else sensed Tobarama's confusion and spoke up. It's because Commander Naruto understands the feelings of his men and strives to protect them. Our former superiors never cared for us. They only sought victory and personal glory at all costs. Naruto leads from the front and fights alongside his men. Our enemies fear him, and our people will love him after this victory. He's the hero of Kiri, said a blonde female hunter. Tobarama blinked, sensing the Yamanaka clan chakra within her. The Kiri shinobi couldn't recognize that power, but a former Hokage who had lived among this woman's clan knew it well. His doubts were confirmed when the masked female hunter gave him a subtle nod. The former Hokage contemplated her words as he glanced at the boy who could easily be his child. Doubts still lingered in Tobarama's mind, but there was one thing that could prove Naruto was his son. The boy would never allow him to test his blood, but there was a fact that Tobarama had only shared with Inoue Namikaze, a fact that could still hold true, as Naruto had confirmed that his real name was, in fact, not Naruto. If Tobarama could make him confess his true name and it turned out to be what he believed. He looked at the boy again, who might not even be aware of his true identity. If Tobarama's doubts were confirmed, then Naruto was not. Only the last surviving member of the now extinct Namikaze clan, but also the heir to the Senju clan, now that Hashirama's sons and grandson had perished. Hashirama's granddaughter still lived, but the clan demanded a male heir to lead them. They had been urging Tobarama to settle down, but he had refused each time. If this boy was truly his son, then he belonged with his people. He belonged to the Senju clan and his father. But there was something about the boy, something about his powers, that unsettled Tobarama Senju. Tobarama. He blinked upon hearing his long-deceased elder brother's voice. Frantically, he looked around only to find himself surrounded by his Kiri guards. Tobarama closed his eyes, hoping he was imagining things, but the same voice called out to him again. Tobarama. There was no mistaking it now, it was truly his brother's voice. Elder brother. What? The lament in Tobarama's voice brought a hearty chuckle from that voice. Words couldn't describe how much Tobarama had yearned to hear that. Hashirama was the only brother Tobarama had left after the clan wars. He was all Tobarama had left of his family, and his loss still hurt today. In that way, Tobarama could truly understand Naruto's hatred for those who had killed his little brother, as Tobarama himself had never forgiven Kumogakure for its role in Hashirama's death. Still holding grudges. Tobarama. Your son. Wouldn't it be that the son is more like the father? At Tobarama's retort, the voice laughed again, bringing a smile to Tobarama's face. Hashirama had that effect on even someone like Tobarama. Whatever this was, a delusion or something else, Tobarama wanted it to last a little longer, if only to hear his brother's voice. The power that but also sadness. Elder brother? Promise. I will, for I have questions of my own. Chosen. Bring balance to this war-torn world. Hashirama's words left his younger brother speechless, and before he could further question his brother, the voice was gone, leaving him alone in the ravaged city. Tobarama looked at the boy who could possibly be his son. He didn't know if the voice he had heard truly belonged to his deceased brother, but something within his heart urged him to protect the boy. On top of the eastern mountains, two figures watched over the devastated city of Osaka below. It was interesting, wasn't it? Asked a plant-like creature to his partner. The tall, dark-haired man beside him didn't respond but focused intently on their current interest. That sword. You tinkered with it, didn't you, Zetsu? He asked, amused. Not too much, the rest is all him. Did you feel his power? Zetsu questioned. The red-eyed older man continued to stare at the Namikaze boy. Watching him fight and lead his forces had been a delight, even though he was the son of the man the red-eyed warrior despised most. All this destruction and chaos, he did it to avenge his little brother, Zetsu remarked calmly. I would have done the same. No, I would have been much harsher. There is still hesitation in him, but darkness also exists in his heart. I have seen it, declared the red-eyed man as he turned to walk away. What would you like me to do? Zetsu asked his retreating partner. The older dark-haired man stopped and looked back at him with dangerous red eyes. Make him realize his destiny. One day he shall be known as the Black Flash. Naruto watched as the 501st began to depart from the now ruined city of Osaka after taking all its resources and valuables, including many villagers who would now be used as laborers in Kirigakure. It was a harsh reality of war, one he was uncomfortable with, but he had no choice but to comply if he was to maintain his cover. More importantly, since he was the one who had caused much of the destruction, he had no right to confront the Kiri shinobi about taking captives. It would be the highest form of hypocrisy. Still, a part of his heart was saddened by the ongoing conflict. He had already endured one great war and was now caught in another. This time, however, he had nothing left to lose, and the only thing driving him forward was his promise to his little brother. No matter what challenges come my way, I will protect the village you died for, Nagato. I will defend Yuzu just as father, mother, and you did, even if it means becoming the monster I am today. He would receive no reward or recognition for his service to the nation, and he might even die on this mission, buried in an unmarked grave. But that was the fate he had accepted. A true ninja protects their home from the shadows. He remained silent as another person stepped beside him, joining him in observing the devastated city. Their eyes fell upon the villagers left behind, struggling to salvage what remained of their homes. Many were clinging to their loved ones, their cries of despair disturbing even the most hardened shinobi. Is there no way for people to live without conflict? Naruto asked hesitantly, and his partner sighed deeply. I don't think so. This world is destined for pain as long as humans exist. No matter how much we wish for peace, there will always be those among us who desire war. Such is the nature of our race, divided by nation, clan, beliefs, and preferences. Each of us believes we are right while finding fault in others. As long as such thinking exists, war will continue, Ino replied sadly. She watched as her words struck Naruto hard. He clenched his fists and closed his eyes. Naruto, I want this war to end so that people like me are never born. Yet, I know that my actions will only lead to more people like me being created. How can such a paradox exist? I can never forgive those who killed my family, yet in my quest for justice, I am doing the same things that were done to my family. Aside from my desire to protect my village, I don't even know who I am anymore, Naruto confessed miserably. Then don't forget who you were, Ino urged gently. He blinked and looked at her in surprise as she offered him a warm smile. We are both flawed individuals who have done terrible things in the name of protecting our home. This burden is something we must live with every day. But we don't have to bear this pain alone. No one else can understand us the way we do. That's why I want you to trust me, and I want to trust you. Together, we can endure this pain, she offered, her smile unwavering. How can we do that? He asked. Hesitantly. She extended her hand. My true name is Inoue Yamanaka, though my family always called me Ino, hence the code name. She introduced herself with a smirk. She frowned when she noticed him freeze. Naruto. It was my mother's name, he admitted, causing her smile to vanish as she realized she had unintentionally hurt him. Ino was at a loss for words. Her attempt to comfort him had gone horribly wrong. Minato. She blinked at the mention of that name, and he blushed slightly, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. Minato Namikaze.my birth name. Although it doesn't matter now since it has been erased from the records, and aside from the Mizukage, everyone who knew me by that name is gone, he confessed, a hint of sadness in his voice. It's a good name, Ino said cheerfully, making him blink in surprise. Do you really think so? He asked, his astonishment clear. Yes. Ino felt him take her hand, and this time the darkness that had been growing inside him faded, replaced by a warm feeling. It reflected in the way he smiled, brighter than the sun's rays. Thank you. We may not have married willingly, but over the years, I have truly come to care about you, just as you have for me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so concerned about my safety all the time. It doesn't matter how big or small the problem you face, I want you to share it with me, just as I promised to do the same with you. It's the only way we can survive this harsh mission entrusted to us, Ino explained patiently. I understand that maybe if I had shared some of my anger with you before this mission, I wouldn't have lost control and caused unnecessary harm. Forgive me, Ino, he apologized, and she shook her head. The past is filled with regrets, the present with hardships. It is the future we must focus on, she advised him wisely, earning a nod from him along with that bright smile. You're right, he agreed, making her smirk. I always am. After all, I am your wife, she teased, yet his smile remained unwavering. I am a lucky man then. Ino blushed at that compliment. It was the best one Naruto had given her over the years. In fact, this was the first time they had been so honest with each other, and she cherished it. She noticed some of his sadness returning as his gaze fell upon the suffering of Osaka's residents. Ino stepped in front of him, redirecting his attention to the youngest members of the 501st, who were laughing and cheering as they prepared to go home. Your actions protected those kids. You took it upon yourself to shoulder the burden of this mission and risked your life to keep them safe. No matter what anyone says, in my eyes, you are a remarkable commander, and the rest of the 501st is proud to serve under you. Never forget that, she urged him. Naruto's gaze softened as he understood her point, watching the 501st safe and eagerly waiting to return home. This sight was the only good that had come from his actions. He felt a warm embrace, and his gaze softened even more as he saw Ino had hugged him. The fatigue, pain, and guilt from this mission began to fade as he felt her warm and radiant chakra, a stark contrast to his own. He couldn't help but melt into that embrace, wishing it would last just a little longer so he could savor this moment of peace in a life filled with conflict and pain. She held him tighter, and a single tear slipped from his eye as he returned the embrace wholeheartedly. Naruto was surprised to find Murumi standing as one of the guards watching over Tobarama Senju, ensuring the Hokage didn't escape or cause any trouble. Tobarama sat calmly at the docks, observing as the Kiri shinobi prepared to depart from the ruined city. Lord 7th, Mei said in surprise, bowing respectfully along with the other guards. Naruto dismissed the other guards, assuring them he would call them back soon, allowing only Mei and Tobarama to remain. Extend your hand, he said calmly, looking at Mei. Sir? She asked, confused. Trust me, he insisted, prompting her to extend her right arm toward him. He gently cupped her wrist and placed his warm palm on her arm, causing a tingling sensation. As the momentary discomfort faded, she noticed the seal he had placed upon her manifest on her skin. Release, Naruto commanded. Mei felt as if a great weight had been lifted from her as the seal slowly faded. She looked at the blonde officer before her in surprise. Sensing her unspoken question, Naruto nodded. I trust you to keep your powers in check off the battlefield, he clarified. She glanced at the other guards standing at a distance, their frowns and mild glares indicating their discontent with the freedom granted to the Jinchuriki. Even after all these years and sacrifices for Kirigakure, she still felt unaccepted by her own people. You did well by holding off the Kinkaku long enough for me to put them down. I will be counting on you, Mei, Naruto said sincerely. You want me to stay in the 501st? Mei asked in shock, staring at this man who was unlike any other shinobi she had met. Most wanted to distance themselves from her as soon as the mission was over, but not him. Naruto's expression turned serious as he gazed at the vast ocean ahead. This victory will only lead the 501st into even more dangerous battles. Considering the challenges that lie ahead, I want a strong kunoichi like you in my ranks. I will strongly request the Mizukage to make you a part of this legion, he promised. But my powers, Mei began, aware that losing control could endanger many, including Naruto. I will keep you safe, and I will not let you go out of control. Have faith in me, Naruto requested with a reassuring smile. Why are you willing to risk so much for me? You hardly even know me. Mei said hesitantly, feeling Naruto's hand on her shoulder. Because I see the desire to defend Kirigakure against all odds in your eyes. I need soldiers like you if I am to win this war for our nation. The question is, will you follow me? Naruto asked earnestly. He smiled when Mei knelt before him, pledging her loyalty as he nodded in acceptance of her vow. How are we getting back? Tobarama asked tiredly. At that remark, Naruto smirked, causing the Hokage's eyebrows to twitch as he noticed there were no ships arriving to ferry the shinobi home, nor were they in any condition to travel far on foot. He narrowed his eyes when Naruto slammed his hands together, summoning a large portion of his chakra. Tobarama was left speechless as a monstrous wave of water rose from the sea, nearly 30 feet tall. Without a word, the 501st shinobi climbed onto the wave along with their valuables and prisoners. Mei nodded and ran to join them as Naruto walked toward Tobarama with that infuriating smirk. Shall we? He asked. Show off, Tobarama muttered as he got back on his feet. He sighed when Naruto placed a hand on his shoulder, and the next moment, Tobarama felt himself being pulled. Only his experience with teleportation jutsu allowed him to stabilize himself as both he and Naruto landed on top of the wave. Was that a teleportation jutsu? Tobarama asked, coughing as he managed to channel his chakra to stand atop the wave. Now that he could see the length and breadth of the wave along with hundreds of people on it, he could only imagine the amount of chakra control Naruto was exerting to maintain this power. No, that was pure speed, Naruto replied calmly. Impossible. I have fought alongside the Namikaze clan in the past, we were allies once. Only a handful of them were truly fast, but this speed is something else. There is something unnatural about your abilities, Tobarama pointed out. For his theory, he received a burning glare from the boy, whose eyes had turned red. It seems I said too much. Tobarama whispered, noticing that the other swordsmen had now arrived on the wave and were moving toward Naruto. He decided to remain silent to avoid drawing any unwanted attention that could threaten Naruto's cover. After all, Kiri shinobi were merciless, and the destroyed city behind Tobarama was a stark reminder of that harsh reality. He could only marvel as Naruto commanded the wave that began the 501 Estes journey back to their homeland. Mei sighed in relief as she walked along the familiar path leading to her home. She was not alone in this feeling. Almost the entire 501st was eager to return to their village. Her eyes glanced toward the biggest prize of this mission, who was currently blindfolded. Tobarama remained silent, not protesting even as he was led toward one of the most dangerous places on Earth. In that way, he was similar to Naruto, who had also been silent and composed throughout their journey. She approached the commander once more, as he was perhaps the only one who didn't fear her company. She noticed his gaze was fixed on a small team of medical ninjas currently carrying back their dead and wounded. Even if he didn't voice it, the deaths weighed heavily on the commander's soul. What will happen to their families? Ao asked hesitantly. Naruto's silence deeply troubled Mei, and she recognized that the commander understood the harsh reality awaiting the loved ones of all these shinobi. Kirigakure had no formal system or desire to support the families of their shinobi who died in the line of duty. Most were often left to fend for themselves. She noticed Ao glancing at the substantial bounty of gold and wealth they had taken from the sacked city of Osaka. Mei could sense the officers' helplessness. They all knew that this bounty would be consumed by the ninja clans and other high-ranking officers. It was a tradition that had been followed since the establishment of Kirigakure. This was the only way peace had been maintained between the powerful ninja clans and the common shinobi and citizens. The ninja clans always took tributes from victories achieved by their village and, in return, used them to bolster their own strength. The only reason nobody complained was that the ninja clans provided most of the powerful shinobi who protected the village and were essential to sustaining their nation. This meant that the few shinobi from ninja clans who died on this mission would not have to worry about their family's future, while those from common families would receive no support for their grieving loved ones. Tobarama felt the silent frustration in Naruto's heart, even if he couldn't see the man. We have to obey the rules, Naruto said calmly, much to Mei and Ao's surprise. These men and women died for their nation, and we cannot even protect their families. What are we fighting for if we cannot look after our own countrymen? Mei demanded fiercely. We cannot provoke the ninja clans during this time. It is crucial for Kiri to stay united, no matter how unpleasant the means, Naruto defended, flinching under her piercing gaze. To those victims and their families, there is no difference between us bystanders and Kumogakure the culprit. People are no better than the culprit if they don't try to help. If we only pity those helpless families and allow the ninja clans to profit, then we're just as guilty as the Kumo shinobi who killed our comrades, Mei said disappointedly as she walked away. Ao noticed the commander clench his fist and stepped back to give him some space, as Mei had shown him no mercy with her words. Tobarama felt the conflict grow within Naruto's heart for several long minutes, the weight of the Jinchuriki's words pressing heavily upon him. It only faded when loud roars and cheers reached them. One of the guards finally removed Tobarama's BLNDFLD. At first, he could only see the heavy mist, but moments later he saw towering walls and a large crowd gathered at a massive gate. Kirigakure. To his surprise, it seemed word of the victory had reached the village much sooner, as its entire population had gathered to welcome back their heroes. Tobarama narrowed his eyes when he sensed extremely powerful chakra signatures among the crowd, one being at Kage level, which made him alert. In contrast to the nervous Hokage, Naruto walked calmly ahead at the front of his army. A few hundred meters away from the village gates, the commander stopped, prompting others to do the same. Tobarama felt the boy's resolve manifest as he unclenched his fists and looked back at his men. Mangetsu Hozuki was the first to acknowledge Naruto's wish and gave the command. To everyone's surprise, the members of the 501st parted to the sides and stood at attention, including Naruto himself. A group of medical ninja nodded their thanks as they began to carry forward the martyrs and wounded back toward the village. "Everyone, pay your respects to the true heroes of this victory," Naruto said softly. Tobarama was surprised when not a single member of the 501st objected to the command. They all bowed respectfully in honor of their dead and wounded. The cheering villagers quieted when they saw what was happening and hastily followed suit. When the dead and wounded were fully escorted into the village, Naruto nodded, allowing the rest of his legion to rush toward their loved ones and families. A bittersweet smile crossed Naruto's face as he watched his subordinates being greeted by their fathers, mothers, siblings, lovers, and friends. Even so, he remained behind until each and every shinobi under his command reached the gates. Only then did Naruto walk alone toward the village, stopping when he noticed nearly everyone looking at him with smiles on their faces. At that moment, the second Mizukage stepped forward, and Naruto quickly knelt. The rest of the village followed suit, surrounding the officer who had led them to this victory. "Mission accomplished, Mizukage-sama. Please forgive me for not being able to bring everyone back alive," Naruto said remorsefully. "You didn't leave anyone behind, and it is clear that you are not just a fine officer but a leader who cares for the lives of his men. I entrust you with the 501st and its future, General," Genjutsu said proudly, helping Naruto back to his feet. Tobarama was not the only one surprised by that promotion. Usually, most shinobi villages divided their forces under capable commanders, with the Kage holding a rank equivalent to a general. For the Mizukage to formally grant such an important position in front of the entire village was a testament to his faith in Naruto's abilities. He was perhaps grooming the boy as one of the shinobi who could succeed him in the future. "Genjutsu Hozuki, you have a fine eye." Tobarama was pulled from his thoughts as the Mizukage glanced at him directly. Judging by the man's calm expression, he and the higher-ups must have been briefed in advance about the full extent of this victory. Many other Kiri shinobi stared at him in shock, while others looked suspicious. "A major victory indeed," Genjutsu whispered with a smirk, imagining the possibilities of having Tobarama as a hostage. Naruto narrowed his eyes when he noticed most of the ninja clan leaders glancing at the sizable bounty and slaves with greed in their eyes. While most of the village celebrated the return of their heroes, Naruto's gaze fell upon a small group of villagers openly weeping as they realized their loved ones were now among the dead. Nobody paid attention to the suffering of those families. It was as if they didn't exist at all. "It seems you do have some talent after all, Naruto-san. The village thanks you for your service," purred Reika Kagaya, the silver-haired leader of the most formidable clan in Kirigakure. Mangetsu and the other ninja swordsmen, along with Ao, briefed everyone on the details of their victory and how the enemy had fled after Naruto's display of power. However, this tale only raised questions in the hearts of the Kiri leadership, which were voiced by their Mizukage without hesitation. "Naruto, I have never pressed you to explain your abilities. But what we are hearing right now," said Genjutsu seriously. Tobarama observed as all eyes turned towards Naruto, who let out a resigned sigh before meeting their gazes. "My full name is Naruto Namikaze, the last survivor of the Namikaze clan," he confessed, drawing shocked gasps from most of the villagers. Tobarama doubted that Naruto would reveal such a significant fact so casually. His suspicion deepened as he sensed that Naruto had suppressed his emotions, indicating he was hiding something. Perhaps this was part of the Mizukage strategy to embed his spy deeper into Kiri's society. He noticed many clan heads already planning how to use this information for their own benefits, likely involving making Naruto a more integral part of Kiri's politics. So, this was the plan, placing a skilled shinobi among Kirigakure to rise through the ranks and become one of the seven. To have him become a hero and then reveal his connection to a renowned ninja clan. The citizens adored him as their hero, and now perhaps the ninja clans would also trust him since he was the last member of a famous clan. A crafty strategy indeed. How many years of patience and hard work must have gone into this? The Uzumaki clan was truly dangerous in the way it utilized their shinobi, aiming for something much deeper. Namikaze? Several people whispered the lost clan's name in unison, looking at their heroic commander in a new light. "Why did you keep it a secret?" asked Hiro Hagoromo with a frown. "My clan was killed by a hidden village just like this one. Those of us who survived the onslaught from Kumo dispersed across the world. My parents didn't survive long after we arrived in this nation, and I was left to fend for myself. I distrusted anyone with this information. But I guess it cannot be helped now. Are you going to execute me for this secret, Mizukage-sama?" Naruto asked boldly, looking the Kage directly in the eye. Genjutsu smirked. "On the contrary, I want to verify this truth, so you will undergo some tests. If found to be true, I will appoint you as the head of your clan and make you a member of the council. Perhaps in time, you shall be known as Namikaze Naruto of Kirigakure," proposed Genjutsu. "It would be a great addition to our village if a skilled clan like the Namikaze becomes one of us," agreed Lord Yagura Karatachi, sending a respectful nod towards Naruto, who returned it. "Perhaps you should think about repopulating your clan? Kiri has many fine women," hinted Lord Minace Terumi, earning a scathing glare from his daughter. Naruto, however, remained unfazed as Ino arrived by his side. "I have a wife," Naruto replied respectfully. Genjutsu laughed jovially at that remark, and many others in the village joined in. Yet, even as the people celebrated this news, Naruto's gaze fell upon the families whose lives would never be the same after the loss of their loved ones. It pained him to see their suffering, as he had once endured the same pain. He clenched his teeth when he noticed several shinobi from different clans moving forward to claim the bounty that the 501st had collected from Osaka. People are no better than the culprits if they do not try to help. If we only pity those helpless families and allow the ninja clans to profit, then we're just as guilty as the Kumo shinobi who killed our comrades. Mei's words weighed heavily on his heart, and guilt returned to haunt him. The entire village was taken aback when Naruto vanished in a flash and appeared between the clan warriors and the bounty. This wealth rightfully belongs to the village and to those whose loved ones died for this great nation. "I will not allow the memory of my men to be disrespected," proclaimed Naruto fiercely. Ino grimaced as she saw the angry looks directed at her husband from several members of the ninja clans. Mei's gaze met Naruto's, and she smiled when he nodded, indicating he had accepted her feelings. "I will take full responsibility for the families of my men who died for Kirigakure. I will devote most of this wealth to the welfare of the entire village, but I request you all to leave something for those who sacrificed everything for us. If any of you are against this, then come and face me," Naruto challenged without hesitation. Tensions soared instantly as many clan heads glared, prompting their family members to reach for their weapons. Tobarama's guards tensed, but the Hokage only smiled. "Don't worry. He won't lose," assured Tobarama. His words proved true when Ino and Mei joined Naruto, followed by Mangetsu and the remaining swordsmen. They were joined by the entire 501st, all of whom looked ready to defend against any threats to honor the memory of their fallen comrades. Genjutsu felt the emotions of the villagers, with the majority agreeing with Naruto, including his own son. He sensed that the ninja clans were displeased, but conflict was avoided when Minace Terumi and Yagura Karatachi joined Naruto's side, prompting other clan heads to follow suit. Only the Kagaya and Hagoromo clans remained opposed, but as they became isolated against the rest of the village, their respective clan heads reluctantly ordered their warriors to stand down. Ultimately, the Mizukage nodded his acceptance, eliciting a thunderous wave of cheers from the villagers. The villagers soon lifted their new hero onto their shoulders and began the celebrations, even as Genjutsu approached Tobarama. "Lord Hokage, it brings me great pleasure to invite you to Kirigakure," said Genjutsu curtly. "I didn't have much of a choice, Lord Mizukage," retorted Tobarama sharply. Genjutsu joined his counterpart as both men watched the village erupt into celebrations, with Naruto unable to escape as the people pulled him into the festivities. At first, the boy resisted gracefully, but after a few more attempts by the villagers, he couldn't help but give in with a resigned but happy smile. "You have a fine shinobi, Lord Mizukage," commented Tobarama honestly. "Perhaps he'll usher this village into a new era of prosperity and unity. Maybe even succeed me someday," whispered Genjutsu with a wide smile. Tobarama felt a wave of sadness wash over him at those words. Tobarama was a guest of honor, standing alongside most of Kiri's military force in the graveyard. The time had come for the village to honor the martyrs of the 501st who had died in the line of duty. The atmosphere was somber, with the Mizukage standing beside the grieving families. It intrigued him to see that Kirigakure followed a custom of cremating their dead instead of burying them like most other nations. Only Uzushiogakure shared this custom, a detail Tobarama noted without fail. He turned eastward along with many others as he heard a soft murmur from the crowd. A small smile crept onto Tobarama's face despite the heavy atmosphere. "General! General! General!" The entire 501st had been quite somber, but watching their leader march through the crowd brought smiles back to many faces. Tobarama observed Naruto acknowledging each salute, even as it took him time to navigate through the throng. His heart sank when he noticed Genjutsu Hozuki wearing a smile similar to his own. Tobarama clearly saw how Naruto's presence lifted the shattered morale of the shinobi. For many he was a hero, for others, an unbeatable warrior. The way both shinobi and civilians called out to him made one thing clear to the Hokage. The people had accepted Naruto as their general, not merely because their Mizukage commanded it, but because they had placed their faith in him after witnessing his dedication and valor. In the eyes of the shinobi, Tobarama saw unwavering faith. They believed they would never lose as long as their general stood with them. If only Konoha had such an officer. Naruto finally reached the Mizukage, who nodded in acknowledgement of the short bow he offered. Kirigakure's new general then turned to the grieving families, looking each of them in the eye without flinching. "There is no greater honor than to die in the service of one's nation. Your sons and daughters, fathers and mothers, husbands and wives, brothers and sisters sacrificed everything to give this nation a better future. I understand that mere words cannot ease the loss you have experienced, but I promise to fight until my last breath to protect this great nation for which these brave warriors laid down their lives," Naruto promised sincerely. He received somber nods and watery gazes in return, but that was enough as he stepped away respectfully to allow the families a final moment with their loved ones. Soon, the funeral pyres were lit, severing the final connection the deceased had with the nation and its people. Mangetsu noticed Naruto's gaze was fixed on a few young children who were weeping inconsolably at the loss of their family members, despite the best attempts of their mothers and other women to comfort them. The crowd gasped as dark, human-like figures began to rise from the smoke of the funeral pyres. Initially terrified, the people soon perceived these figures as the souls of their fallen warriors. Mangetsu and a few other veteran shinobi saw Naruto discreetly raise 2 fingers, summoning the ash to create those soul-like figures. Even though they were not real, when those souls raised their hands in farewell, the children finally stopped crying and mirrored the gesture with heavy hearts. Genjutsu cursed as he looked at the sky. His fears realized when heavy rain began to fall, threatening to wash away the burning pyres. It would be cruel for the families to see their loved ones' bodies in a half-burnt state again. He was not alone in his thoughts. Tobarama stepped beside him, and together, the 2 Kages combined their powers to create a protective dome over the cemetery, shielding every shinobi and civilian from the torrential rain. With the people safe, the Kages turned their attention to the funeral pyres, determined to keep them burning at all costs. To their surprise, Naruto had already moved outside the dome, standing guard near the burning pyres. Not a single drop of rainwater reached the pyres, as it was diverted across the village, allowing the bodies to be cremated without damage. To achieve this, Naruto stood in the pouring rain for nearly 2 hours, maintaining control over the water. He only relented when the last body had turned to ashes, creating several earthen pots to store those ashes for the families. Drenched from head to toe, his once neatly ironed uniform now in disarray, he shivered slightly as he turned back toward the crowd. There was only one emotion present in everyone's eyes, which surprised the Kiri officer, respect. Naruto levitated the pots containing the ashes of his fallen soldiers with his dark powers as he walked toward the families, ensuring each delvoi was made with care and respect. Genjutsu joined him as he approached a grieving woman. One pot contained her husband, another her brother, and the last her elder son. Her 7-year-old second son stood beside her as both men stepped forward. Your husband, brother, and son were brave warriors. Their sacrifice will never be forgotten by this village. If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate, offered the Mizukage, only for the woman to shake her head. I don't need charity, Lord Mizukage, she declined respectfully. Genjutsu was at a loss for words, knowing she came from a common family with little support from the village aside from the monetary aid Naruto was providing. Her haunting gaze found Naruto as she draped her fallen husband's headband, her brother's tanto, and her elder son's flak jacket over her younger son before presenting him to Naruto. I may have lost 3 warriors, but I still have one more who will fight for this nation. General, please make him a fine shinobi like his father, his uncle, and his older brother, she requested, leaving the Mizukage speechless. Genjutsu felt a mix of pride and concern for this woman's devotion to the village, not wanting her to lose her last family member to war. Thankfully, Naruto knelt beside the young boy. War brings death, pain, and misery to everyone. Especially this generation who does not know war, should never become a part of it. There is no glory in death, there is so much left for him to live for, said Naruto gently, ruffling the child's hair. He then looked at the mother, who had tears welling in her eyes once more. He is the future for which we shinobi shall endure. So please keep him safe, and if one day he truly desires to fight of his own will, then I will take him in. Until then, let him live the life we never had, Naruto requested kindly. Tobarama watched as Naruto got back on his feet and looked at each shinobi around him. Let's end this war so that young children are not sent to fight and die on the battlefield. Tobarama felt pride swell in his chest as the people began to agree with the young Namikes, slowly but surely. He couldn't detect any lies or hidden feelings in Naruto's heart. This was the boy's true wish. While the boy worried Tobarama similar to Madara in many ways, there was also a part of him that had inherited Hashirama's will and dream. Elder brother, even now your legacy still lives on. Maybe, just maybe, we can reach the peace that you always dreamed of someday. Ino was busy serving their dinner while watching Naruto at his study table, devotedly making notes and observations about each member of the 501st. When questioned, he revealed that he planned to divide the 501st into smaller legions led by efficient commanders. His hope was that instead of a large force used for just one mission at risk of being tracked easily, he wanted the 501st to fight alongside the regular forces, assisting them in the most difficult and heavily fortified enemy regions. She had never been one to understand large military strategies, but one look at Naruto was enough to show that he was made for this task. In a way, she was extremely proud of him. During her teens, she had been a spy in training, never on the front lines, as Hashirama had deemed it too dangerous for young children to participate in the first ninja world. Naruto, on the other hand, was already a commander at that time, leading some of the bravest and most courageous kids of his generation who did not hesitate to lay down their lives for Hashirama Senju. Dinner's ready, she announced, drawing his attention away from his notes, which he would later use to file a formal request with the Mizukage through a report. Thank you. I promise I'll help with the dishes since I'm not great at cooking, he joked, making her laugh. I'll hold you to that, she warned playfully as he got up from his desk to join her at the dinner table. After a short prayer, they both dug into the sushi she had made. She enjoyed the silence, watching Naruto quietly eat his rice. You did well at the cemetery, even if you didn't have to go that far, she praised but cautioned at the same time. They were my men. It was my duty to ensure they were honored, he dismissed the praise casually. Naruto, you do remember which nations we truly serve? Ino asked hesitantly. She instantly regretted her question when he gave her a pointed stare, which only ended when he sighed tiredly after a few intense seconds. You don't understand, he said hesitantly. He looked up when she placed her hand over his, and in her eyes, there was nothing but endless patience and warmth. I can't change the way I was brought up. I grew up in a military family. Strength and honor. That's what my dad used to tell us, said Naruto with a faint smile. You loved him, suggested Ino. I respected him and what he stood for. He fought against his village to give my mother shelter in Yuzu, marrying her despite the fact that she already had a son who was not his, he confessed, surprising Ino completely. Then who was your biological father? She asked hesitantly. Mother never said his name. It doesn't matter now, but I grew up watching my adoptive father fight for his home. He was my idol, my hero. Someone who stood up for his men and village, even if it meant death, said Naruto proudly. I wish I had met him, she said with a smile. Strength and honor. He taught me that. Flashback, 20 years ago. A young boy with shiny blonde hair ran through the narrow corridors of the village hospital. Amidst a sea of redheads, he was the sole ray of sunshine as he dashed forward, eliciting curses and shouts from several nursing staff and visitors alike. Even in the face of the heat being thrown at him, there was an infectious smile on that child's face. He finally reached the general medical ward and ran inside, greeted by the sight of a tall, broad-chested redhead man, nearly 6 feet tall, looking down at him with a raised eyebrow. Unlike the boy, this man had violet-colored eyes and a sharp chin. He had spiky red hair and was dressed in the uniform of a jounin with a sword at his back. Did you get into trouble? Asked the older man with a grin. Maybe next time, replied the boy cheekily, drawing a laugh from the older redhead as he lifted the boy off the ground and into his arms. The boy nuzzled against the man's chest with a content smile as they marched toward one of the nearby medical rooms. Kasen said you probably wouldn't come, said the little boy. That's silly. How could I leave you guys alone at such a time? I'll always be there for my family, promised the older man. Promise? Asked the little boy hopefully, drawing a smile from the older man as he ruffled his hair. I promise, Minato. Both father and son reached the door where a nurse was waiting for them. Sign off here, please, Yahiko-san, instructed the nurse curtly. Yahiko Uzumaki sighed but complied with the request, signing the paperwork and escorting himself and his adoptive son into the room where a beautiful woman with long blonde hair and sky-blue eyes was resting on a bed in a hospital gown. Seeing her brought a wide smile to Minato's face as he yelled excitedly and ran toward her after getting away from his father's arms quite abruptly. She stopped him before he could jump on her bed, just in time as Minato noticed a tiny bundle resting beside her. Their similar gazes met as she ruffled his hair while raising the infant towards him. Meet your little brother, Minato-kun, said Inoue Namikaze with a smile. Why is he so red? Asked Minato, narrowing his eyes at the sleeping infant. Babies do look like that, even you did when you were born, explained Inoue patiently, smirking when her elder son pointed at his hair. But I have blonde hair, and he has red, argued Minato defensively. Even I have red hair, is that a problem? Asked Yahiko playfully, even pouting slightly, which made Inoue giggle. She noticed the confusion and indecision in Minato's innocent gaze as he was torn between curiosity and the fear of hurting his father's feelings. Thankfully, both parents decided not to further distress the young boy as Yahiko picked him up and placed him beside his mother and little brother. We shall call him Nagato. You're a big brother now, Minato-kun, said Inoue happily. And do you remember what I told you about big brothers? Asked Yahiko with a smile, which brought a similar smile and a determined look to Minato's face. They protect their little brothers, he remembered dutifully. That's my boy, praised Yahiko with a grin. Would you like to hold your little brother? Remember, be very gentle, guided Inoue. Minato eagerly nodded and carefully accepted his little brother in his small arms, with Inoue and Yahiko supporting them. The infant slowly opened his violet eyes and raised a tiny finger, which Minato gently grasped. I'll keep you safe. Together we will have so much fun. Their moment of peace was interrupted when another jounin walked into the room, prompting Yahiko to approach the man. Minato and Inoue watched as Yahiko spoke with the man for a few moments before returning with an apologetic look. I have to go. It's an emergency. A squad of Chunin is missing near Kumogakure's border, explained Yahiko. Then do your duty. I'll look after these two until you return, promised Inoue with a heavy heart. Minato watched as his father kissed his mother and infant brother before ruffling his hair and looking into his eyes. "Do you have to go?" asked Minato sadly. "Would you fight if someone threatened your brother?" questioned Yahiko calmly, smiling when Minato held his little brother even more protectively. "Yes," answered the little boy honestly. "Then those Chunin out there are also my brothers. As a superior officer and comrade, it is my duty to keep them safe," explained Yahiko truthfully. "But they're not your family. We are." "Why can't you stay?" asked Minato bitterly. "Strength and honor, my son. It doesn't matter if we share different families, different blood, different colors, or beliefs. Despite all such differences, every man willing to fight for our nation is my brother. It is a bond that only exists among shinobi. Someday you will understand what I am saying," said Yahiko confidently. With those words, Yahiko walked away, leaving his wife and 2 sons in the silent hospital room. 6 months later, tears fell from Minato's eyes as he pushed himself to the limit, running as fast as he could. Despite his best efforts, the finish line was still at least a mile away across the beach, and his opponents were easily sprinting ahead of him. Not gonna lose. It didn't matter that he was racing alongside an entire squad of jounin across Yuzu's beach, most of whom were his father's friends and comrades. The older men smiled at his effort to keep up with them. "That's a tough little pup you have there, Yahiko," commented one of the older jounin. It was difficult for Minato to distinguish them because of their similar facial features and almost identical hair color. Only his father stood out with his spiky hair and a new scar across his face, a reminder of the injuries he had sustained while rescuing a Chunin squad a few weeks back. His father's actions had saved those Chunin, but the injuries hadn't deterred his spirit one bit. "That's nothing. Show them what you can truly do, little wolf," encouraged Yahiko with a grin. The jounin gasped in surprise when Minato jumped from the sand and landed on the rocky waves of the sea. Many of the men rushed toward the water to save the child from drowning but stopped when they saw him achieve balance over a rocky wave and stand tall. "He can walk on water. Did you teach him that, Yahiko? A true prodigy." Minato laughed at their astonished looks, which became even more amusing when he used the waves to propel himself toward the finish line. Realizing they were about to be beaten by a kid, the jounin rushed at full speed alongside Yahiko. The young boy hopped across the waves, nearly matching the jounin rushing on the sand. Everyone noticed that the boy's skill over water was extraordinary, even at this age. Although they easily defeated him in the race, they all waited as Minato reached the shore. Still, he was a little far from the finish line and seemed completely exhausted. "I can't," whispered Minato tiredly, sighing in relief when his mother, who was waiting at the finish line with his younger brother, got up to walk toward him. However, she was stopped by Yahiko and his comrades, who all looked at Minato with pure determination. No mountain stronger, no sky taller, no wave larger, no road longer, declared Yahiko seriously. Minato looked at his father, even as he lay tired on the sand nearly 100 meters away from the finish line. "I'm strong, I'm fast, I'm a force of nature," encouraged another jounin. Minato felt no strength left in his legs or body, but he still had some feeling in his arms. Gathering the last of his power, he began to crawl on both arms. "No enemy stronger than me." Minato saw all the men looking at him, waiting for him as he crawled. Not one of them looked disappointed. Instead, in their eyes, he saw encouragement and pride. No giving up, no retreating, no whining. His arms screamed in protest, but he pushed forward as the finish line drew nearer. He saw tears of joy in his mother's eyes. "We're brothers." He crawled further, even as his arms protested violently. "We're fighters." He noticed his little brother staring at him curiously. Even if the child didn't say anything, Minato knew his brother wanted him to finish this journey. "We're Uzumaki warriors." Minato yelled in triumph as he crawled through the finish line. The very next second, exhaustion hit him fully, and he sighed tiredly. Before his mother could reach him, the jounin gently picked him up and placed him over their shoulders. "Well done, little pup," praised one of the jounin. "He isn't a pup anymore," another jounin replied. Yahiko ruffled his son's hair, pride shining in his bright eyes. "That's my little wolf right there," A 5-year-old Minato stood in the same hospital room once again, but this time his mother was not welcoming a new child. Instead, his father lay on the same bed, struggling to breathe. The medical ninja had done their best to heal his wounds, but his injuries were severe and numerous. After all, he had jumped over an explosive that could have taken out his entire squad. His actions saved several lives but cost him dearly. Minato stood beside his father, with his mother beside him, tears streaming down her face. "Hey, little wolf," his father whispered as Minato grasped the dying man's hand. "I'm here, father," Minato reassured him. "I know promised me that you will look after your mother and little brother. I don't know that you can do it. Yahiko requested painfully, even as in no way offered him a glass of water. "I will," Minato whispered sadly. "Don't it be like that son. There that is no greater honor than to sacrifice for your family and home," Yahiko encouraged tiredly. "Why did you risk yourself for others? They are all safe and you are here," Minato said angrily, earning a smile from his father. "I told the before brothers look after each other good officer always protects his men and keeps them safe. Someday you will have your own brothers. Maybe then you will understand what I am talking about. Care for your loved ones, look after the well-being of those who follow you, no matter how different they may be from you. Those are the traits of an Uzumaki officer. What are our clan's words?" Yahiko asked seriously, even as the light began to fade from his eyes. "Family, duty, honor," Minato repeated, tears now flowing freely as he heard his mother sobbing. "Lived up by those words that know that matter what promised me," Yahiko requested in a silent whisper. "I will, father," Minato promised fiercely, trying to stem his own tears. His father gently ruffled his hair and gave his mother a nod before his eyes closed forever. Minato flinched as thunderous roars echoed across the sky, even as his father's funeral pyre burned a few feet away. His mother was doing her best to console little Nagato, who was nearly hysterical. Around them stood the comrades for whom Yahiko Uzumaki had sacrificed his life. The presence of the Mizukage himself was a testament to his father's bravery and noble sacrifice to save the lives of his men. The little boy saw the Mizukage presenting his deceased father's combat gear wrapped in Yuzu's flag to his mother, who accepted it with a respectful nod. She then looked at her elder son. The Mizukage's eyes widened when he saw the blonde-haired child putting on the face mask worn by his father during combat missions, with a small tanto across his back. Tears fell from the child's eyes as he remembered all the moments spent beside his father and how he would never experience them again. He recalled the promise he had made to his father as he looked at his mother and little brother. He also saw the Jounin who were part of his family giving him nods, making more tears fall from his eyes, for they had accepted him as one of them, just as they had accepted his father. His heart broke as an unbearable pain threatened to consume him while he watched his father burn away. His vision turned red, eliciting shocked gasps from everyone around him. But all he could remember were his father's beliefs. Family, duty, honor, and I shall live by those words and keep everyone safe. I promise, father. Flashback end. Ino was quite somber as she gently untangled her hand from his. She looked at him, unable to believe he had allowed her to see those memories stored in his mind. It felt so real, almost as if she had been part of that journey, no matter how brief it was. Naruto had already gotten up from his seat and was collecting both of their dishes before moving toward the sink in the kitchen. She looked at him now and couldn't help but understand some of the decisions he had made in the past few days. "The Mizukage was once again right in making you general," Ino said honestly, but he shook his head, much to her surprise. "I became general not just because the Kage commanded it, but because the people chose to accept me. I may be a liar and a traitor, but the part of me that is still Minato Namikaze believes in living by the beliefs passed to me by my father. In truth, I'm just a failure who couldn't keep any of his promises. I was helpless when my father died, and I couldn't even keep the promise of keeping my mother and little brother safe. Nor could I protect my comrades from the S program. Time after time, I have only failed everyone. When I look at this village and its people, I see the family that I lost. The family that I failed, which is why I don't want to fail again," Naruto confessed sadly. Ino didn't know what to say to help him deal with the burden he had carried for so many years. She could see clearly that those failures haunted him. The love he had for his family had become his curse, leading him down this path of revenge, and yet the real him was still alive in there, defining himself through his actions. I still want you to think about my offer of coming to Konoha once this mission is over. You will truly love the village and its people, maybe even find something that can fill the hole in your heart, Ino suggested earnestly, making him smile. Even after all that I have done, you still believe that a scum like me deserves peace? Naruto asked curiously. Yes, she answered without hesitation. Why? He whispered, unable to understand what she saw in someone he considered a failure. Because you're my friend. He blinked in surprise and couldn't help but stare at her. Friend, a word he had not heard someone refer to him by in a very long time. His friends had died on the battlefield along with his family, after which he had just worked alongside accomplices and short-term mission partners. He had chosen to distance himself from others, deciding to walk alone for fear of losing the people close to him again. You don't want to be my friend, Ino. It's not safe for those who do, he teased with a smirk. That is your fear talking once again. Like it or not, once this mission is over, you are coming with me to Konoha, where I'll help you let go of this guilt and burden, she told him frankly. Don't I get a say in that? He asked, surprised. No. Knowing you, there will just be more dangerous missions that you'll throw yourself into. I sometimes think that you wish to die on the battlefield to atone for your sins, suggested Ino. She noticed him freeze for just a moment as he placed the dishes back in their drawers. That subtle movement might have been missed by others, but a mind reader like her couldn't be fooled so easily. It only strengthened her resolve to bring him back to Konoha, where he could rebuild himself and find peace. Don't worry about the medical report either. Tsukumo-san and his squad are keeping an eye on the medical ninja examining your blood. They'll make sure to edit out any information that could jeopardize your cover, promised Ino. There's not much surprising they can find in those reports, shrugged Naruto, returning and laying a hand on her shoulder. Want some dessert? My treat, he offered with a smile, making her blush faintly. You're too kind. Does that mean yes? She nodded and joined her hand with his as they both decided to enjoy what little peace they had before the flames of war dragged them back into chaos once more. At the Kirigakure hospital, Tsukumo's hands trembled as he read the medical report on Naruto Namikaze. 2 other ninja were in the room, both Konoha spies, ensuring that the 2 Kiri lab technicians remained unaware of this intervention. Captain, what's wrong? Asked one of the masked Anbu. Tsukumo passed the report to his subordinate, who gasped in shock as he read the same information that had alarmed Tsukumo moments ago. Captain, this is... Yes, the reports don't lie. Naruto is a member of the Namikaze clan, but he also carries DNA from the Senju and Uchiha clans. The Senju blood in him is as potent as the Namikaze, while the Uchiha power lies hidden, explained Tsukumo. We need to bring this to Tobarama-sama's attention immediately, suggested the Anbu. We will. But first, alter this report and erase any trace of the Senju and Uchiha DNA. If Kiri discovers the truth, they will realize that Naruto is connected to Konoha and its allies. That would be disastrous, Tsukumo said, worry etched on his face. Understood, Captain. But does Naruto know about this? Asked the Anbu hesitantly. I don't know. It's possible he remains unaware. Tsukumo suggested, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Then should we inform him? Are you mad? We will do no such thing. Let Tobarama-sama understand this information first. He will be the best person to advise everyone, including Naruto, on the next steps, Tsukumo rebuked firmly. His subordinates nodded in agreement as they set to work, ensuring Kirigakure only learned what they wanted them to know. Still, Tsukumo couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Just what are you, Naruto Namikaze? In another part of the village, Genjutsu Hozuki was busy reading through an extensive report that, if implemented, could completely change Kiri's shinobi forces and their doctrine, perhaps even alter the course of the ongoing war. Opposite him in the office sat Naruto, who was also engrossed in the sheer number of applications pouring in. Genin, Chunin, Jounin, Anbu, hunter ninjas, almost the entire shinobi force wanted to join the 501st. What do you think? Genjutsu asked curiously. It is strategically unwise to have an entire village's armed forces organized into one legion. Logistically, it's impossible as well. But something has changed within our shinobi. Lord Second, they were previously divided by various groups they served under. Anbu detested hunters, hunters detested everyone, and regular ninja had their grievances with special forces. Yet here they are, all willing to fight under one banner. Still, I would advise against concentrating too much power like this, Naruto explained honestly. Which is why I see merit in your proposal. If I sanction this, Kiri's shinobi forces will be divided into 4 legions. The 501st led by you, the 212th led by Mangetsu Hozuki, the 47th Legion led by the Anbu commander, and the 99th Legion led by Yagura Karatachi. Each legion will comprise nearly 5,000 shinobi. Except for the 501st, which will only have you, the other legions will include at least 2 ninja swordsmen in their ranks. You have similarly distributed skilled shinobi with regular ones across legions to maintain balance. The only exceptions are the 501st, which will have the 6 tails Jinchuriki, while the commander of the 99th Legion, Yagura, is the 3 tails Jinchuriki, Genjutsu stated seriously. Naruto nodded and stepped before the ninja world map in the office. Genjutsu narrowed his eyes as he observed Naruto positioning the 99th Legion to invade the Land of Lightning from the extreme north, while the 212th would do the same from the coastal areas in the east. The 501st would link up with Konoha and Yuzu forces if an alliance was negotiated, pushing deeper into enemy territory from the south. The 47th Legion would remain in the village for protection, ready to send aid to any trapped legions. Genjutsu also reviewed the new sets of armor and weapons for each legion. Wouldn't this reduce your own power? I made you general, and you have the skills to lead men in battle. Why? He asked seriously, surprised when Naruto offered a faint smile. Roots protect the trees. Genjutsu smiled fully, as those words conveyed everything he needed to know. They truly reflected the feelings within the heart of this shinobi. Your parents would be proud of you, praised Genjutsu sincerely. I don't know about that, Lord Second. I couldn't even protect them, nor could I protect many of my friends and comrades. For a nation to win any battle, the people must be united. I am expendable. My desire is to be the bridge that erases the boundaries between our people. There are greater heroes than me in this village shinobi who are the future. I shall protect them and support them in carving a new and better future for Kirigakure, Naruto explained, placing another scroll before Genjutsu's desk. The Mizukage raised an eyebrow but picked up the scroll, his eyes widening as he read the contents of an S-rank mission proposed by the officer before him. Naruto, you are probably the best officer I have seen in a long time. More than that, you are a good person, but you have a fatal flaw, Genjutsu said seriously, placing the scroll back on the table. Lord Second? Asked the confused general. Your past haunts your present. You once believed in your comrades and relied upon them, only to watch them fall when facing dangerous odds. You hold yourself responsible for each of those losses, and the guilt haunts you every day. Your past missions, including the one in Osaka, are proof that you try to shoulder all the burden on your own. You are not all-powerful and have your limits, admonished the Mizukage, causing the blonde-haired man to lower his eyes. No matter how strong you are, don't try to carry everything alone, or the weight will break you. More importantly, you are not alone. Naruto completely lowered his gaze, for he had no answer to that observation. No matter how much he wanted to deny it, it was true. There was a time when he had believed in his comrades, only to watch them fall one after another. That belief shattered when he witnessed his brother's death. Believe in us. He remembered those fateful words spoken by his comrades from the S program, one of whom was his little brother on that tragic night. His brother had offered to stay behind and hold off the enemy, knowing it would cost him his life but allow his comrades to escape. However, they refused to leave him behind and chose to stay and fight. Now they were all gone and he was still alive. He recalled the devastated families of his comrades, most of whom were so young that their deaths ignited anger throughout the village. He remembered the hateful glares and accusing stares. The villagers resented him for surviving and returning home while every shinobi under his command had perished. He remembered the isolation and persecution, to the point where he nearly used his own sword to end his shame. The Mizukage, however, had other plans and stopped him. Naruto. He looked up when the Mizukage called him, realizing that several long moments had passed while he reflected on his past. I am approving this mission. However, the 7 ninja swordsmen will complete this task as a group. That is an order, declared Genjutsu calmly, placing his stamp on the scroll. Very well, Lord Second, Naruto accepted with a resigned nod. Do you have the exact coordinates for this strike? I understand that this operation may very well cripple the Land of Lightning, perhaps even end this war, Genjutsu questioned, sighing when Naruto shook his head. Not exactly, Lord Second. My comrades in the Anbu informed me that the enemy is operating in this area, but the exact location is something that the 7 of us will have to find out on our own, explained Naruto, pointing to a large operation area on the map across the Land of Lightning's borders. That's quite a large area to scout. Would you like to take more forces with you? Asked the Kage. Negative. The moment we encounter this target, the most dangerous warriors from the Land of Lightning will try to stop us. They will already have a small army protecting him. A large force would be easily spotted, but a small squad can sneak in and accomplish the task, after which it can evacuate quickly. A single shinobi would be even easier to infiltrate. It's less costly to lose if discovered than an entire squad, Naruto hinted cheekily, earning a tiny smirk from the Kage. Stubborn brat. My order still stands. Either all 7 of you shall go on this mission, or it will be cancelled. Understood, demanded the Mizukage, prompting Naruto to sigh but nod in consent. Yes, Lord Second. The objective of this mission is to eliminate the enemy without leaving any traces pointing back to us. This would fracture the Land of Lightning's elites into petty factions as they fight to defend their power. Without support from the elites, even the Kumogakure's military forces will be severely weakened. At that point, we will push in and crush them from the north, south, and east, Naruto explained seriously. He was surprised when the Mizukage stared at him for several long seconds. I'm glad you are not our enemy. Naruto stood up from his chair to offer a salute and received a nod from the Mizukage. Wordlessly, he turned around and marched out of the office, his fist clenched tightly enough to draw blood. Tobarama sat before one of his peers in the man's office, this time devoid of any subordinates lingering around. It was one Kage facing another. Hokage, the war is not going well for your village. We just received news that the 11th Battalion suffered great casualties against Iwagakure and Sungakure forces. Kagami Uchiha died in battle, rendering the Uchiha clan leaderless once more, explained Genjutsu gravely. If the Hokage was troubled by this latest development, Tobarama did not show it as he remained stoic. What do you need from me? Asked Tobarama directly. Genjutsu nodded as he forwarded a well-drafted trade agreement sent to him from the daimyo of his nation. Tobarama read through the agreement before respectfully placing it back on the table. Rejected. Genjutsu's eyebrows twitched at the audacity of this man. It seemed the Senju either didn't understand or was foolish enough to ignore the gravity of the situation his village was in. Do you know what you are doing, Hokage? Asked Genjutsu, irritation seeping into his voice. I do. My people may suffer, but they will die before they become anyone else's pawns. The will of fire is strong and has been passed down to the next generation. Shursui Uchiha shall lead the Uchiha clan, declared Tobarama confidently. A boy of 14? For someone well known to have a grudge against the Uchiha, you seem to have quite a bit of faith in them, commented the Mizukage with a frown. Shursui may be young, but he carries my brother Hashirama's will. The Uchiha may have differences with the village, but they will defend their home. As long as a single loyal Uchiha remains, that front won't collapse. You can stop trying to instill fear in me. I will never lose faith in my people, rebuked Tobarama sternly. Genjutsu noted that Tobarama had the same faith in his men as Naruto had in his own. It was an admirable trait, if nothing else. Even if you threaten my life, my people will not bow. I have left behind a clear chain of command. Even if the current Hokage is swayed by sentiment and tries to endanger the future of the village for the sake of one man, he will be removed by the elite jounin officers and elders of the village. A few may try to risk their lives and may perish in their sentiment to rescue me, but nothing else will happen, said Tobarama coldly. Genjutsu had known this man was stone cold, but now that he saw what Tobarama was capable of, those doubts became a reality. If the measures existed, then Hiruzen Sarutobi wouldn't make any overt move to rescue Tobarama. It would earn him the ire of the Senju clan, but the village would be safeguarded. Such a cold decision could only be made by a man like Tobarama. Threats don't make the land of fire tremble. If you truly desire to profit, form an alliance with us. That is the only way the future of our nations will be secure, both in peace and in conflict, proposed Tobarama. Are you suggesting a military alliance? Genjutsu questioned, curiosity evident in his tone. To start this, the land of fire remembers its friends, and we need a strong ally like Kiri today. If you form an alliance with us and we win this war, we promise not only to share the spoils equally but also to establish trade, political and cultural relations with the land of water, which have not existed until now, Tobarama offered. Naruto looked at the assembled group of men and women before him, keenly gauging their reactions. Having just explained the details of their upcoming mission and the plan of action, he wanted to understand if they were mentally and physically prepared. It was natural for them to have questions, and they started pouring in as he had expected. What kind of strength will the enemy have? Yuri asked straightforwardly. Unknown. Considering the value of the target, expect a regiment or less stationed for his protection. Many will be shinobi. I will admit, this will not be easy, Naruto clarified without hesitation. Security will be tighter than ever, considering our recent destruction of Osaka. The enemy will expect an attack, so the element of surprise is already lost. Moreover, you want us to stage this assassination in such a way that fingers are pointed at the elite noble families of the Land of Lightning rather than Kirigakure. That implies we must remain undetected, suggested Jinpachi. Naruto nodded, earning grim looks from his fellow swordsmen. How do we plan to infiltrate this massive operation area? There is no sea nearby, and it is completely surrounded by mountains. Getting in through land will be nearly impossible without detection. They will have barriers in place to sense any intruders, warned Mangetsu. Naruto was pleased to see that the future commander of the 212th Legion had a keen eye for detail. Most importantly, he never underestimated the enemy or overestimated his own abilities. Traits of a fine shinobi. The Land of Lightning is not as proficient in sealing techniques as Konoha or Yuzu. Our Anbu reports suggest that the maximum area covered by their barrier is within this range, Naruto informed, highlighting a large area on the map. Then how do we get in? You are skilled in Fuinjutsu, can you create an opening in this wall? Kisame asked with a grin. Not enough time without the risk of detection. Barrier teams usually change shifts every 12 hours. There is one way we can get in during such a change. The barrier's weakest point is in this area. Insertion from this point should allow us to sneak in undetected, Naruto explained, marking a clear drop on the map. A smirk appeared on his hidden face when he noticed everyone else blanch. Aerial jump? You do remember none of us know how to fly like the Tsuchikage and his student, Zabuza mocked with a scowl. Naruto-san, we may be strong, but a jump from 25,000 feet? Haku asked, her voice trembling. The blonde officer fought hard to hide his disappointment. These warriors were considered the best in Kiri, and he found their lack of faith in their own abilities troubling. Perhaps it was because, in their village's history, such a mission had never been attempted. He had already led a similar mission deep behind enemy lines years ago. Although he hoped the outcome would not be the same as last time, at least for the sake of these swordsmen. I will ensure each of you lands safely after this jump. That's a promise. He was not surprised when his declaration was met with silence until Mangetsu looked at him with a knowing gaze. You have done something like this before, haven't you? Naruto fought back a flinch at that sharp observation. While most people couldn't know about his history in the Anbu Black Ops of Kiri, this boy, being the Mizukage son, could access his mission records if he called in a favor. He had conducted such a mission in the past as an Yuzu shinobi. Denying that he had never done this before would shatter whatever trust these people might have in his abilities. However, admitting it would only invite more questions. We'll just have to believe in you, I guess. Everyone, I won't lie and say this is going to be easy. It's a dangerous mission, but one that will determine the future of our village and people. The Mizukage entrusted us with this future. We cannot fail, declared Mangetsu firmly. The blonde Namikaze couldn't help but feel that perhaps Mangetsu had purposefully diverted the group's attention from him. Why he did it was the real question. Naruto narrowed his eyes when he saw the change those words had on the others. Even if they didn't say anything, their postures became a little more firm and confident. Do you really think we can do this? Haku asked hesitantly, with the same question reflected in the eyes of most of the others. Mangetsu had his own doubts, but there was something about Naruto that made him want to believe in his plan and abilities. It was probably the way he carried himself, clearly showing that he knew what he was doing. The fact that he had already demonstrated he cared deeply about the lives of his men was enough to make him believe in this man once more. If it's any consolation, I had requested to be sent alone, but the Mizukage believed the 7 of us were needed to work together, Naruto said apologetically, much to everyone's surprise. Why would you ask for something so reckless? Haku asked worriedly. Self-sacrifice. To protect one's home from the shadows selflessly is what being a shinobi means to me. I wanted to do this on my own to avoid putting other lives in jeopardy. But Naruto hesitated, a part of his heart feeling guilty for involving them in this risky operation. Naruto, believe in us. His eyes widened when he heard Mangetsu say those words, and the same determination was present in the eyes of the others as well. A look of grim determination crossed his face. He had seen that look before. For a brief moment, he envisioned the shadows of his fallen friends sitting before him, just as the swordsmen were now. Believe in us. Those words had come from Nagato all those years ago, and the same sentiment had shown in the eyes of all his friends from the S program. He had made a choice back then, a choice that had led to their demise. Mangetsu noticed the fleeting guilt that crossed Naruto's face when he asked him to believe in them. But it was quickly replaced by a stoic expression as Naruto suppressed his inner turmoil. We leave in 2 days. Get your gear ready. Naruto walked alone through the cemetery of the fallen shinobi of Kirigakure, not stopping until he reached the memorial stone. He stared at it, the names different from those on the stone in Yuzu, where the names of his comrades and family were etched. He gently touched the stone, feeling the conflict in his heart begin to fade as a sense of calm washed over him. 4 days, he had been battling his own feelings, perhaps for an entire decade. But now, he sensed that his heart was beginning to heal. There was a time when he closed his eyes, all he could see were the faces of his lost comrades and family. But now, he could sleep, even if just a little. He could rest at night without the threat of nightmares, as Ino's presence brought him much-needed peace. She was the only friend he had made in a long time, someone who understood him and accepted him despite his flaws. A small blush crept onto his cheeks as he realized something he hadn't before. He enjoyed being around Ino. Her cheerfulness was enough to lift his own grim demeanor. He knew he wasn't the easiest person to be with, but she never gave up on him, even having the courage to call him out when he sulked too much. Unbeknownst to her, she was slowly mending the hole in his heart. Maybe a part of him loved her. Then there were the shinobi of Kirigakure. The way they looked up to him and believed in him made him feel as if the old days had returned. Perhaps he could once again be someone people could rely on, rather than the scapegoat for past failures. The 7 ninja swordsmen reminded him of his comrades from the S program in many ways. They were strong and intelligent, each different from the other, yet when he fought alongside them, he felt a camaraderie he hadn't experienced in years. The faith Genjutsu had in him reminded him of how Yahiko had once looked at him. In a way, the Mizukage reminded him of the father he had lost. These bonds were precious to him, even if he was a spy sworn to protect another village. A part of his heart cared deeply for these people and Kirigakure, and that frightened him. Nagato, you all had faith in me and I failed, he whispered, hoping his departed brother's spirit could hear him. For a long time, I carried this burden and guilt. It was too heavy, he confessed, his gaze fixed on the stone, wishing the departed could truly see his feelings as he made a new choice. Father, mother, everyone. I shall always protect Yuzu until the day I die. And I'll never forget any of you, he promised sincerely, a lone tear escaping his eye. He closed his eyes as he made his decision. For once, there was no pain or guilt in his gaze when he opened his eyes again. But I think I want to move forward with some new comrades. He gasped when he saw the figures of his family standing before him. Instead of the angry glares from his nightmares, they were smiling. Minato, Yahiko nodded, his father. My son, Inoue whispered, his mother, with a kind smile. Ni-san, Nagato greeted him with a thumbs up and a cheeky smile. In that moment, he truly understood what Ino had been trying to teach him for so long. It was not the dead that haunted him, but his own guilt that held him back from moving forward. He looked back at Kirigakure, and despite all he had endured, it filled him with warmth. He was home. 3 gentle hands rested on his back, nudging him forward as his family began to fade, but that gesture alone washed away the last of his pain. He looked back at Kirigakure with newfound determination and hope that he had long forgotten. I shall believe in them, he decided, standing tall and firm as he faced his family with renewed resolve. Father, mother, Naga, I will never give up. I'll believe in my new comrades and never let them die, he promised with a smile. As the ghosts vanished, something within him was rekindled. Tobarama couldn't stop thinking about the upcoming mission that Kirigakure was about to launch. It wasn't that he cared about the shinobi involved or the outcome for the mist, but rather that his only potential son was leading it. For all his faults, Tobarama had to admit that he found Naruto to be a capable leader. Still, the risks that child took. Tobarama-sama, you'll make a hole in the floor with all that pacing, Tsukumo gently chided with a smile. He paused, staring at one of his prized subordinates who had been assigned to keep an eye on him in his current residence. If only the mist knew how many spies were among their ranks, they would likely execute him on the spot. That thought brought a thin smile to his lips. Tsukumo, do you think Naruto can pull this off? The Hokage asked earnestly. He needed a second opinion, one that was unbiased, and he could think of no one better than the White Fang for the task. He had shared Naruto's mission with Tsukumo, who smiled confidently in response. He will. Tobarama blinked, unable to hide his surprise at the swift and assured reply. Tsukumo must have sensed his reaction, as a more serious expression appeared on his face. Do you remember the Battle of Ayajika? Tsukumo asked. Swear. You earned the name White Fang. Your bravery that day saved the lives of our shinobi. Although that victory cost us many lives, Tobarama recited, narrowing his gaze as he noticed Tsukumo looking away. I did what I could to survive and ensure others did the same. But there was another shinobi present that day who played a crucial role in our victory. During the First Great Ninja War, Konoha and Yuzu sent a force of 2,000 shinobi to stop an invasion from Kumo. The enemy outnumbered us nearly 3-1. It was essentially a suicide mission. Our task was to hold off the enemy and buy time for the majority of our forces to mobilize. The enemy launched their attack so suddenly that we were caught off guard, Tsukumo explained hesitantly. It was a difficult decision, one that the Mizukage supported. Fortunately, we emerged victorious that day, Tobarama said calmly, showing no signs of guilt or remorse. Tsukumo noticed the stark difference between Tobarama's demeanor and his own son's feelings toward their comrades. Tobarama would sacrifice countless shinobi without hesitation if it meant protecting Konoha, while Naruto would risk everything to save his men. Tobarama was logical and methodical in every decision he made, whether in politics or on the battlefield. What you didn't know was that Naruto was present in that battle. It was his plan that led us to victory, Tsukumo confessed. What? I thought Danzo had led our forces properly. I had given him command, Tobarama replied sharply, narrowing his gaze further. He noticed Tsukumo's expression harden at the mention of Danzo's name. I would have been dead if that boy had led the battle entirely. So would our entire force. He wanted us to confront the enemy in open battle, eager for glory. He placed the Uchiha and Uzumaki shinobi in the vanguard, leading the entire force into a trap where the enemy would surround us and eliminate us, Tsukumo said bitterly. Tobarama gritted his teeth, realizing the hidden truth in Tsukumo's words. He knew a man like Tsukumo would not lie about something so serious. The fact that he had kept silent suggested he had valid reasons. He allowed Tsukumo to continue. The men were on the brink of revolt, especially the Uchiha, who believed this was your way of getting rid of them. The Uzumaki shared the same belief. Danzo's attitude only worsened matters as he questioned the loyalty of the Uchiha to the village and the Uzumaki's commitment to our alliance. The only reason the Uchiha didn't mutiny was because of Kagami's loyalty to the village. The Uzumaki were kept in check by their leader, a shinobi from the S program, Tsukumo revealed. The second Hokage had to take a seat as these revelations unfolded. It was no wonder the Uchiha became so uneasy after the battle. He had always imagined it was their way of thinking. But to think his own student had pushed the Uchiha and Uzumaki to such a limit was shocking. Naidame, it is true that Madara betrayed the village, but the Uchiha did not. They remained loyal, and Madara paid for his treachery with his life. You have needlessly ostracized the Uchiha by creating the police force. If not for this war, your plan would have restricted the Uchiha to the village, limiting their involvement in missions. Your students have inherited your fears, and someday it may lead our village into great darkness, Tsukumo warned. Tobarama clenched his fists tightly, feeling the pressure build. Fortunately, Naruto was present and took command when Danzo was injured. He led the men to victory through his tactical decisions with minimal losses. Even though we couldn't completely destroy the enemy, we managed to stop their invasion and inflict significant casualties, Tsukumo confessed. Why did you keep this secret from me? Tobarama asked coldly. It was Naruto's wish. Tobarama was stunned by this revelation but allowed Tsukumo to continue. Naruto sensed the discord among our forces. Danzo was commanding from the rear instead of leading the men. The enemy's aerial squadron found the command location and struck. I was on the front lines when I got injured and was taken back to the command center, where I found not Danzo but an Uzumaki shinobi secretly directing the troops. He kept the troops from knowing that command had been hit and most of the officers were dead. Instead, he led them to retreat from open terrain into the Ayajika forest. His actions saved our force from total disaster. He then used the forest to lure the enemy into his trap. Before the battle even began, he had surveyed the terrain and crafted a plan. He used the caves in the forest to launch surprise attacks one after another, isolating the large enemy force into smaller groups and taking them out one by one over the course of a week. Throughout this time, he maintained the illusion that Danzo and the leadership were still in command, which kept the troops motivated. Eventually, the enemy could not sustain further losses and retreated. Tsukumo's confession opened up a multitude of problems for the concerned Hokage. If this were true, why was Danzo hailed as a hero? Why didn't you officers report this to me? Tobarama asked, anger creeping into his voice. It was a time of war, Naidame. That victory boosted our troops' confidence and fostered trust among them. If they realized the truth, Naruto made us officers swear on our honor to keep his actions a secret and let Danzo take the credit for the victory. Most of the officers feared you would reprimand them for reporting against one of your prized students. They were wary of you, Tobarama, Tsukumo said seriously. I cannot imagine Naruto being much older than 11 or 12 when that battle took place, Tobarama said hesitantly. A true ninja protects from the shadows, he said. That victory united various clans within the village and strengthened our alliance with Yuzu. It brought our shinobi closer together. Naruto understood that better than anyone. Even at that young age, he thought like a Hokage. We entrusted everything to him, and he fulfilled his duties perfectly without expecting anything in return. He's an exceptional shinobi, Lord Second. Have faith in him, insisted Tsukumo sincerely. Tobarama remained silent as Tsukumo left to prepare some tea. It was true that he had always been wary of the Uchiha because of his past. Perhaps a part of him resented them for the loss of his brothers. Unlike Hashirama, he couldn't let go of the past so easily. His eyes widened. It was the exact same way Naruto thought, just as Tobarama felt about the Uchiha. Naruto. harbored deep resentment towards Kumo for the loss of his brother. All this time, he had struggled to accept Naruto fully. Whenever Tobarama looked at him, he could only see those eyes and the blood of the clan. He despised a clan that had taken his brothers, his parents, his friends, and his comrades. He tolerated the Uchiha to honor Hashirama's wishes, but he had never truly trusted them. Perhaps he was passing on those feelings to Naruto as well. He had been so wary of the boy and his anger that he failed to see the good within him. Maybe a part of Naruto's heart was consumed by grief for the brother he lost, but unlike Madara, who chose betrayal in his pain, this boy was still protecting his home from the shadows. He was a true shinobi. Maybe I was wrong, elder brother? Naruto murmured, staring intently at the sword in his hand. He closed his eyes, allowing his senses to quiet, and began to feel the energy around him. It took a few moments, but soon enough, he could sense the familiar chakra of people and animals near the training ground where he stood. If he focused hard enough, he could feel the energy fluctuating within nature itself. He had not forgotten how his prized sword had drained his energy during the Battle of Osaka. In that moment of rage, he had been unaware of the toll it took on him, but afterward he felt more fatigued than usual. The fact that he had even vomited blood was a serious issue he had kept hidden from everyone, including Ino, as it was something he needed to understand himself first. Even now, he had to resist the weapon's attempts to latch onto his chakra network, acting like a parasite eager to bond with its host, possibly even take control over time. Such power could not have been created without some foul ritual. It was too unnatural. There was only one way to measure the extent of the danger this weapon posed to him. Wordlessly, he created a clone who nodded back at him, promising support if things went awry. Naruto allowed the last of his control to fade, fully revealing himself to Murumi. He was not surprised when images of his deceased family flashed before his eyes. He watched them laugh with him. In this vision, he appeared as a jounin, and even his little brother was alive, both having become fine shinobi of Yuzu. He knew this would not be easy, and his strength was truly tested as their deaths played before him one after another. He saw his father jumping over an explosive to save his comrades. He saw his mother stepping in front of a sword aimed at him. He saw his little brother caught in a shower of debris. Then came his friends, the bonds and emotions he shared with them, followed by their tragic ends. When he didn't break despite the painful visions, they shifted directly towards Kirigakure. Murumi must have sensed the flicker in his heart as it bombarded him with images of all those he held dear, those he respected, and those he wanted to protect, one after another. His eyes widened when he saw Kirigakure engulfed in flames. Nearly half of the village was ablaze, with entire streets littered with bodies. It was as if an invasion had occurred, wiping out a large portion of the population. Anger surged through him when he saw a man dressed in dark robes attacking two jounin who tried to intervene. This man's face was obscured by a rippled mask of blood red. He was leading an army of shinobi clad in unfamiliar armor, bearing unknown crest marks on their backs within the village. Naruto charged after them. It took some effort to make himself invisible to the enemy, and by the time he reached their location he saw they had entered the district where the Kage clan resided. His eyes widened at the sight of countless white-haired men and women lying lifeless in the streets and homes. He had never truly cared about the Kage, but this was horrific. The wounds inflicted on the fallen clansmen showed they had suffered before death granted them peace. This was an intentional act, meant to inflict pain. Even if the Kage had their flaws, to slaughter people like this. He gritted his teeth when he saw that same masked man entering what appeared to be the hall where the clan usually gathered for meetings or celebrations. His shinobi army followed closely behind, and a handful of Kage guards attempted to stop them but were easily overpowered by the masked man. He ran after them. He clenched his fists when he entered the hall, finding every Kage clansman dead. It was a massacre. He heard fighting on the upper levels and charged ahead, his confidence bolstered when the enemy didn't notice him even as he stood right beside them. Though they appeared human, their uniforms and armor were unlike anything he had ever seen before. Were they warriors of a new nation or remnants of one long destroyed? What was Murumi showing him? Steeling himself, he rushed into the only room left to breach. The masked man tore it apart with a single clench of his fist, exposing nearly 24 Kage children cowering behind tables and closets. Their terror turned to relief when they saw the masked man, but that feeling quickly vanished when a sword appeared in his hand. Naruto had experienced 2 wars and witnessed some of the most brutal actions humans could commit, but nothing could prepare him for the sight of the masked man walking into the room and striking a young boy. Bile rose in his throat as he watched another little girl fall victim to that monster, even as the soldiers under his command observed with cold, emotionless eyes. The children panicked and screamed in terror, many begging for mercy, while others cried hysterically, too young to comprehend the brutality unfolding before them. Naruto tried to move but found himself rooted to the spot by an invisible force. He could no longer close his eyes to block out the inhumane massacre happening in front of him. Each second, another child fell victim to the masked man, their cries for mercy falling on deaf ears. Even from a distance, Naruto could sense the deep-seated hatred and anger emanating from this shinobi. He was in profound agony, yet that did not deter him from taking the lives of the Kage children. Naruto collapsed to his knees as the final child was struck down. Part of him was horrified by the scene he had witnessed, while another part felt a sense of relief that it was finally over. Lord Flash. He blinked and opened his eyes at the sound of a whisper so sinister it sent chills through him. Lord Flash. Naruto froze as the voice spoke again, and this time the masked man turned to meet his gaze. Their eyes locked, and in that moment, Naruto was confronted by a pair of lifeless, cold red eyes that seemed to pierce his very soul. His eyes. The man before him removed his mask, revealing Naruto's own face staring back. Those red eyes were devoid of innocence and mercy, the hardened expression reflecting a man who had endured unimaginable suffering. That broken gaze showed he had lost all faith. Fulfill your destiny, Lord Flash. Hatred surged within him at that voice, even as it uttered those dreadful words. Instead of empowering him, it began to weaken him, making him realize the true intent of the sword's influence. He looked at this version of himself and understood that this was not who he was or who he aspired to be. He had committed many regrettable acts in pursuit of his mission and revenge, but they had only led to more pain and suffering. He was not a hero like his father or little brother, but he also did not wish to become a monster. He was Naruto Namikaze of Kirigakure and he was Minato Namikaze of Uzushiogakure. As his will overpowered that of the sword, the vision began to fade. The sword protested violently, attempting to show him other images, but Naruto's unwavering belief in himself rendered those attempts futile. When he fully opened his eyes, he noticed that his clone had vanished due to the distress the original had experienced. His gaze fell upon the sword, and he was surprised to see it engulfed in flames. But instead of a red aura radiating hatred and anger, it glowed with a blue light that reflected the peace he had made with himself. Naruto felt no attempt from the sword to consume his life force. Rather, it seemed to be offering him support by sharing its stored chakra. He nodded to himself, realizing that the weapon would work in harmony with him, as long as he remained strong enough to assert his mastery over it. The rays of the sun slowly receded from the village, allowing its famous mist to return. Human activity began to slow, and Naruto strolled toward his home, taking the liberty to traverse the rooftops. He knew the villagers would be too curious to let him pass unnoticed. It seemed most of the village was captivated by their new general and eager to learn more about him in everyday life. To them, he was a mystery. Dismissing those thoughts, he quickened his pace but halted when he spotted a familiar figure in the training ground near his home. He narrowed his eyes at the sight of 4 hunter ninjas surrounding the shinobi. Drawing a kunai from his pouch, he threw it straight toward the training ground. Mei had been engaged in a heated argument with the 4 hunter ninjas when a bright yellow flash appeared before them. As their vision cleared, she was surprised to see a familiar blonde-haired man clad in a stark white haori standing before her. "Lord Seventh," she whispered. He was holding the kunai that she had barely seen flying toward them before the flash occurred. The hunters recognized him too. "Scatter," ordered one of the hunters. Without a word, the hunters fled the scene in an instant, eliciting a smirk from the tall man standing before Mei. Bullies can be quite bothersome, can't they? He remarked with a smile, extending his hand to her. You shouldn't have intervened. I was about to handle them, she replied honestly, yet she accepted his hand as he helped her to her feet. Sorry, I thought. Never mind, he apologized sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Mei couldn't help but notice that the real Naruto was somewhat clumsy and bashful. There was no doubt about his immense power, he had proven that time and again. Yet standing beside him filled her with a sense of peace she had only felt with her family. Perhaps it was because he accepted her, even though she was a Jinchuriki. People might start to resent you if they see you taking my side or even being around me, Lord Seventh, she cautioned him, concerned for his well-being. Then that's their problem, he replied flatly, surprising her with his honesty. We only live once, so it's better to live on our own terms as much as we can. She couldn't help but smile at that simple yet profound philosophy. You were trying to meditate to better control your powers, weren't you? He asked perceptively. She reminded herself that behind that easygoing demeanor was a skilled shinobi whom she respected and admired. Yes, she admitted. It's frightening when we have to battle our own selves. It's one of the toughest fights one can ever face, he whispered, his tone suggesting he had experienced something similar. Lord Seventh. Please call me Naruto when we're not on a mission. It's embarrassing enough as it is, he requested with a smile, which made her smile in return. Well then, no. I wanted to thank you for allowing me to stay in the 501st. I received the conscription letter today, Mei said, her face lighting up with a large smile, but he merely shrugged. You're a fine shinobi. I need people like you if we're going to win this war, Naruto admitted sincerely. Still, I wanted you to know that I am grateful for your faith in me, which is why I want to make myself stronger. I couldn't help you much during the last battle, but this time, she whispered hopefully, satisfied when he nodded respectfully at her resolve. He hesitated for a moment before making up his mind and looking at her. I'm going on a mission soon, he said, rummaging through his pockets to produce a sealing tag. Mei sensed that this was no ordinary mission, judging by the grim expression on his face. Her suspicions were confirmed when he offered her the sealing tag. I may not return. It was a reality every shinobi had to face, including Mei herself. Still, the thought of losing the man standing before her troubled her heart. Focus on your meditation and place this seal on your body. If the beast tries to take control, this will stop it, Naruto promised sincerely. Why do you go so far for me, Lord Seventh? Mei asked softly, accepting the seal with respect. He smiled as he looked into her eyes. You know why. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she realized he understood and respected her devotion to the village. He was not afraid of her or the beast within her. Aside from her father, he was the only one who had faith in her. Your path may not have been easy, but you have a strength most people lack. Someday, the people of this village will truly recognize and respect the shinobi you are. Most importantly, you are not alone. Mei, Naruto said, sincerely, smiling. He gave her a parting nod as a single tear slipped down her cheek. Thank you, Naruto, Mei said happily, a small blush creeping onto her cheeks. The future must stay bright. I leave the village to you, Mei. He was gone as soon as he whispered those words, and watching him leave ignited a spark of worry within Mei. What kind of mission was he going on? She didn't know much, but this man was the only one, aside from her family, who treated her like a human being, who respected her as a shinobi, and had faith in her. It would break her heart if something were to happen to him. She flinched, closing her eyes for a moment, envisioning the same man being laid to rest. No, she couldn't let that happen. You are the future of this village, Lord Seventh. We cannot lose you, she thought with determination. She clenched her fist and looked in the direction of the Mizukage's office, knowing what she had to do to keep that future safe. Naruto stood alone in his bedroom, examining the gear displayed across his bed. For different scrolls containing kunai and shuriken, including the exploding ones. Beside that rested a medkit, a sturdy pair of ropes, and another scroll containing sealing tags along with his custom-made gear. He wore a standard blue shirt over a common gray flak jacket, typical among Kumo shinobi, and dark black pants. Unlike before, he opted for combat sandals instead of boots, as only the Kinkaku were allowed to wear combat boots in Kumogakure. Another change was that he would not carry Muramasa on this mission. Like other swordsmen, he would leave his infamous sword behind and only carry standard weapons. It would reduce their power significantly, but the main objective of this mission was to disrupt the unity of the Land of Lightning, which would never happen if Kirigakure was found responsible for the assassination of the daimyo and his family. That was why he carried a lightweight sword from his Anbu days, a sharp weapon that could channel chakra. At the end of his gear lay a will he had written in case something happened to him. It was a possibility every shinobi had to prepare for, and he was no exception. After all these years, it had become second nature. Previously, he had willed his assets and wealth to be distributed to the orphan children of Yuzu. While that mandate still existed, he had added another part to his will, naming Ino as the beneficiary of all the wealth he had earned in Kirigakure. Given his extensive Anbu career and current role as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, she would not want for money. Satisfied that he had everything in place for tomorrow's mission, he carefully placed the entire set in his wardrobe, ready to be taken out the following night. Just as he finished, he heard a soft knock on the door and saw his wife standing there patiently, a resigned expression on her face. "It's tomorrow, isn't it?" she asked knowingly. "Yes." He narrowed his eyes in curiosity when she nodded and stepped out for a moment, returning with a soft wooden box in her hands. He walked toward her, noticing the apprehension on her face. "Open it," she requested, earning a nod from him. He gingerly lifted the lid and blinked in surprise at what she had brought for him. He looked at her, seeing her fears clearly. His hand picked up one of the custom-made kunai neatly placed in the box. Unlike regular kunai, this one had 3 sharply edged blades instead of 1. While it was a little heavier, its handle was made of fine leather, making it easy to hold. He also noticed a tiny slot where any seal could be placed to turn it into an explosive weapon. This weapon would prove extremely helpful in both melee and long-range battles. Plus, another idea was forming in his mind for how he could use these kunai. A weapon like this could only be crafted by the chief blacksmith of the village, the same one who had made his prized sword. His services were costly, even most jounin couldn't afford to buy his weapons. Ino had brought 24 of such kunai for him, judging by the other box of similar design resting on their dining table. He lowered his gaze, feeling that the gift he had for her paled in comparison to what she had given him. "Is it not good? I'll bring something better if..." Ino said worriedly, sensing his silence. He immediately looked up in alarm, not wanting her to misinterpret his reaction. Their gaze met, and he said 2 words that dispelled all her fears. "It's perfect." Ino felt a great weight lift from her chest. Watching him smile at her warmed her heart. Obtaining these kunai had not been an easy task. The blacksmith had refused her several times when she placed her order. Only when she revealed her full name did he immediately accept her request, though his exorbitant rates remained unchanged. Still, she had enjoyed the old man's reaction when she introduced herself as Ino Namikaze. That memory made her blush, as it was the first time she had truly acknowledged being his partner from her heart rather than as part of her mission. Something had changed inside Naruto. She could see it even if he never spoke of it. He had always been considerate, but in recent days, he had gone out of his way to assist her. Cooking was one area she preferred he avoid if they both wanted to survive. He also took her out for outings and dinners, even when she insisted he didn't have to. The fact that he chose her favorite places in the village showed her that their relationship was evolving. "I also wanted to give you something," he said quietly, pulling her from her thoughts. "You don't have to," she replied quickly, as she hadn't given him a gift expecting one in return. "I'm really grateful for everything you've done for me. It may not seem like much to you, but it means a lot to me. Although I doubt my gift will be as good as yours," he added sheepishly. He placed the kunai box on a nearby table but held onto the kunai in his hand possessively, which made her smirk. That smirk vanished when he opened one of his smaller drawers and produced a fine diamond necklace. Ino gasped as he approached her, his own fears evident. However, her gaze was fixed on the Namikaze clan marking on the necklace. "It belonged to my mother. I want you to have it," he said with a smile. "Naruto, I can't." This is part of your family. And I am not one. Her eyes widened as she finally understood his feelings. Looking into his serene blue eyes, she found nothing but endless love and affection. Tears welled in her eyes, causing him to panic. He stumbled over his words, apologizing, but she silenced him with a firm kiss on his lips. He stood still for a moment before wrapping his arms around her and returning the gesture. When they finally broke apart, she looked deeply into his eyes to ensure he knew what he was doing. Naruto didn't flinch and understood her unspoken question. Despite the gift clarifying his feelings, he knew he had to confess. This wasn't how he wanted it to happen, but he couldn't turn back now. You're very important to me, Ino. I remember the day we met. I nearly told you to mind your own business, he said apologetically, making her roll her eyes. You were quite rude back then. Still are, to some extent, she teased, hoping for a retort. Instead, he just smiled at her, sending a tingling sensation through her heart. Still, you're a stubborn woman. You kept me focused and functional. You took on responsibilities for both of us without expecting anything in return. You comforted me during my nightmares, even when I disrespected you, he recalled shamefully. It had been the early days of their partnership when he was wary of her. She had tried to comfort him during his nightmares, only to receive warnings to stay away, and they had nearly come to blows. Things were different back then. You've been through a lot, Naruto, she reassured him, but he shook his head. My past is mine. What I'm trying to say is that you never gave up on me. You supported and cared for me despite not knowing me. You allowed me to make peace with my past and with myself. Because of you, I have hope for a future I've never seen, and I want you to be a part of that future, he confessed. Naruto, what are you saying? She asked, her throat feeling dry as he looked at her, a smile and blush covering his cheeks. I love you. He didn't look away, even as her eyes widened and her lips trembled. A part of him was scared for going so far, knowing how dangerous their jobs were. A part of him feared losing her. One more time. He repeated that mantra in his heart, wanting to believe in the future, wanting to believe in her, for she was worth it. She lowered her gaze, and he tensed when a few tears fell to the floor, but then she wrapped her arms around him, pulling him into a warm embrace. You took so long, Baka. His hands trembled as he melted into that embrace, feeling a void in his heart filled. Ino groggily opened her eyes when she noticed the warmth beside her was missing. She flinched as the evening rays of the sun streamed through the window. She had never felt so tired yet so fulfilled at the same time. The memories of their time together made her blush, and the fact that she had slept for most of the day showed just how exhausted she was. Her gaze fell upon her partner, who had finished dressing for his mission that would begin tonight. She watched him move around, trying not to disturb her presence. He grabbed most of his gear before looking at himself in the mirror. Her breath caught when he activated those red eyes that resembled the Sharingan. He quickly practiced a strange set of hand seals at a speed she struggled to follow. What happened next clearly baffled her. So this is how you're going to ensure the airdrop succeeds? She whispered in awe. He blinked in surprise before looking at her, struggling to control his urges as memories of the previous night rushed back. She smirked at his reaction before walking toward him without any shame. This jutsu belonged to my little brother, he confessed somberly. Nagato? She asked, recalling one of their recent conversations when he had revealed the names of his deceased family. The sadness in his eyes at the mention of his brother was enough for her to understand that perhaps Naruto loved his little brother more than anyone. That feeling was quickly replaced by anger as he clenched his fists. He was a better shinobi than me. I can barely even master a small portion of this jutsu, but he could do so much more. He could have been so much more, whispered Naruto bitterly. Naruto. Finally, after so many years, I will have the chance to avenge my little brother by confronting the man whose ambitions led to his death, Naruto promised, his voice steady but filled with determination. Revenge won't give you peace, Naruto, she warned him, noticing the disappointment in his red eyes. So this is the Senju's will of fire? Hashirama, even in death, you still haunt this world with your mistakes, spat Naruto furiously. What? Ino asked in surprise, She had never imagined Naruto carried such bitterness toward the first Hokage. Even in death, he lives on through you and all those who carry his will. But he was wrong, Naruto said fiercely. He kissed her briefly before departing, but their conversation lingered in her mind, echoing what Tobarama had said to her a few days earlier while she was on guard duty. She watched Naruto walk away from their balcony, and Tobarama's words filled her with dread. The Namikaze clan is extinct because of Kumo. His parents and sibling are gone due to the ambition of the Land of Lightning. His comrades were lost to the very same nation. Naruto carries all the hatred of the Namikaze clan, of his family, of his brother, and of his comrades, and he will strike the Land of Lightning with that burden. For that is his ninja way. When Naruto reached the operation area, he was not pleased. The reason was simple. His original plan involved 7 highly skilled operatives participating in this mission, but now there were 7 others in the area besides him. His cold blue eyes narrowed at the unexpected presence of Murumi. Even with their faces covered by Kumogakure Anbu masks, he could easily identify each member of his squad. They must have sensed his ire, as Mangetsu immediately stepped forward and handed him a sealed scroll bearing the Mizukage stamp. Sending a scathing glare at Mei, who flinched, he opened the scroll and clenched his fist as he read the order. Your backup plan. Those 3 words alone had thrown his plans into disarray and jeopardized the entire mission. I have filled her in on the plan as per the Mizukage's orders, Mangetsu informed curtly, not flinching under Naruto's furious glare. This is a mistake, Naruto cursed. Mei felt a pang of hurt at his words but stood her ground as Naruto approached her. He firmly strapped an old seal back on her shoulder. I don't know how you played on the Mizukage spheres, but know this. You have crossed a line with me. Your presence here puts our entire operation at risk, Naruto scolded, activating the seal that would prevent her from using her powers without his XPLCT permission. The village cannot afford to lose 7 of its best warriors for one mission. I am here to ensure all of you return alive, Naruto, Mei replied firmly. That's commander for you, and you will not use your powers unless I say so. You will not disobey me, or I will make you regret it. Mei gulped as Naruto's gaze intensified, revealing how serious he was about his warning. She might come in handy if we find ourselves in a tight spot, countered Amuri. A Jinchuriki is an open target and easily identifiable. Kumogakure will already have her marked and known to each of its shinobi, argued Jinpachi fiercely. But the same could be said for us, Haku began. Enough. Naruto's command silenced the discussion as he gazed at the night sky. We improvise. That's how the Black Ops function. He received grim nods in return as everyone fell into line, and Naruto nodded at Mangetsu, who began performing a familiar set of hand seals. Summoning jutsu. The Hozuki clan ninja summoned a large eagle that stared back at the shinobi with a curious gaze. Mangetsu quickly hopped on top of it, taking what could be called the pilot seat. Use chakra to keep yourselves seated and make no unnecessary movements, or you will fall, Naruto instructed crisply. He watched as the squad took their positions on the large bird, and when his red eyes confirmed that each of them had secured themselves with chakra, he nodded in satisfaction. Cover your eyes. The skies will be turbulent tonight. As planned, the squad donned their combat glasses, including Mei. The fact that she had the same gear as everyone else was a small relief for Naruto, who had feared she had been sent in unprepared. Our hearing will be limited up there and during the jump, so we must rely on hand signs. Repeat them all once more, he commanded. He was pleased to see everyone perfectly mimic the hand signs for various short messages. Mei's confidence showed that Mangetsu had thoroughly briefed her. Check your gear and supplies. Nobody protested as they ran one last check over the limited but critical gear they would take behind enemy lines. One by one, they offered a thumbs up, and as Haku gave the last one, she received a firm nod from Naruto. Silence enveloped the forest as Naruto steeled himself and hopped onto the bird. They exchanged glances, aware that deep down, they were nervous. It was likely a one-way trip, and if caught, their fate would not be pleasant. But they were seasoned shinobi who had lived through war, so no more words were needed. Launch! Mangetsu inhaled sharply as the command was given, followed by a battle cry from the eagle as it flapped its massive wings, kicking up dust and debris. Mei felt a wave of nausea as the beast took to the skies, looking down at the increasing distance from the ground. A firm hand rested on her shoulder, and she turned to see Naruto looking at her with a steady but reassuring gaze. It was evident that he was not pleased with her presence, but he had accepted the responsibility of her safety as their commander. His calming chakra helped her manage the uneasy feeling in her stomach, and on his advice, she kept her gaze fixed on the sky and the vast sea ahead. 10 hours later, Zabuza grimaced as another wave of chilling air hit him. If it weren't for the commander's earlier instruction to use chakra for stability on the bird, he would have faced a dire situation, surrounded only by clouds, very angry clouds. Haku let out a small gasp when the nearby clouds roared with fury, flashing lightning across the sky. To her embarrassment, Imuri noticed and laughed, even as she tried to suppress her own flinching. Mangetsu struggled to see anything as the relentless rain obscured his vision, even through his combat glasses. His summon was also uncomfortable flying at 25,000 feet amidst the storm. Jinpachi and Kisame exchanged glances, with Kisame smirking as Jinpachi tried to adjust to the cold, which felt like ice after hours of enduring the storm. Mei shivered from the unexpected chill and found it hard to breathe, her breaths becoming more labored. She glanced back and saw Naruto standing at the rear of the bird, observing the invisible ground with a calm expression. She couldn't fathom the training he must have undergone to remain so composed while others around him struggled. The commander turned to Haku and raised his right hand into a fist. Haku nodded and performed a series of hand seals. Wind release, wind rotation. The Yuki clan warrior created small pockets of concentrated air around each of her teammates' faces. After some adjustments, she added a watery-looking mask that trapped a crucial amount of air against their masked faces, leaving a small opening for contaminated air to escape. Naruto smirked as he noticed the relief on his teammates' faces as they could breathe properly again. He raised his clenched fist, and one by one, they carefully stood up, ensuring their feet remained rooted to the bird's back with chakra, as the violent winds and heavy rain tried to throw them off balance. Naruto intertwined his hands and received grim nods from his squadmates as they raised their right arms in a pledge, linking them over the shoulder of the warrior in front of them, with Mei extending her arm toward Naruto. He could see the fear in her eyes about what was to come, but something in her gaze showed a desire to trust him. This added weight to his consciousness as he briefly recalled the faces of his S-program comrades. Shaking off those thoughts, he remembered the hand signs once made by his little brother and shook hands with Mei. The female Jinchuriki felt a foreign chakra entering her body, a sensation shared by each of her squadmates in turn. Looking down through his red eyes, Naruto saw they were at the perfect height for their jump and felt the barrier waiting to detect them at 1,000 feet. It was time. He nodded, respecting Mangetsu's resolve as he jumped off the bird. Zabuza followed, then Kisame, with the others leaping mere seconds later until only Mei and Naruto remained. A single tear fell from her eye, and her hands trembled. Naruto offered her a reassuring nod, helping her gather her courage before she leaped away from safety. Instantly, she regretted her decision as she found herself falling through the sky, her teammates below her. She craned her neck but couldn't see Naruto, only feeling the bird disappearing, indicating the commander had jumped or was forced to do so. Strong winds battered her as she fought to keep her heart from racing. She saw Kisame signaling downward and understood it was time to accelerate her fall. Minutes or mere moments passed, she couldn't tell, but soon enough, she spotted the silhouettes of her entire team, except for the commander, flying nearby. Jinpachi formed a hand seal and summoned a water-based jutsu in the shape of a rope. With practiced precision, he threw the rope in a circular motion, allowing Mangetsu to grab it first. He then flew toward Zabuza, who caught him, followed by the others until the entire squad was encircled and falling together. Zabuza shouted something with a wild grin, but the rain and storm drowned out his voice. He seemed to be asking them to make room, which Jinpachi understood. He urged everyone to create space just in time to see their commander appear in the center of the circle, sporting large black chakra-powered wings on his back. Naruto made a hand seal and summoned the chakra he had distributed among his team before the jump. As if on cue, the chakra rose in the form of ash, quickly taking the shape of large black wings. The ground below began to clear as Mei felt the sensation of weightlessness fade, the wings on her back slowing her descent. The others around the commander mirrored her experience, all aligned as he concentrated, hands joined to maintain the jutsu. Ash release, multiple wing formation, he declared. Blood trickled from the commander's eyes and nose, yet he remained steadfast, gaining full control over his squad's descent. As they approached a lower altitude, some sensed the barrier ahead, prompting Mangetsu to signal aim Yuri. She grinned, performing a swift series of hand seals. Lightning style, rain of death. Summoning the volatile energy from the stormy clouds, aim Yuri unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes upon the ground, sending ripples through the barrier. Zabuza and Kisame quickly followed suit, adding their own strikes to the concentrated area where aim Yuri unleashed her storm. During the day or peaceful nights, their chakra would have easily been detected upon breaching the barrier. However, on a stormy night like this, with the chaos of lightning and heavy rain, it would be challenging to distinguish between natural elements and chakra-based intrusions. To this end, the entire squad suppressed their chakra as they prepared to breach the barrier, except for the commander, who threw a three-pronged kunai that Mangetsu caught. Mei noticed Naruto hovering above the barrier, controlling their descent with the wings he had created. However, he couldn't enter, as he was using maximum chakra, which the barrier would detect if he crossed it. The team landed with painful grunts, regaining their composure and taking up combat positions. A bright yellow flash appeared beside them as Naruto rejoined them by teleporting and grabbing the kunai from Mangetsu's hand. The commander knelt, placing a finger on the ground. For a moment, they all remained silent, scanning their surroundings for any signs of patrols. When none appeared, Naruto allowed a grim smile to form. Successful breach. The squad breathed a sigh of relief, but their joy was short-lived as they took in the vast, towering mountains and the treacherous forest surrounding them. The reality of being behind enemy lines and completely cut off from assistance weighed heavily on them. Everyone drew their weapons and looked to Naruto, who gave a firm nod. Showtime, everyone. The clouds continued to roar, unleashing torrents of rain without mercy. This had been the case for nearly a full day as Mangetsu observed the fury of nature from the shelter of his cave. The winds grew more dangerous, and random lightning strikes made it impossible for their squad to venture further into enemy territory without risking detection or harm. This was why their commander had ordered them to take refuge in the cave until further notice. "Isn't the commander a bit on edge lately?" Aim Yuri asked with a frown, chewing on her not-so-pleasant rations. "Yeah, he really has a score to settle with Kumogakure and especially the Kinkaku," Kisame commented with a grin, drumming his fingers against his ordinary sword. "During the Battle of Osaka, I witnessed something strange. The Kinkaku are feared worldwide. They even captured the second Hokage. Yet, they retreated in fear when they saw the commander standing against them. If the mere thought of facing him scared the Kinkaku." Haku whispered hesitantly. Mei remained silent as the swordsman discussed the commander's past, intrigued yet apprehensive about its implications for their mission. She glanced at Mangetsu, who was staring out at the forest where the commander had gone to scout. "Most of you cannot understand what the commander has lost unless you walk in his shoes," Mangetsu advised quietly. "What do you mean?" Jinpachi asked, frowning. "It's his destiny to confront the arch-rivals of his clan, the reason he is the last Namikaze in this world," Mangetsu replied seriously. Mei perked up, her curiosity piqued by the Hozuki heir's words. Even in Kirigakure, little was known about the Namikaze clan, except that while small, their power was formidable. Some of their members were renowned as some of the most powerful shinobi of their era until the clan was wiped out. The story began during the Clan Wars era. While everyone knows about the Uchiha Senju rivalry, few are aware of another clash between two equally skilled clans. Both were feared for their speed and power. The richer nations hired the Uchiha and Senju along with their allies to secure their interests, while the smaller nations with limited resources turned to the Namikaze and Kaizen clans, Mangetsu explained. "Kaizen clan? I haven't heard of them, Zabuza said, frowning, which earned a nod from the Mizukage-san. I'm not surprised. They gave up their clan name when they joined the Land of Lightning. However, 2 of their members became Kage, Mangetsu said seriously. You mean the 1st and 3rd Reikage? Haku asked in surprise, receiving a grim nod in response. The current Reikage is also part of the Kaizen clan. The Uchiha and Senju were known for mass conflict, but not every nation could afford their services. Sometimes, a more subtle approach was needed. The Namikaze and Kaizen clans were feared for their speed. While the Uchiha and Senju fought in the light, the Namikaze and Kaizen operated in the shadows for their clients. However, as the war dragged on, their numbers dwindled due to endless conflict. It all culminated when the Uchiha and Senju formed an alliance, forcing other clans to join new factions. This is where the Namikaze clan made a critical mistake, Mangetsu revealed. What mistake? Kisame asked curiously. They received offers from the Land of Fire and Land of Lightning to join their new hidden villages. However, they valued their independence and did not believe in the new world forming around them. While the Land of Fire, especially the Senju, were very interested in making the Namikaze clan a part of their village, they ultimately respected the Namikaze's decision to remain independent and signed a non-aggression pact. The Land of Lightning did not take this refusal kindly and instead assimilated the Kaizen clan into the newly formed Kumo. With their ongoing grudge against the Namikaze and the support of their disgruntled daimyo, the Reikage, who was also from the Kaizen clan, launched an all-out attack and decimated their arch-rivals in a single strike. However, for every Namikaze that fell, 3 men from the Land of Lightning also perished. Ultimately, the odds were not in favor of the Namikaze clan, and they were overwhelmed. With no allies to call upon, they were eradicated, explained Mangetsu frankly. The group fell silent after hearing Mangetsu's retelling of the fate of the Namikaze clan. No wonder he hates Kumogakure so much. I can only imagine what being the last of his clan makes him feel, whispered Haku, who was apprehensive at the mere thought of becoming the last member of her thriving clan. Whatever the case, I have never seen a Black Ops mission like this. I know the Anbu are strong, but what we just did, whispered Kisame seriously, recalling the perilous leap from the skies. I thought I was done for, joked Zabuza. It wouldn't even be funny if things hadn't gone as planned, agreed Jinpachi with a smirk. That just proves we need to believe in the commander, urged Mangetsu. That's too much faith, Mangetsu, warned Amuri with a frown. It's true that Naruto's personal vendetta is a risk in this mission, but for all his faults, he is a fine officer. Has he led us astray until now? Asked Mangetsu honestly. Silence fell upon the group again as nobody could refute Naruto's devotion to the men under his command. Even now, the fact that he was risking his life alone proved that he was someone the squad could depend on. The skies continued to weep furiously, threatening to drench the land in its fury. The winds grew more dangerous, and random lightning strikes became increasingly perilous. Amidst nature's chaos, one individual carefully kept himself hidden in the tall trees of the forest, his red eyes scanning each direction with extreme precision. Naruto nodded in satisfaction when he spotted a squad of Kumo ninjas passing through the area. Judging from their armament, this was a border patrol. He needed intel before he could take his squad deeper behind enemy lines, and the only way to obtain it was through someone within the enemy ranks. Carefully, he began trailing the patrol squad, using the trees as cover and keeping his chakra suppressed. The easier option would have been to eliminate this patrol and extract intel, but that would blow their cover. He needed the enemy to believe they were safe until the very last moment, so he followed the squad, noting that all the men were looking towards the woman in the western direction for guidance. He had found his target. Carefully, he retrieved one of the 3-pronged kunai gifted to him by Ino from his pouch strapped to his leg. Looking at the skies, he waited for a moment until the next rumble of thunder echoed across the area, and that was when he threw the kunai straight at the female enemy squad leader. She had no chance as a dark flash occurred before her the very next second, and a pair of crimson eyes seemed to pierce into her very soul. Naruto grabbed the kunai embedded in the tree and vanished before his 3-second timer was up. He retreated back to his vantage point and saw the female patrol leader shake her head in confusion. He clenched the kunai in his hand, prepared for the possibility of her sounding an alarm. He had marked her just in case and was ready to act if necessary. Fortunately for her, she did not remember what had happened, just as Naruto intended, and instructed the patrol to move forward, leaving the lone Kiri x Anbu alone. Naruto bit back a small curse as he recalled the information he had gained. Apparently, this patrol had no knowledge of the exact whereabouts of the daimyo. However, he did learn that there were 7 hideouts across the Kazama Mountains, under one of which was the royal family. That area, however, was located on a mountain 15,000 feet high. He could not help but admire the enemy's strategic brilliance. The Kazama Mountains were nearly impossible to climb. Humans without chakra had never been able to scale them due to the steep rocks, and even shinobi had failed miserably, as the very same rocks reacted violently when they came into contact with any form of chakra. He was not strong enough to make his entire squad fly that high. In fact, he didn't even possess the skill to make himself fly that high. If only his brother were here. Dismissing those troubling thoughts, he began to consider his next course of action. To reach those mountains, they would first have to cross this treacherous forest, which was filled with blueberry traps and 3 Anbu platoons supported by 4 dozen border patrol units. He sensed that they would soon face heavy action. To their credit, his team did not flinch or show fear when he relayed the intel he had obtained. He couldn't help but respect their resolve as he waited for anyone to speak up. "You are looking at something we can't even see." "We'll follow your lead, Commander," promised Mangetsu, sincerity evident in his eyes. The same determination was reflected in the gazes of the others as well. Mei watched Naruto stare at their group with surprise before a thin smile graced his lips as he nodded at them all. "We go to war tonight." Everybody nodded, even as the heavy rains finally settled and the sun began to peek through the dispersing clouds. Venturing outside now was too dangerous. It was wise to remain hidden until nightfall and take the enemy by surprise in the dark. They saw the commander heading back outside to take watch, but Mangetsu placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. The Mizukage sun gave him a faint smile. "You should rest," suggested Mangetsu in a friendly tone. "I can still." "Don't try to shoulder everything alone, Naruto. Just as we are relying on you, we also want you to rely on us," advised Mangetsu. The blonde-haired commander couldn't help but realize how similar Mangetsu was to his father, at least in beliefs. When he noticed the same feelings reflected in the eyes of the others, he relented and gave the younger shinobi a nod. "Thank you," he whispered, earning a smirk from Mangetsu as he stepped outside to take the first watch. As he moved deeper into the cave, Zabuza offered him a can of water, and Haku presented him with military rations, which he accepted with a grateful nod. Sitting down to eat, he noticed everyone staring at him expectantly. "What?" he asked, a mix of irritation and confusion in his voice. "Just curious about the pretty face under that mask," teased Murumi, causing him to blush and prompting laughter from everyone except Mei, who shot a glare at the other redhead for her comment. Yet, even Mei couldn't hide her own curiosity about the man behind the mask. Part of her felt that Ino was very lucky, while another part scolded her for even thinking that way. He was married, and she had no right to intrude, no matter how much her heart desired to. She raised an eyebrow when Naruto pointed toward the entrance of the cave, making everyone look in that direction, but there was nothing to see except for Mangetsu standing there. Annoyed, the remaining squad turned back to Naruto, only to see him tossing away the now empty military rations pack and sealing the empty can of water Zabuza had offered him. He wore a victorious grin, having fooled everyone. "Sorry, Murumi. Some other time, okay?" he teased with a cheeky smile, earning a huff from the redhead and disgruntled looks from the others, including Mei. "How did you eat and drink so fast?" Haku asked incredulously. Naruto simply shrugged, which only served to irritate his teammates further. Before anyone could drag him into another conversation, he quickly lay down on his back and drifted off to sleep, knowing this would likely be his last chance to rest for a while. Mei hesitantly walked outside the cave, moving toward the spot where Naruto was sitting. He wore a peaceful expression as he watched the setting sun. Meanwhile, she felt nervous about what was to come that night. "Commander," she called out, prompting him to look back at her curiously. His blue eyes met hers, and she felt relieved to see that most of the anger he had previously held toward her had faded. He gestured for her to sit, a request she accepted with a thankful smile. Silence enveloped them as May glanced at the setting sun, contemplating how to mend their relationship. "I'm sorry, May," he said suddenly. She blinked in surprise at his apology, but he merely smiled at her. "I was too harsh on you earlier." "I was angry," he admitted honestly. "I intruded into your plan. The fault is mine, and I apologize for that. I just wanted to protect those whom the village depends upon." She replied nervously, hoping he could understand her intentions. "I only wanted to protect the village too." He sighed, running a hand through his glowing blonde hair. "You're a very important shinobi, May. Your existence allows people to sleep peacefully at night. I wanted you to watch over the village, but instead, you chose to join a dangerous mission. I wanted you to stay safe so that if we failed, you could protect the village in our stead." "I'm not sure most people share your feelings, Commander," May answered bitterly, recalling the lifelong distrust and scorn her fellow villagers had shown her just for existing. "I can never fully understand your pain, May. Being a Jinchuriki is a difficult life. Yet, despite all the hardships you've faced, you've become a fine shinobi who cares for the well-being of the people. One day, the villagers will see what I see in you," Naruto said confidently. "What is it that you see in me, Commander?" she asked hesitantly. "A hero." May's eyes widened at his words, and judging by the calm look in his eyes, he meant what he said. She couldn't comprehend it, so he elaborated. "You have a loving heart and a wonderful soul. Those qualities make you strong and allow you to protect the village, even without recognition for your sacrifices. You never gave up, and even now, you put your comrades before yourself. One day, people will see you for the hero you are. In fact, they have already started to." Tears welled in her eyes as she remembered the hostile looks she had received from the shinobi of the 501st before the Battle of Osaka. But since their return to the village, a few had stopped glaring at her, with some even nodding in acknowledgement when they crossed paths. As a few tears rolled down her cheeks, he didn't laugh or mock her for showing vulnerability. "You're a good man, Naruto," she said softly. Naruto looked away, feeling far from the truth. He never forgot the lives he had taken, both innocent and guilty. There was a darkness within him that threatened to consume him daily. He blinked when he saw May extend her right hand toward him, smiling. "Friends?" she asked hopefully, surprising him. Naruto felt a wave of disgust wash over him. He knew that, in truth, he was an enemy to her. His very existence posed a threat to Kirigakure, and one day his secret would be revealed. He wouldn't mind if she hated him afterward, but that truth would shatter her faith in people. You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. He remembered his father's words from long ago and realized their truth. As he shook May's hand, he understood what he had become. May watched as Naruto explained the plan of action to the team. Essentially, he wanted them to split into two groups, one led by him and the other by Kisame. Each squad would consist of 4 members, swiftly targeting their respective enemies. Team Namikaze included Naruto, Mangetsu, Haku, and May. Team Hoshigaki comprised Kisame, Zabuza, Imuri, and Jinpachi. While Naruto's team would confront the Anbu Black Ops guarding the forest, Kisame and his team would handle the border patrols of the Kumo regular military. Some in their group suggested avoiding confrontation, but the enemies spread across the area made it nearly impossible to evade contact. Even if they managed to escape, their backs would remain vulnerable if the enemy detected their presence. A counterattack during their ascent of the treacherous Kazama Mountains would spell disaster, leaving them cornered and overwhelmed. May shuddered at the thought of such a scenario and agreed with Naruto's determination to deal with the enemy first. There was a chance the enemy command would notice their border units going silent and send reinforcements to investigate. However, that small window of opportunity was one their squad intended to use to scale the mountain and strike. They needed to make it clear that they were Kumogakure shinobi hired by the daimyo's rivals to eliminate him. This would fracture the trust between the next daimyo and his advisors, potentially catalyzing an end to the bloody war. Looking at the veterans around her, May felt a mix of doubt and resolve. One glance at Naruto strengthened her determination. She didn't want to betray the trust he had placed in her. Is everyone clear about the strike? Naruto asked seriously. We'll neutralize our targets and mark them with these sealing tags, Kisame reiterated, showing a tracking seal provided by Naruto to the group. That's right. These seals will allow me to sense the bodies, and with my abilities, I will erase them completely, leaving no trace for the enemy to investigate, Naruto promised. You'll turn them to ashes? Haku asked hesitantly. She had no qualms about eliminating enemies, but the thought of desecrating bodies troubled her. Even in the shinobi world, respect for the fallen was a rare tradition, unlike the samurai who honored their foes even in death. But when she looked into Naruto's determined eyes, she saw the resolve of a veteran ex-Anbu willing to do whatever it took for the mission. That's the way of the Black Ops, Naruto replied without hesitation, making Haku gulp but offering no further protest. This will keep the enemy focused and divert their resources to investigate. We will use that time to scale the mountain, locate our target, and strike. Mangetsu, keep your summon ready, our extraction will be intense, Naruto ordered seriously. Mangetsu nodded in agreement as Naruto looked at his team one last time. For Kiri, the expressions of his teammates shifted instantly at his words, and they echoed back to him. For Kiri. Team Namikaze charged through the forest, with Mangetsu alongside Mei and Naruto while Haku provided cover from the trees above. It was crucial to engage the enemy in close combat and minimize the use of ninjutsu, which would be detected by the barriers surrounding them. Mangetsu feared they might already be detected, but Naruto had assured them that the sealing tags on their armor would keep them hidden from enemy sensors. The enemy wouldn't know about them until they were face to face, or so Mangetsu hoped. He had faced all kinds of ninjas in his life, but he was always wary of Black Ops shinobi, the elite and most ruthless warriors of their nations. Mei's nervous expression confirmed she shared his concerns. But Naruto, his cold, determined eyes, reminiscent of the Sharingan, were eager for action. Mangetsu could feel the commander's intensity rising with each passing moment, his hand itching to reach for his sword. As they approached the enemy camp, Naruto drew his sword. Execute, he commanded. The first female Anbu on sentry duty barely registered the three-pronged kunai flying past her before she gasped, startled by the appearance of Naruto's piercing red eyes. Mangetsu flinched as he witnessed Naruto swiftly incapacitate the female Anbu. In one fluid motion, he seized her head mid-air, placing something inside it before tossing it into the heart of the enemy camp. Mei watched as the camp erupted in chaos, purple smoke billowing from the severed head. The two guards at the entrance gasped, only to collapse, struck by sunban needles from Haku's hidden position. They were lifeless before they hit the ground, the poison in the needles ensuring a swift end. Meanwhile, several Anbu rushed out of their tents, only to be engulfed by the spreading poison. Team Namikaze charged through the haze, undeterred, having already taken the antidote. Mangetsu leaped toward one of the tallest Anbu, who was preparing a wind-style technique to disperse the poison. The enemy growled upon seeing him and swung his sword, but Mangetsu ducked and placed a seal on the man's leg. Above him, Mei plunged her sword into the enemy's neck, kicking him deeper into the camp. They grimaced as the fallen enemy's body erupted in a shower of shrapnel, causing nearby Anbu to cry out in distress. "Those seals are vicious," Mei remarked, disgust evident in her voice. As expected from an Anbu officer, Mangetsu replied, steeling himself for the battle ahead. "Let's go," replied Mangetsu seriously as he watched Naruto secure his sword on his back and switch to close combat, drawing a three-pronged kunai in each hand. The enemy might have had a better position, but too many factors were against them. First, the moon was completely obscured by clouds, making visibility extremely difficult. However, for the shinobi of Kiri trained to fight even in the mist, this was an advantage. Second, the entire camp was enveloped in the poison-laced smoke unleashed by Naruto at the very start. It had an immediate effect, paralyzing its victims' motor functions and leading to a slow, painful demise. Haku acted quickly, neutralizing several Anbu who were struggling to shake off the initial dizziness from the poison. Third, the shrapnel bomb had injured most of the enemy force. While it didn't claim lives, it created panic and fear among the enemy ranks as they heard their comrades cry out in distress. This three-pronged attack left the enemy blind, injured, and terrified. Mei called Mangetsu, earning a nod from his partner. They were relieved to see that the few Anbu strong enough to fight were forced to dodge as Haku's needles rained down from the trees. Both Kiri shinobi raised a single-hand seal, knowing Naruto had barred them from using chakra-heavy ninjutsu. This technique was designed to consume minimal chakra and would go unnoticed by the enemy's sensor and barrier teams. Hidden mist jutsu. Naruto watched as a thick mist began to spread across the already impaired visibility, causing further panic among the enemy. They couldn't see him, but he could see them, his sharp red eyes revealing the chakra signatures of every remaining enemy. His comrades were either sensors or accustomed to fighting in the dark, and he could hear them expertly taking down the remaining enemy shinobi. He charged past two more Anbu and swiftly incapacitated them, allowing them to drop silently to the ground. His gaze narrowed when he spotted a hidden Anbu in a nearby treetop who had survived the trap his comrades had fallen into. Judging by the hand signs, the enemy was about to launch a wind jutsu. Naruto quickly threw his three-pronged kunai towards the enemy, grinning when the man caught it and let out an arrogant laugh. That laugh abruptly faded when Naruto appeared before the Anbu and struck decisively. The impact was powerful, leaving a permanent look of shock on the man's face as he fell to the ground. The Kiri commander looked down and saw 20 Anbu still remaining, huddled together in an effort to regroup. Mangetsu and Mei were moving toward the group, but it would be too late by the time they arrived. He cursed as he allowed his chakra to leak from his body in the form of ash, falling directly over the Anbu survivors. He glanced at Haku in the nearby trees and gestured for Plan B, to which she nodded. Together, they flawlessly threw several barrier seals across the nearby trees. Naruto clasped his hands together, trapping his comrades along with the remaining enemies in a small red barrier. Everything inside the barrier would become invisible to the enemy barrier team for the time being, allowing him to use ninjutsu. It was a risk that the enemy might still detect the chakra, but it was one he had to take to protect his squad. The Anbu were slowly organizing themselves, and it wouldn't end well if they counterattacked. His squad mates were strong, but not experienced enough to face so many ruthless Anbu at once. He made his decision as the ash expertly blended with the smoke around the Anbu survivors. Mangetsu and Mei halted their advance when they sensed the barrier going up around them. Upon hearing Haku's warning whistle, they quickly retreated to the edge where Naruto allowed them to exit the barrier. To his surprise, the enemy Anbu had caught their trail and were also following. Quickly, he sealed the exit just as Mei escaped and clasped his hands together. Ash release, explosion. Haku shielded her eyes as a bright light engulfed the barrier completely, and then everything went silent. Mangetsu and Mei watched as the barrier slowly fell apart, and as the smoke cleared, both of them gasped at the sight of nothing remaining of the enemy camp or its inhabitants. All that remained was charred earth. Mangetsu hesitantly touched the darkened soil, unable to recognize it as the remnants of the men and women who had perished moments ago. He flinched when Naruto jumped beside him, calmly observing the destruction he had caused. The words spoken by the commander sent a chill down the spines of his three comrades. "I am become death." Genjutsu Hozuki was very angry. Not only were his negotiations with Tobarama Senju progressing slowly, but he also had additional problems to deal with amid the ongoing war. He stared at the unconscious man being dragged before him, held by two Anbu officers, while the Anbu commanders stood aside, watching him. What made Genjutsu even angrier was that he recognized this jounin as one of the top-ranking officers from the Hunter Corps. "Lord Second, there is no mistake. Kage has confessed to his crimes and admitted to being a spy for Iwagakure," reported the Anbu commander flatly, though a hint of hidden anger was barely audible in his voice. Genjutsu gestured for the other Anbu to take the prisoner to his cell, where he would soon experience Kiri's infamous hospitality. But the Mizukage's thoughts drifted to another subject. "How many more traitors do you think are hiding in our ranks?" he asked bitterly. "Kage would not be the first. I suggest we conduct a thorough background check of every shinobi serving under our military branches," suggested the Anbu commander. That would take too much time. We need to root them out now, barked Genjutsu, frustrated. How was he supposed to win a war if he couldn't even trust his own men? Understood, Lord Second. I will form a small squad of Anbu loyal to the village. Together under my command, we will identify the traitors, promised the Anbu commander. I want to evaluate the men you choose for this mission before you start. And not a word about this to anyone else, or it could fracture the morale of our troops, warned Genjutsu, earning a nod from one of his most loyal officers. It will be done, Lord Second, promised the Anbu commander. Is there any support you require from me? Asked the Mizukage seriously, receiving another nod in return from his subordinate. It's actually about one of the shinobi I want to recruit for this mission. She is renowned for being one of the best interrogators among the hunters. I want to recruit her, requested the Anbu leader. What's her name? Asked Genjutsu, his interest piqued. If someone had caught this man's attention for their skill, they were certainly someone Genjutsu wanted on his team. After all, this was the same man who had recommended Naruto for one of the 7, which had turned out well for the village and for the Mizukage himself. Ino Namikaze. Instantly, the Mizukage tensed at the mention of that name. This could be a dangerous mission for everyone involved, as there was no telling how the traitors within their ranks would react once the trap began to close around them. Could he really put Naruto's wife in harm's way like this? But he dismissed those thoughts. His loyalty was first to the village rather than to one of his subordinates alone. You can recruit whomever you want, including Ino Namikaze. But first, conduct a complete background check on her history and present the report to me. Only after my approval will she be made a part of the team. The same procedure will be followed for the other recruits of your team, instructed the Mizukage. It will be done, Lord Second, assured the Anbu commander. Genjutsu watched the man hesitate for a moment, but in the end he decided to voice his concerns. I will do a complete check on Ino and others I want to recruit. But what about my check? Asked the Anbu leader hesitantly. Genjutsu smirked. Leave that to me. Besides, I trust you. However, as a precaution, you will undergo a check directly by me, ordered Genjutsu. I am ready, Lord Second. Genjutsu noted the fearless tone of this man and doubted he had anything to hide, yet he couldn't afford any mistakes. He could not wrongly accuse an innocent person of being a traitor, but at the same time, he could not be too lax with the village's security, especially during this time of war. Sooner or later, he had to root out the spies hiding within his village. Naruto stared at the vast mountain before him, clenching his fists. The fact that he couldn't even see its peak with his red eyes was a testament to its grandeur. No wonder humans or even shinobi had yet to scale it. He noticed the looks of disbelief in the eyes of his squad. It was clear they could easily climb this 15,000-foot mountain if they could use chakra, but without it, it was a daunting task. And that was exactly what they had to do. Are we scaling that? Whispered Mei in awe and fear, pointing at the summit hidden in the clouds. Mangetsu watched as Naruto produced his special 3-pronged kunai and distributed a pair to each of his squadmates. He twirled a similar pair in his fingers casually, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. How are we going to scale that? Asked Zabuza, incredulous. He blinked when he saw Naruto suddenly throw one of his special kunai hundreds of feet into the air, vanishing before their very eyes. Mangetsu narrowed his gaze as he noticed Naruto had left the other kunai he held on the ground. He looked up when he heard gasps from the others, their shock justified as they saw the commander appear hundreds of feet above them, catching the kunai he had thrown. Naruto then threw the weapon even higher with the same force while also launching another kunai straight toward the mountain, where it embedded itself perfectly in the rock. The entire squad was further astonished when a sturdy line of rope rolled down from the handle of that kunai, reaching the ground. By the time they looked up again, all that was visible were faint yellow flashes in the dark sky, slowly becoming harder to see. But they understood what the commander was doing. A genius like him is born once a generation, whispered Haku with respect. How can he do this? Mei asked in awe and fear. They waited in stunned silence as the flashes disappeared into the dark sky, but as far as they could see, more kunai were embedded across the entire mountain with ropes attached. After a few minutes, Naruto flashed back to the ground, grabbing the kunai he had left behind. He collapsed to one knee, and though his eyes were strained, he clenched his fists and took a few deep breaths. "Commander," said Mei worriedly, stepping forward to check on him. She halted when the blood from his eyes suddenly stopped and vaporized. Through her sensory powers, she felt the stress his body had been under, but now his fatigue and minor wounds were healing rapidly. In less than 30 seconds, he stood tall and proud before them once more. "Hope you have steady hands," Naruto said seriously. "What kind of trials have you faced to become this strong?" asked Jinpachi hesitantly, having never imagined his fellow shinobi to be so powerful. "I still haven't reached the top. We'll have to climb the last 500 feet the hard way," Naruto replied apologetically. Most of the squad couldn't help but sigh at the man's modesty and clear lack of self-pride. Still, that didn't deter him as he walked toward the spot where the rope was ready. He gestured for Murumi to come forward and helped her secure the rope firmly across her body, demonstrating how to grip the twin three-pronged kunai tightly in her hand. The others watched intently as Naruto explained the best angles to dig their kunai into the rock for a solid grip, advising them on optimal leg positioning and how to pull themselves upward. To everyone's relief, the commander, through a demonstration by his water clone, showed that it was possible to avoid falling should their arms tire or they lose their grip on the kunai. The sturdy rope tied across their bodies was strong enough to support a person's weight for a brief moment before it became strained. Naruto had also arranged the kunai-drawn ropeway across the mountain to distribute weight evenly and prepare for any potential mishaps. This level of calculation, planning, and swift execution in mere seconds. Even our Anbu Black Ops are not trained in this kind of warfare, but there were 2 other Black Ops groups trained in such tactics. One is extinct, and the other is what we may be facing soon. How does he know the same strategies? Mangetsu thought suspiciously. He couldn't deny that what Naruto was doing was impressive, but the calmness and precision he displayed suggested he had experience with such situations before, much like their jump from the skies a few days ago. "Demon. Killer," Mangetsu recalled, his eyes widening as he remembered an incident from the battle in Osaka when members of the Kinkaku unit had recognized Naruto and called him by that name. Too many coincidences were occurring, and something felt off. However, lacking proof, he kept his thoughts to himself and fell in line to climb the mountain. As he approached the base, he caught a fleeting glimpse of Naruto's red eyes, which seemed to hold a knowing gaze that sent shivers down Mangetsu's spine. He continued walking, even as a part of him screamed of impending danger. Nothing happened, and he breathed a sigh of relief as he strapped the rope around his body. As he stabbed his special kunai into the rock to begin his ascent, he couldn't shake the feeling that those red eyes were still watching him. In Kirigakure, Ino sat calmly in her chair, betraying no emotion as the other occupants of the grim room regarded her stoically. Despite their Anbu masks, she could see their intentions clearly in their eyes. Their fingers twitched, ready to draw their swords and eliminate her should she fail. Among the Anbu standing beside the Mizukage was Tsukumo Hatake, while the Anbu commander stood beside her, his hands resting on her head. If only they knew there was another spy among them besides her. She imagined how foolish the Mizukage would look if Tsukumo, the second in command of the Anbu Black Ops, was revealed to be an enemy spy as well. He was not the only one. Possessing such dangerous knowledge made her a risk, which was why Tsukumo was present. If she showed any signs of betrayal, he would eliminate her before Kirigakure could get to her, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. But it would never come to that. She wouldn't let it happen. Ino began to understand Naruto's feelings toward his village more deeply. She recalled asking him why he went so far to protect Yuzu when he had lost everything. He had smiled, and his words echoed in her heart as the Anbu commander began his jutsu over her. "No matter what darkness lies in the village, I am still Minato Namikaze of Yuzushigakure." Years had passed since she had seen her village, but she could still feel the warmth of the sunlight that bathed it daily. The sounds of children laughing and playing in the streets while the Hokage faces watched over them protectively lingered in her memory. She recalled the pride in the eyes of various ninjas from different clans, all wearing the same uniform to protect what they held dear, even at great personal cost. "Naruto, we are the same. You fight to protect your home, and I will fight for mine." "Ino Namikaze," the Mizukage called out flatly. She felt the Anbu commander attempting to enforce the cursed seal over her to compel her to speak the truth. Little did he realize that they had all walked into the trap she had set. The Anbu commander nodded to the Mizukage, confirming that the cursed seal was in effect, but froze when a pair of Sharingan eyes pierced through him. Ino stilled her breathing and relaxed as she saw Mikoto Uchiha ensnare the Anbu commander in her genjutsu without anyone noticing. The 13-year-old Uchiha girl, dressed in Anbu gear, stood behind Tsukumo, who gave Ino a discreet nod. The Yamanaka Kunoichi quickly connected her consciousness to the Anbu commander's mind through the hand he had placed on her. He was now as good as her puppet. With Mikoto's Sharingan and Ino's mind control jutsu, they could make the cursed seal vanish without anyone noticing. "Where were you born?" the Mizukage asked seriously. "Kirigakure," Ino replied calmly, as the Mizukage looked to his trusted Black Ops commander for confirmation. "It's true, Lord Second," the Anbu commander answered evenly. Ino saw the Mizukage nod in relief, unaware that while the Anbu commander confirmed that lie, it was her and Mikoto's will that had compelled him to do so. The man was completely ensnared in the Uchiha's genjutsu, and even after the interrogation he would believe he had spoken the truth, as the Uchiha and Yamanaka Kunoichi were altering his memories at that very moment. "No matter what darkness lies in my village, I will protect it." Naruto. Mei gasped in sheer exhaustion as she pulled herself another foot upward, stabbing her alternate three-pronged kunai into a sturdy rock above. She glanced down and gulped at the sight of tiny dots where the once tall trees stood below in the forest. Above her, she heard Haku heaving tiredly, struggling to maintain her grip as the winds grew thinner. Mengetsu would be lying if he said this mission wasn't the toughest one of his life. Even though he had prepared himself for situations like this, his resolve was being tested with every foot he climbed. He cursed as a few small rocks tumbled down from above, forcing him to grip his kunai even tighter. Looking up, he saw Jinpachi struggling to find his footing, trying to avoid slipping to a perilous fall. The Hozuki heir noticed their commander had reached a ridge large enough for everyone to sit, much to everyone's relief. "Everyone get ready. I will teleport you all here one by one. Aim Yuri first," instructed the commander. Naruto stabbed his three-pronged kunai into the rock behind him. When he received a nod from the red-haired fighter, he formed a hand seal and instantly grasped Aim Yuri as she appeared beside him, her face a mix of alarm and exhaustion. "What just happened?" Aim Yuri gasped, collapsing in relief. Naruto ignored her for the moment and focused on his remaining comrades, who were scattered across the mountain, waiting for their turn. His chakra reserves were dwindling, and he suspected the others were in a similar state. One by one, he pulled each of them over the ridge until only Mengetsu and Mei were left. "Your eyes are strained, Commander," Haku whispered worriedly, trying to catch her breath. "Take a moment before pulling these two up," Kisame advised seriously. Naruto was considering that suggestion when they all heard a panicked cry. He looked down to see Mei screaming as the last part of the rope holding Mengetsu snapped. Mengetsu barely had time to react before he felt himself plummeting thousands of feet below. He cursed and tried to grip the rocks, hoping to regain control, but in his haste, he allowed chakra to seep in. "Mengetsu!" Haku yelled in alarm. Naruto quickly threw his three-pronged kunai downward as a shockwave erupted when Mengetsu's chakra-infused hands connected with the rocks in desperation. As he watched the unconscious and injured boy fall, memories of his fallen comrades flashed before his eyes. "This time, I will protect my comrades." Luck was finally on his side as his kunai reached a few hundred feet near the falling Mengetsu, allowing Naruto to teleport midair. He quickly threw another kunai that embedded itself into Mengetsu's shoulder, and in the next moment, both shinobi teleported back to the ridge, where the rest of the squad caught them before they could fall again. Naruto grimaced at the sight of a significant portion of Mengetsu's left shoulder injured from the explosion, blood seeping from the wound. Small rock shards had embedded themselves in his exposed flesh, worsening the situation. At this rate, he was in serious trouble. "He's finished," Zabuza remarked bitterly. "Shut your mouth. We can still save him." Haku retorted furiously, trying to move toward her injured friend but was stopped by her fellow swordsman. "The Mizukage will have our heads if Mengetsu dies," Jinpachi said worriedly. We cannot stay here forever, Commander. We need to climb this mountain, and we can't carry Mangetsu in his current state. With him like this, our extraction plan is doomed, Kisame advised seriously. Perhaps we should retreat before we face any more losses, Mei suggested hesitantly. Commander! The commander looked at the injured boy in his arms, feeling conflicted. The mission came first, as was the ninja creed, but he glanced at his squad and saw despair, fear, and worry in their eyes. Flashback, 15 years ago. A 9-year-old boy with blonde hair stood in a room full of shinobi from his village. Unlike the arguing adults, he remained calm and composed, much like the woman leading the meeting. They shared striking similarities with beautiful blonde hair, fair skin, and the same eyes. Beside the older boy stood a 6-year-old with flat red hair, looking at the adults with concern. The older boy placed a reassuring hand on the shoulder of the newly graduated genin. Don't worry, Nagato. We will not lose, he promised, his eye crinkling in a smile, even with his face mostly hidden behind a traditional mask. Minato and Aichan, why are they saying we cannot win? Are we going to die? Nagato asked worriedly. Minato clenched his fist at the fear in his little brother's eyes. He wasn't alone. Many of the Uzumaki shinobi felt the same way, knowing they were outnumbered 4-1. It was yet another attempt by Kumogakure to seize Yuzu's lands, and their village had barely recovered from the last attack, lacking enough shinobi to defend itself. Minato Namikaze was no stranger to war. Having lost his father early in life, he became a shinobi. His superiors recognized early on that he was no ordinary child. He was faster than most adults and had become an expert swordsman by the age of 8. Unlike most young genin, he advanced quickly through the ranks and had recently become a chunin after successfully defending one of their border villages against 4 Kumo strike forces. His people called him a genius, but Minato knew he owed his abilities to the woman before him. Inoue Namikaze looked at her eldest son with pride. He reminded her so much of Tobarama, with the way he carried himself and the fierceness with which he protected his younger brother. Minato, what do you think? She asked, referring to the battle map, prompting him to step forward as the crowd fell silent. Even the most veteran jounin in the room couldn't understand why their commander trusted her son so much. Granted, he was powerful for his age, but they stopped their whispers when Minato pointed at a section of the map, making Inoue smile. She nodded at her son, acknowledging that he had identified the enemy's weakness. In a way, he had inherited his fighting prowess from Tobarama but his intelligence and cunning from her. The enemy outnumbers us, and we cannot survive a full-fledged battle. We barely have 500 fighters against there. We will follow the plan I have explained, ordered Inoue, a Tobiketsu jounin in charge of this force by the will of the Mizukage. But an outraged chunin began. We can take them, Commander, protested another jounin furiously. Only a coward would back down from a fight, scolded someone from the crowd. Inoue sighed inwardly as arguments erupted among her subordinates, likely leading to chaos. She narrowed her eyes when she noticed both her sons slipping away from the meeting. After the meeting concluded, Inoue followed the trail left by her younger son. Though it hadn't been perfect, she had managed to align the others with her strategy for the following day. Even with more planning to do, she wanted to see her boys before losing track of them. It filled her with pride to know her sons cared deeply for each other. She had worried that Minato would struggle to accept his half-brother, but her eldest had proven to be kind and accepting. Both boys were strong for their age, with some Uzumaki even calling them the reincarnation of the great Senju brothers. They were not far from the truth. She landed in the open forest and saw her boys standing against each other, fully armed. Nagato was the first to make his move, unleashing his most powerful abilities. Inoue activated her Sharingan, a gift from her father. She flinched when Minato activated his own red eyes, though his were not fully developed. She could only imagine the force he would become if he mastered his abilities. While she reminisced, her sons began their battle. Chakra in the form of ash surrounded Nagato protectively as he drew his tanto. He made a hand seal, and the ash rushed forward toward Minato. He's getting better at controlling his Kekai Genkai. I wonder how you will respond, Minato? Inoue thought curiously. Nagato ignited the ash, transforming it into a wall of fire heading toward his brother, who remained still. Inoue saw an echo of Tobarama in Minato when he raised a finger, summoning water from the air to clash against Nagato's jutsu. But it was Minato's next move that left Inoue speechless. With her Sharingan, she saw clearly as Minato threw his tanto toward Nagato. The younger boy's vision was obscured by the mist from the explosion, but Minato could see everything thanks to his partially developed Sharingan. He made the hand seal for his clan's jutsu and flashed beside Nagato, catching the tanto just as it passed his brother's face. Nagato gasped as he felt the tip of the weapon at his throat, surrendering with a resigned smile. "Elder brother, you've got to teach me that cool jutsu. It's mother's, isn't it?" Nagato asked excitedly as Minato removed the tanto. "Only if you keep it a secret from her and follow my training," Minato replied seriously, though his eyes softened when he saw Nagato nod eagerly. "I will." Imagine Kachan's reaction when she finds out both of us have started mastering her Hiraishin jutsu. Nagato exclaimed. Minato finally smiled and ruffled Nagato's hair, earning a laugh from his younger brother. Inoue clenched her fists in frustration. Her sons were all she had left, and one day they would become great warriors. Minato had the potential to be a Kage. How could she condemn their future, their bond, to the darkness of the Black Ops? The Mizukage had broached the subject too many times with her, and she sensed he would soon issue an order rather than a request. The village recognized her son's potential. Minato was the strongest of his generation, a prodigy the Uzumaki clan had not seen since the end of the Clan Wars era. They wanted him to join the S program, Yuzu's first special Black Ops unit to protect the village from the shadows. If Minato was recruited, Nagato would surely follow in his beloved brother's footsteps. What was she supposed to do? Both boys became alert when she landed nearby, smirking at them. Minato gauged her intentions first and exchanged a hidden smile with his sibling. Together, they charged at her, and in them, Inoue saw the two men she had loved and lost. As they approached, she surprised them by embracing them both fiercely. Nagato laughed boyishly and returned her affection, but Minato looked into her eyes, and Inoue sensed he might understand her fears. She heard a soft rustle at the entrance of her small tent and was surprised to see her eldest son enter after a moment. "Nagato?" she asked worriedly, prompting him to smile. "He's fine. Asleep like a log," Minato joked with a smirk. "Come here," she gestured with a smile, frowning when he hesitated. "You're not too old yet," she chided him, which finally made him relent and approach her. He allowed her to wrap her arms around him in a warm embrace. She removed his face mask, making him flinch, and it pained her to see him react this way. Even after all these years since Yahiko's death, Minato still feared losing anyone he loved. He had few friends and mostly spent time with his brother and mother, but Inoue knew it was an instinct to ensure his last two family members were always safe. But he was growing up too fast for her, and one day he wouldn't be her little boy anymore. So she cherished this moment. "You can do it, cousin," he whispered. She angled herself to look into his face, and more importantly, into his eyes. "We cannot overwhelm the enemy force the way they are now. You taught me it's better to attack a divided and weakened force than a strong and united one. The supply fleet of ships will be approaching our islands in a few days. If we take them out and lure the enemy deeper into our lands, straining their strength, we can win," Minato advised insistently. "The others don't believe in my plan. It's too risky, and we could lose more territory to the enemy if we don't succeed," Inoue said hesitantly. "I believe in you." Inoue's eyes glistened with tears as she saw the unwavering faith her son had in her plan and her abilities. His determination showed he was willing to face any challenge alongside her without hesitation. "The village is the key. We exist because Yuzu exists. If we fail, there is no future for our people. We cannot let Father's home, our home, be destroyed. I'm sure the others share my feelings, which is why they will follow you no matter the outcome. So please, believe in yourself," Minato requested sincerely. "Why do you believe in me so much, Minato?" Inoue whispered, tears continuing to fall. "You inherited Father's will. No matter the pain or hardship that came your way, you stood strong and re-enlisted as a ninja. You swore to protect Yuzu's comrades, and your sons with all your heart, everything that father died for. Even now, you are trying to protect us all. You and father are my heroes, he said honestly with a smile. Inoue had never understood why the Mizukage and many of the top officers were so interested in her eldest son. Granted, he was powerful, but he was still too young for the responsibility they wanted to place upon him. But now, as she looked at him, she realized it was his unwavering will that inspired confidence in others. His determination had allowed him to replicate her jutsu, even with his broken Sharingan. Although he had barely learned the basics, he never gave up. It was only she who saw him as a child and wanted to shield him. Minato, I wish your father could see the man you have become, Inoue whispered sadly. Yet, despite the pain of Yahiko's absence, she couldn't help but look at her son with pride. There's no time for regrets, Kung. Let's make the enemy regret crossing us, Minato suggested, extending his fist toward her. Inoue smiled proudly as she bumped her fist against his. You have become a fine shinobi, my son. Inoue Namikaze looked at the small group of ninjas gathered around her, all gazing out at the ocean ahead. If their intel from a captured enemy shinobi was correct, the supply ships should be heading for their shores tonight. While half of her team pretended to engage the main enemy force on land, she and the remaining half would focus on destroying the enemy's supplies. She saw both of her sons standing at the edge of the small mountain beside her and took comfort in their fearless demeanor. They're here, Minato reported, removing his finger from the ground. Inoue was surprised when her eldest displayed impressive sensory powers, another trait he inherited from his biological father. There was a time when she had loved Tobarama, who had saved her life when a common client hired both of their clans to defend his territory. Those few months together were tough, but she had seen a softer side of Tobarama that had drawn her to him. However, everything fell apart the day the Senju and Uchiha united. Her clan refused to ally with the new hidden villages, and her younger self had believed that was a mistake. Her son had been born not long after their clan was wiped out. It wasn't that she didn't want to reach out to Tobarama, but she doubted Konoha would accept any survivors from the Namikaze clan while they were at war with Kumo. Hashirama was a pacifist, and if push came to shove, he would sacrifice her and his own nephew to ensure peace in his village. A man who could betray his best friend and then murder him was not someone she could trust with her child's life. Now, another war had begun, and her sons were once again in danger. The guilt of never telling Minato about his true father haunted her every day. Her son was too perceptive and perhaps even suspected that Yahiko was not his father, yet he never asked her the truth because he cared about her feelings too much. Maybe once this conflict was over, she could arrange for him to meet his father. Let's go, everyone, she commanded, spotting the ships on the horizon. Together, they took up positions along the beach and waited for the enemy convoy to approach. No one ever mentioned that the wait before battle made most shinobi nervous, knowing anything could happen. Inoue saw the same apprehension in Nagato's eyes and gently patted his head, making him smile. She wanted nothing more than for him to be away from this conflict, but the village had enlisted every able-bodied citizen above the age of 5 capable of fighting to survive this war. Her son was no exception. His strength made his enlistment swift. Not that he objected, he had always wanted to fight alongside his mother and elder brother, whom he admired. Remember, we need those supplies. Try not to destroy them. The crew is fair game, Inoue instructed seriously. Understood, Commander, her men replied in hushed tones. Inoue didn't hesitate to give the signal to attack when the ships came within range. The first to react was her eldest son, who quickly performed a series of hand seals. Water style, whirlpool swirl. The enemy convoy suddenly found themselves in peril as the sea beneath their ships rocked violently. The opposing currents clashed, creating gigantic whirlpools that sent shivers down the spines of many shinobi. Inoue watched Minato and felt a pang of sadness when she saw only one emotion in his eyes. His Sharingan reflected a fierce determination, devoid of mercy for those who had harmed the only man he had considered a father. Dispose of the crew. Grab the supplies, sink the ships, Inoue ordered. Instantly, every shinobi from Yuzu grabbed a kunai and launched them into the air. Inoue nodded at her youngest son, who returned her gesture as he clasped his hands together. Ash release, laser circus. Minato watched in fascination as his brother unleashed ash from his body, which intertwined with the kunai launched by their forces. Elder brother. Nagato grinned when his brother stepped beside him, placing a hand on the redhead's forehead. It was as if someone had opened Nagato's third eye, allowing him to feel and even see faint glimpses of the enemy shinobi through their chakra. Minato maintained the storm of whirlpools while doing his best to relay the positions of each enemy shinobi on that ship to his brother. It's time to end this, Nagato. For father, Minato whispered encouragingly, noticing his brother's hesitation. The little boy nodded, clenching his fist as he unleashed a rain of kunai upon the trapped enemy convoy. Inoue, along with the rest of the Uzumaki, watched in fascination and horror as the two brothers executed their attack with swift precision. Inoue's Sharingan allowed her to see the enemy fall one after another. The cries of the defeated echoed across the beach until only silence remained. The whirlpools disappeared, revealing battered and damaged ships filled with nothing but lifeless bodies and precious supplies. Can't dance anymore. How disappointing, Minato remarked coldly. Inoue flinched at her eldest son's merciless words, but before she could reprimand him, both her boys charged toward the enemy convoy without fear. He reminds me of Madara Uchiha from the old days, Ikoma Uzumaki said with a satisfied smile. Inoue clenched her fist, looking at the oldest member of her force, who had survived the clan wars era. Ikoma, what are you saying? Inoue asked tersely. These two are more similar to the infamous Uchiha brothers than the Senju brothers, as most of our people believe. Someday, the world will tremble before their might, Ikoma replied. Inoue chose not to respond to that comment but instead ordered her stunned company to focus on stealing the enemy's supplies and sinking the ships, though those words continued to haunt her heart. A few hours later, when their company returned to camp, everyone was in a victorious mood. Morale was high until a few shinobi from the diversion party sent to engage the main enemy force returned. Just one look at their horrified and broken faces dampened everyone's spirits. The information they conveyed left much of the camp in despair and fear. Inoue found herself standing in front of her sons, with Ikoma by her side. She looked at her youngest, who was gazing at her with worry, while her eldest's eyes remained calm despite knowing the challenges ahead. She knew what she had to do. Nagato, go back to the village and get reinforcements with Ikoma, Inoue instructed seriously. But that's an order. Obey. Nagato flinched at her harsh tone and the cold look in her eyes. He felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see his elder brother smiling at him. We're counting on you, Minato said with a reassuring smile, helping Nagato relax a little. You'll be okay, elder brother? Nagato asked hesitantly, trying not to look at his mother, whose gaze softened at her youngest's kind-hearted nature. Zabuza and the remaining swordsmen, along with Mei, watched in stunned silence as the commander's hands glowed a bright green. With precision they had never imagined, Naruto carefully removed the rock shards embedded in Mangetsu's shoulder before sealing the wound. He didn't stop there, he even recreated the bone and skin, making the injury vanish as if it had never existed. Haku sobbed in relief when she heard Mangetsu whisper words of peace. She looked at the focused man doing everything in his power to keep the boy alive. Why go so far? She whispered. Naruto looked up, surprised to see the same question reflected in the eyes of his entire squad. He glanced back at Mangetsu, contemplating the question. As a spy, he was never supposed to reveal the true extent of his powers. Even if he hadn't revealed everything, he had crossed a line for the boy currently breathing heavily in his arms. For a moment, he saw Nagato's face staring back at him, which made him smile. Looking back at his comrades, he realized that despite their different faces, the feeling in his heart remained the same, leading him to the answer. Because he's one of us, he answered resolutely. Haku and Mei smiled at his words, but he noticed that the more battle-hardened members were still processing his reasoning. All of us are different in many ways, but we are a team. We are Kiri's finest warriors entrusted with our nation's future, but most importantly, all we have right now is each other. "We're family," Naruto declared, determination shining in his eyes, earning a soft gaze of understanding from Yuri and Jinpachi. "There's no such thing as family." Zabuza growled, recalling everything he had been taught to survive. "Family always betrays," Kisame whispered hesitantly, memories of his dark past surfacing. Naruto lowered his gaze, knowing a part of that was true, considering who he was in reality. He had no right to preach about family to the people he was spying on. But he had seen how easily some had given up on Mangetsu when things turned dire, and as commander, he was responsible for the mission's success. It would never succeed unless each member of the squad knew they could rely on one another without doubt. "Maybe they will someday," he agreed with Kisame, making the older man frown. "Then why?" Kisame asked seriously. "You don't give up on family no matter what," Naruto replied truthfully, looking at Mangetsu. He noticed Zabuza and Kisame still didn't agree with his opinion, but they were contemplating what he had said, which was more than enough. He couldn't undo years of brutal training in moments, but he had shown them a different path through his actions. Mei watched as Naruto gently lifted Mangetsu over his shoulder, standing up with a determined gaze toward the mountain above them. She looked at Haku, followed by Jinpachi and Yuri, pleased to see the same determination reflected in each of their eyes. Even Zabuza and Kisame looked a little shaken. She glanced back at the man who was slowly earning their trust. There was no doubt he was a fine soldier and a capable commander, but the way he fought for Mangetsu and put himself on the line revealed the kind of man he truly was. "What's the next move, Commander?" Naruto looked back at his squad and felt a renewed determination burning in their eyes. More importantly, he noticed how most of them wanted to trust him after what he had done for one of their own. "We climb the rest of this mountain, then establish a makeshift camp and scout the area for more intel. Once we have that in place, we strike," instructed the commander. "Commander, we cannot afford any more accidents. We are with you, but climbing further exposes us to the same risk that hurt Mangetsu in the first place," warned Haku seriously, earning a nod from the blonde man. "I'll carry you all to the top in one shot with my teleportation technique. Given the height, air pressure, your combined weight, and the distance, my chakra will be nearly exhausted. If there are enemies waiting for us at the top, I won't be much help until my chakra levels rise again," explained Naruto hesitantly. "It's still a better plan than risking each of us climbing the rest of the way. Besides, you've done more than enough for us so far. We'll have your back up there against anything," promised Haku fiercely. This time, there was no hesitation as the entire squad nodded in agreement and looked resolutely back at Naruto. He regarded them for a moment before giving an affirmative nod, and they gathered around him, placing their hands on his back. "Ninja wire on your kunai. Be ready to hit the nearest trees or rocks to create an anchor and establish your position at the top. You'll have 5 seconds to make it happen. Don't miss," he warned them. He could see everyone was a little nervous, but they were committed to the mission and gave their firm nod of consent, which was all he needed to see. When they looked ready, he expanded his sensory powers and located the highest tri-pronged kunai he had managed to establish across the mountain. Even from that point, it was another 500 feet to the top, a distance he would have to cover in a few seconds. It was not going to be easy. Mei barely had a moment to blink when she saw Naruto give a final nod before her entire world shifted. Words couldn't describe the sensation as she felt herself being compressed before being pushed through a dark space she could barely see. Her eyes widened in surprise. Around her, she saw their entire squad had appeared in the air amidst the clouds. She barely had time to admire the clouds before that disorienting feeling took over again as she saw Naruto throw a sharp object higher. Again and again, they were pulled until Mei felt herself on the verge of losing her lunch. Her eyes widened when they suddenly flashed against the edge of the mountaintop, and she realized this was the moment they had all been waiting for. Despite their claims of pulling their weight once they reached the top, the entire squad was extremely disoriented from the rapid travel. It was hard enough to breathe, and even harder not to succumb to the nausea. Naruto must have anticipated this, as another clone of him appeared above them and threw a single 3-pronged kunai that embedded itself into the nearest rock with a solid grip. Mei felt that nauseous sensation again, and before she knew it, everyone was safely back on the ground, the faint puff of the clone disappearing behind them. She looked up to see Naruto taking a few deep breaths as his sage mode power suddenly vanished, and without a word, he collapsed unconscious to the ground. Commander! 3 weeks later, Kage. Ino silently stared at the small device in her hand. She had been looking at it for a good 5 minutes now, and even then, her eyes were unwilling to tear themselves away from the 2 positive signs displayed on the medical device. It wasn't as if she had not imagined this event happening in her life. Every woman at least thought about this once. Her feelings on this subject were conflicted, to say the least. She needed a second opinion, one that was more rational and could help her see the bigger picture because, even if she appeared calm on the outside, she was having a crisis in her heart, one she didn't want her commander standing in front of her to notice. "This is bad," whispered Kumo, the acting leader of all Konoha agents in the Land of Water. He flinched at his choice of words when he received a scathing glare from one of his most prized operatives. The raw intensity in her eyes made him raise his hands in a placating manner. "Any word from him yet?" asked Kumo, trying to change the subject for his own safety. "No," she whispered, her sadness and fears evident to him. "He's the father, isn't he?" asked Kumo gently. Any other woman might have been offended by such an NTMT question, but in their line of work, it was not unusual for operatives to use personal connections as leverage against their targets to gather information. Naruto and Ino were no different in this regard. Kumo felt relieved when she nodded her confirmation that Naruto was the father. He knew Naruto was a good man and a capable ninja, but he thought from the heart, unlike Ino, who had a better sense of understanding. He doubted the last Namikaze would be capable of raising a child, considering his own dark past and the nature of their current assignment, much less the child of another man. Even if they both denied it, Kumo knew these two loved each other. It was not a love born of pure passion or lust, although that might still exist. In reality, it was a love born from their shared pain, sense of duty, and respect for each other. "I'm scared, Kumo," she whispered. He stepped beside her and placed his hand over her shoulder in a comforting manner. "Whatever your decision, I will make sure the Hokage and the higher-ups accept it. I will not let them have their say in this," he promised fiercely, and he meant it. If that young brat Hiruzen and his advisors didn't heed his advice, they would soon learn how serious it was to anger a group of special ops ninjas. While there weren't many of them to stage a significant revolt, they were a tight-knit group that looked out for one another, even if it meant making those in leadership reconsider their decisions. His promise eased most of Ino's fears. The fact that she hugged him and sobbed in relief showed that, despite their training, operatives could be compromised when emotions were involved, which was clearly the case with her and Naruto. "I take it this means you are not dropping the child?" he asked in a fatherly tone, adding warmth to ease her worries. "Not my choice, but," she whispered, and Kumo understood exactly what terrified her the most. She was afraid of Naruto and what this change in their lives would mean. On one hand, it could strengthen their cover and embed them deeper into Kirigakure's society. Many ambitious clans had been trying to arrange marriages for their daughters with Naruto ever since they discovered he was the last survivor of the Namikaze clan. They didn't care that he was already married to Ino, citing Kirigakure's lax laws that allowed clan heads to have multiple wives for the sake of the clan. It was a hypocritical law, but one accepted by the government and upheld by the water daimyo, who practiced it himself with multiple consorts. It was only Naruto's avoidance of this entire matter that kept those clans at bay, especially the Kage. With this child, many would be forced to reconsider their approaches. While some would still try, Naruto could argue that he was fulfilling his duty to repopulate the Namikaze clan. This situation also gave Konoha more leverage over Naruto. Perhaps with this, they could persuade him to switch his loyalty from Yuzu to their village. Konoha needed a powerful ninja like Naruto, and the prospect of the Namikaze clan being reborn there would strengthen their military. However, this created a significant problem for Kumo. "What will you do now?" "I doubt his covert mission will end anytime soon, and the longer you wait," he warned her hesitantly. "I will not make a decision without informing him," she objected fiercely. She couldn't do that to him, not after everything he had lost. He trusted her with his life, and the least she could do was wait for him to return so they could decide the right course of action together. Then you need to resign from the Anbu group, weeding out the spies in Kiri's ranks, Tsukumo said seriously. No. Ino. Tsukumo, they are not to be underestimated. Have you forgotten what they have done in the past 3 weeks alone? Ino asked fiercely. Tsukumo flinched. The Anbu commander had formed a special team investigating every branch of Kiri's military for possible spies. No one was spared, regardless of clan, rank, or political connection. The spies from Konoha had been well protected from scrutiny thanks to Ino's involvement, which diverted attention to other suspects. They had already uncovered spies from Iwagakure and Sunagakure. The former had been working as a medic and the latter as a secretary in the Mizukage's tower. Both were executed after severe interrogation by the Anbu unit supervised by their commander. The unit then hunted down and eliminated entire families and acquaintances associated with those spies. The fact that they even targeted the young son of the Iwa Kunoichi made their intentions clear. It was an absolute purge and no one was safe. As a friend, Tsukumo was worried for Ino's safety, especially now that he knew she was pregnant. It was not safe for her to be around those trigger-happy individuals. On the other hand, the commander in him recognized how vital she was. Without her misguiding the Anbu forces, their spies could be exposed. And she understood that. No matter the situation, I am still Ino Yamanaka of the Leaf, she promised him, her fierce blue eyes filled with loyalty and determination, making him swell with pride. I cannot step aside and risk the lives of my comrades, not if I have the power to save them. I have to stay on that unit to keep you all safe, she pointed out, earning a tired sigh from him. They are dangerous men, Ino. Don't ever forget that. If something happens to you and this child, Tsukumo warned. They won't do anything to me because they know Naruto would protect me fiercely if they even tried to lay a finger on me. Considering the Mizukage favors Naruto, he would be the first to defend me should my loyalty ever be questioned by the Anbu unit, Ino explained rationally. Tsukumo couldn't deny the merits of her argument. By now, Naruto had established a strong reputation for himself in Kirigakure. Most of the civilian population loved him, and the shinobi respected him. The fact that the Mizukage considered him a potential successor showed how well Naruto had embedded himself into this society. Everyone had witnessed a glimpse of his power. Even the Anbu commander would think twice before accusing Naruto's own wife of being a spy, let alone taking action against her. But there were still many dangers, and he didn't like it. In the end, he chose what he believed was best for their group and hoped he wouldn't regret it later. Fine, I'll leave the decision regarding this child to you and Naruto. You can continue to be part of the Anbu team investigating the spies, but also keep me informed about everything. Even if you feel paranoid about something, I want to know it all, Tsukumo instructed seriously. I understand. Thank you, Ino said with a relieved smile, though she frowned when she noticed Tsukumo massaging his forehead with a tired sigh. I don't think you do, not all of it. It's true you are relatively safe, and Kiri won't question your loyalty without sufficient proof, but if anything were to happen to you, then Naruto knows about most of our spies, including me. He left it at that, hoping she would grasp the implication, and she did instantly. He would never betray his village or Konoha. We are allies. Ino protested, feeling personally offended that her superior would even suggest otherwise, especially after all Naruto had done for them throughout his life. Tsukumo regarded her calmly, realizing that she was unaware of Naruto's full history. This lack of understanding prevented her from seeing the deeper truths that haunted Tsukumo and the other higher-ups. They often had nightmares just thinking about it. Tsukumo held a deep respect for Naruto, or rather Minato, which was the young man's true name. In his experience, he had never encountered a ninja who had sacrificed so much for their village and continued to fight for it. There was no doubt about Naruto's courage, skill, or loyalty. However, he had witnessed too much loss and darkness until Ino entered his life. Naruto had walked a long and difficult path, and no matter how strong and operative he was, there always came a breaking point. Tsukumo hoped he would never have to witness such a day, as it would be his worst nightmare. Operatives like Naruto were the shadows that maintained peace in the world, but they could also become the ghosts that ignited another war. He chose not to share his feelings or information about Naruto with Ino, knowing she would not understand. Instead, he warned her to be cautious and left her home, already deciding to assign an extra pair of eyes to watch over her and take necessary actions if she were ever in danger. Tobarama had been very clear on that. Tsukumo gazed at the dark sky, pondering how challenging a life in the shadows could be. Land of Lightning. Naruto sat atop a tree branch in the dense forest on the mountain, rain pouring from the skies. He glanced at his squad mate, who was camouflaged in an adjacent tree. Both of them had suppressed their chakra signatures to avoid detection by the enemy. Zabuza was not pleased with what he observed. Nearly every member of their squad, except for Mangetsu, who was recovering, had joined Naruto on their daily reconnaissance missions to assess enemy strength and locate their target. "Let's compare our findings," Naruto whispered, earning a nod from Zabuza. "There are about 4 castles nearby, guarded by nearly 2,000 to 3,000 enemy forces. They are evenly spread out, and there's a significant no-man's land between each castle and the roads leading to them. Sneaking inside undetected is nearly impossible due to the detection barriers and regular patrols. Even if we manage to bypass all that, we still don't know the exact location of our target. Our interrogations of a few patrol officers didn't yield any useful information," Zabuza recounted, his frown deepening. They had been careful to alter the memories of those they interrogated to maintain their cover and had sent them back to their duties to avoid further suspicion. The enemy was already on high alert after noticing the silence from their border patrols beneath the mountain, leading to tightened security. "We could attempt an aerial insertion, but we'd be detected immediately. If we land in the wrong castle where the target isn't present, we'd lose our only chance to complete the mission." "You weren't joking when you said this was a suicide mission," Zabuza muttered with a scoff. "The mission still stands," Naruto replied, earning a low growl of frustration from his partner. "I know that. I just don't see how we can get past them all to reach our target without raising an alarm," Zabuza argued, sighing wearily. Naruto acknowledged his partner's concerns while pulling out a cigarette from his pouch and lighting it effortlessly. As he took a calming puff, he noticed Zabuza watching him with a hint of annoyance. With a faint grin, he produced another cigarette and tossed it to Zabuza, who returned the gesture with a toothy grin. They both smoked in silence for a few minutes, contemplating their dilemma. Even Naruto felt stumped. The harsh reality was that they would be detected if they tried to infiltrate stealthily, which would risk their entire team. There was only one option left. "We split into 2 teams. Team 1 will consist of 3 members acting as a diversion unit to draw most of the enemy's forces by engaging in a deliberate fight with the border patrols. Team 2, made up of 4 members, will use the chaos to sneak behind enemy lines. It would be easier to locate the target amid the confusion as the security forces try to protect the VIP and his family in the most fortified area," Naruto suggested. "It's risky, but I don't see any other choice. Team 1 should include our strongest fighters since they'll be under a lot of pressure and may even risk elimination first. Team 2 should consist of those of us more skilled in stealth and speed to locate and eliminate the target," Zabuza pointed out. He looked at his leader and saw the determination in Naruto's eyes, indicating that he had already decided who would participate in each operation. However, Naruto remained silent, encouraging Zabuza to reach his own conclusion. "I think Kisame, you, and Mei should be team. The 3 of you are the heavy hitters of our team, while the rest of us can sneak in and eliminate the target along with his family. But if we commit the entire team to this plan, there won't be anyone left for backup to rescue us or send word of our capture in the worst-case scenario. We could be dead or worse by the time our village sends reinforcements, if they ever do. We've already exceeded the planned timeline," Zabuza warned seriously. "That's a risk we'll have to take. We've come too far to turn back now," Naruto decided, finishing his smoke. Zabuza quickly followed suit, and they both disposed of their cigarettes, letting the ashes blend into the atmosphere. "In that case, let's go brief the others." "They won't like it," Zabuza suggested as he rose from his perch. "You go ahead and finish briefing them on the plan." "I'll erase any trace of our presence here," Naruto ordered firmly. Zabuza nodded and vanished in a puff of smoke, which Naruto quickly dispersed before focusing on the enemy stronghold. He wasn't entirely sure of his plan, but he had limited options to complete the mission. He couldn't give up now, especially since he was the one who had advocated for this mission to the Mizukage. What intrigued him was that he had received intel about this hideout directly from Yuzu's network. They had routed the information through Kiri spies in the Land of Lightning to avoid suspicion, but had kept Naruto informed of their developments. As far as he knew, Yuzu had very few agents in the Land of Lightning, and he doubted any of them were well placed enough to locate the daimyo's secret hideout during wartime. It could only be possible if someone within the daimyo's circle betrayed him. But who? He whispered to himself. He tensed and quickly drew the sword from his back, turning around to find a female kunoichi a few treetops away. She wore a light gray full-sleeve shirt under a matching flak jacket, complemented by dark pants and combat boots. A standard katana rested on her back, and she had a pouch for kunai and shuriken strapped to her thighs. Her face was obscured by a black mask similar to an Anbu's, and a Kumo headband was wrapped around her left arm. Her bright red hair was neatly tied in a bun atop her head, and her calm violet eyes regarded him without surprise or alarm. Naruto swiftly threw one of his three-pronged kunai in her direction. In less than 3 seconds, he was above her, sword ready to strike, only to find her prepared for the attack, raising her katana in defense. Their weapons clashed with a resounding impact, sending sparks flying into the cold night air. He narrowed his eyes at the playful mirth in her gaze before she disengaged and jumped to another tree. Just as he was about to pursue her, he froze. She had removed her mask, revealing a mixture of joy and sadness on her face. If there had been any doubt in his heart, it vanished when she clenched her fist and thumped it against her chest, standing at attention. Most wouldn't understand this gesture, but he did. He had created this salute, a tradition passed on to only a select few, and she was one of them. "It's been a while, Captain Minato," she said. He stared at her, his heart racing with disbelief. For the last 10 years, she had been a ghost haunting his heart, a whisper in his dreams, a reminder of what he had lost. She was an S just like him. A Spartan. The only one apart from him who likely survived the massacre nearly a decade ago. "Kushina?" he whispered, hope mingling with disbelief in his voice. He remembered a fiery teenage girl, nearly his age, who had never been one of the heavy hitters but excelled in jutsu, sensory abilities, and traps. Her healing skills were the best among all Spartans, even surpassing his own. Most importantly, she could completely suppress her chakra, rendering her invisible to censor ninjas, even him. That had been her code name among the Spartans, known to the world as the S-Program Ninjas. Only the Uzumaki knew the full meaning of that program, and not even Konoha understood much about them until after Hashirama's rescue by the Spartans. 99, she replied with a faint smile, confirming her unique number among the former Spartan unit of over 120 ninjas. 47, he confirmed, earning a nod of acknowledgement from her. They both leaped through the trees, meeting in a fierce embrace in the dark forest, drenched by heavy rain. A tear fell from his eye, followed by a relieved chuckle as he held her tightly, afraid she might vanish if he let go. Kushina felt the same, returning his embrace with equal passion, memories of their past flooding her emotions. Only her training and years of isolation kept her from tearing up, but she couldn't resist leaning back from the hug a moment later to lower his mask and kiss him gently. She sensed his surprise and hesitation, but he made no move to stop her. She broke the kiss soon after, knowing he was likely overwhelmed. After all, no one expected him to remain composed upon discovering that his former partner and girlfriend had survived nearly 10 years after the massacre. "How?" he whispered, still in shock. She nodded, granting him consent to activate his red eyes once more, the sight of which brought back many memories for her. Moments later, he glimpsed the answer to his question in her memories. Flashback. 10 years ago. Kushina groaned in pain, staring at the pitch-black sky above her, shrouded by dark clouds. The heavy silence weighed on her heart, as did the sight of her fellow Spartans' corpses scattered around her. Her only solace was the sight of hundreds of Kumogakure ninja among the dead, proof of the valiant fight the Spartans had put up. However, it was not ninja that had decimated the special ops forces of Yuzu. She cast a hateful glare at the monstrous two-tailed beast raging a few kilometers away, the one responsible for sending her comrades to their graves. If not for that creature, this battlefield would have been the grave of Kumogakure's entire force. The enemy had seen how outmatched they were, and the casualties inflicted by the Spartans forced them to unleash their most destructive weapons to counter Yuzu's. Spartans. She had barely managed to heal the large wound in her stomach, caused by the rocks hurled at them by the tailed beast. Some of her ribs were still broken and would take time to heal, but she would probably survive. Her comrades weren't so lucky. She smiled upon hearing the tailed beast scream and found peace when she saw a dark and yellow flash attacking the monster. "We leave the rest to you, Captain." They had kept the promise they made to their leader until the very end. Now it was time to rest. They had done their duty. She lay on the blood-soaked ground, but before she could resign herself to the approaching darkness, she saw the severed head of Echo just a few feet away from her. Anger surged through Kushina as she remembered that Echo had been one of the youngest in their group, a boy of 12. Now he was just a severed head, his eyes still wide open and looking at her. Kushina stared into those lifeless eyes and felt they were demanding something from her. She looked around at the corpses of her other comrades and felt the same feeling magnify in her heart. Justice. Her comrades were dead, her village had suffered, and her clan had endured so much death and pain. Her gaze landed upon a dead Kumogakure Jounin, specifically at the headband wrapped around his forehead. Once again, she found purpose as she dragged herself to the cover of the nearby forest, where she discovered more enemy corpses left behind by her comrades. Most of the enemy force had used the tailed beast as a diversion to escape the wrath of the Spartans. Kushina identified a badly mutilated corpse of a young Kumogakure female kunoichi of Chunin rank. They were of the same age and body type, even sharing the same hair color. She switched her uniform with the dead girls, and with the little sensory power she had left, she located the retreating enemy forces and made her decision. She looked back at the battlefield to see the tailed beast screaming in agony as Minato fought it without mercy. For a moment, she hesitated, knowing Minato would need her, especially now that Nagato was gone. But then she saw the other Spartans who lay dead on the battlefield and knew she had to avenge them. She doubted the Mizukage would reform their unit ever again. The village had undergone a scandal when their unit was formed, with many uncomfortable about the brutality the children who survived the program had endured during training, and so many others lost in the process. It was only the resounding military victories the Spartans brought for the village later in the war that made their people accept their existence and grudgingly acknowledge the Mizukage's decision. Most of all, Kushina felt that Kumogakure would not be deterred even if they lost this war. They would likely stir up more conflicts in the future. A ninja village was only as strong as the support it received from the feudal lord, the daimyo. If there was to be any peace in this world, any justice for her fallen comrades, she had to make the man responsible for this entire war pay for his crimes. And she could never achieve that if she returned home. She looked back at Minato, knowing her decision would end the future they could have had, a future she had dearly desired for a long time. It would haunt her until her last breath. But she was a Spartan first, just like him. Family. Duty. Those were their clan's words, and Kushina believed in them with all her heart. The Spartans had been her family, and it was her duty to honor their sacrifice by seeking justice. Tears fell from her eyes as she turned around and slowly limped in the direction of the retreating enemy forces. Kushina carefully gauged his reaction as he finished witnessing her memories and the choice she had made on that fateful night. Over the years, she had imagined various reactions from him upon learning the truth, but she never expected a calm nod, albeit with some sadness in his eyes. "You did what you thought was right," he whispered sadly. "You don't resent me for leaving you behind?" "Nearly going rogue?" she asked carefully, but he shook his head. "We are not kids anymore, Kushina. You were right, the Spartans were gone after that night. Even with the two of us, our unit would never be resurrected. Although it was dangerous, it was best that you went after those responsible for the death of our friends. I doubt the villagers would have been kind to you if you had returned with me while all the others perished," he explained with a nod of acknowledgement. She had also shown him memories of her infiltrating Kumo's military and working her way toward the royal court of the daimyo over the past decade. She had re-established contact with Yuzu's intelligence command when she settled in. They had been furious but couldn't ignore the benefit of having a highly skilled Spartan among their archenemy's top ranks. Their decision not to punish her worked in their favor as she provided critical intel over the years that helped save many lives, including that of Tobarama Senju. She was part of the Anbu team from Kumo tasked with protecting the Lightning Daimyo and his family, privy to a lot of confidential information that the Raikage reported to his feudal lord by examining his letters for security before passing them to the feudal lord or attending their private meetings as part of the daimyo's security detail. When she learned of Tobarama's survival and captivity, she passed that intel to Yuzu. They had been very careful and had actually used Kiri's eagerness for war to make Minato convince them to attack the Land of Lightning. It was for the best, as Tobarama was relatively safe, although now a prisoner of Kiri, but she had faith that Minato would somehow get him back to his village. If it had been Konoha or Yuzu forces attacking the city of Osaka, then the Land of Lightning would have known for sure that there was a spy hidden in their top ranks. But since it had been Kiri who attacked, it was brushed off as unexpected collateral damage. Even now, she had been the one to reveal the daimyo's secret hideout but had not expected such a small team to be assigned for the job. She had observed Minato and the other swordsmen from Kiri. While there was no doubt they were powerful, the odds were stacked against them. It was why she stepped in to help, and for the fact that she had to meet the man she had loved all those years ago. Maybe a part of her still did, but she doubted whether he felt the same. It had been nearly 10 years. What you did was at least better than trying to give up like I did, he said with a miserable laugh. Kushina felt a deep sadness hearing him say that. She had known about his struggles all these years. That had been one of her conditions in exchange for vital information to Yuzu. Apart from her feelings for him, he was also the only Spartan still alive. Both of them were a dying breed, and she wanted to look after one of her own in whatever way she could. The village shouldn't have ostracized and blamed you like they did. You did the best you could, Kushina said honestly, earning a surprised look from him. You know, he asked, his expression one of shock, and she gave a hesitant nod. I kept tabs on you. Sorry, she whispered sheepishly, making him sigh. You're such a nerd, you know that? Kushina's eyebrows twitched at the nickname he had given her. He had caught her peeking on him once, and suddenly she deserved that title. She was about to respond with a retort when she saw him staring at her with a happy smile. I'm glad you are alive, Kushina. She hugged him once again before both of them settled on one of the treetops after scanning the area for any intruders. Fortunately, they found none. Kushina doubted anyone could get past her sensory abilities. The closest enemy presence was nearly 3 kilometers away. Naruto stared at his former comrade and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Her survival lifted a great burden off his shoulders, proving he hadn't lost all of his men. The fact that she was a close friend made him feel even better. Knowing she was there to help him with this mission bolstered his confidence in his ability to get the job done. What happened to you, Minato? She asked gently, knowing her question was directly related to the reasoning behind his dark thoughts. The tragedy of the Spartans was immense, and the loss of his little brother on that battlefield was heartbreaking. But they were Spartans. They were supposed to fight till the end. Yet he had nearly given up, and she wanted to understand why. I watched my friends die, my Nagato die. You think that would be the worst part, he whispered sadly, tears pooling in his eyes as memories of that fateful night rushed back. Kushina grasped his hand, knowing exactly what the Spartans meant to him. It was the same for her. But you didn't die, Kushina realized sadly, understanding that he had wanted to be with his men in their final moments. Instead, he was left all alone. She had heard that he visited the families of each of the Spartans, even those who were orphans. He went to their orphanages and spoke to anyone who cared about those lost children. He must have seen their devastation and pain firsthand, experienced their anger and resentment for him surviving while their loved ones did not. Even after everything he had endured, Minato had stood strong, but in the end he was still human, and that pain was too much for a 14-year-old boy. I hope they remember you, Kushina said with fierce determination in her eyes, For this man had endured so much for their people his entire life and would continue to until the end. His eyes widened at her words, and when he looked into her eyes, he saw nothing but pure respect and admiration. As someone who could relate to him better than anyone else, her words were his salvation from the past. "What if we lose again?" he asked in a trembling voice, his worst fears laid bare before her. She gave him the most peaceful smile he had ever seen. "Then we'll face that together too." He leaned in, capturing her lips with his own, pouring all the gratitude he felt for her into that kiss. He remembered the days they had spent squabbling, getting on each other's nerves, the times she visited his parents' graves with him, the night he took her out for their first date, and the moment at midnight when he had first kissed her. All their training and missions, him sharing his dream of having a family of their own someday, and the way she had blushed, whispering that she wanted the same thing. The life they could have had. Tears fell from Kushina's eyes as she realized how long she had waited for this moment. All the years she had spent blaming herself for leaving him behind, and now knowing what he had gone through, she wanted nothing more than to hold him in her arms and shield him from all the pain in the world. To fill his heart with happiness, to help him live the peace he deserved, to fulfill his dream of having a family, a dream she shared as well. When he finally broke the kiss, she stared into his blue eyes. Till the end. He couldn't help but remember the first time he had heard that promise. Flashback, nearly 15 years ago. He gingerly opened his eyes, only to find himself floating in water. Before panic could overtake him, he realized he was still breathing and that there was something in his mouth, a tube likely providing him oxygen. Looking around, he found himself in a tube full of water with various cables attached to different parts of his body. Gazing further, he saw hundreds of similar tubes all around him, all containing young children and a few teenagers, boys and girls just like him. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his little brother floating in a tube beside him. Judging by the rise and fall of his chest, he was alive but asleep. Almost everyone else in the tubes was in a similar state, leaving him feeling isolated. He tried to close his eyes and go back to sleep, knowing there was no going back and that he was the one who chose this path, which made Nagato follow in his footsteps despite his stern opposition. He was surprised when he heard a faint sound. Frantically looking around, his gaze landed on a thin redhead girl floating in one of the tubes near him. Her eyes met his, and in that moment he recognized the same determination reflected in her gaze that resided in his heart. He tilted his head in confusion as she extended her small hand, causing the water in her tube to swirl and take shape. Kushina. A wave of happiness washed over him as he realized she was sharing her name, and the faint smile on her face suggested she wanted to be friends. He twisted the water in his own tube, forming his name for her. Minato. She nodded slightly and used her hands to craft another message that warmed his heart. "Will you stay with me?" If not for his shinobi training, he might have panicked at the claustrophobic confines of his surroundings. It felt like a scene from a horror story, and any sane person would dread being alone in such a nightmare. He was grateful that someone else was awake, as the thought of being alone in the dark was too much to bear. He bobbed his head, indicating his agreement to her request. Till the end? They had all signed agreements that relieved the village of any responsibility should anything happen to them during their training. Each child had essentially signed their own fate, a reality that weighed heavily on their young minds. They were isolated, cut off from their families, subjected to experiments by unknown individuals, and the possibility of never seeing the sunlight or their loved ones again loomed over them. It was a somber thought. He vowed never to let Nagato experience that loneliness, promising to be there for his little brother until his last breath. He looked around at the other children, knowing they all shared the same desire to protect Yuzu and had risked everything for their village. He would be there for them too, whenever they needed him. He looked at Kushina and thumped his hand against his chest, right over his heart, as the water twisted to form the words she longed to hear. Their promise. Till the end. Kushina smiled genuinely, mirroring his gesture and vowing to uphold the same promise. A few days later, in a dimly lit room, a young boy screamed. He thrashed against the restraints that held him, tubes pumping unknown fluids into his body. The pain was overwhelming. Words could scarcely convey the sensation of every bone in his body hardening and strengthening with each passing moment. His eyesight sharpened, and he could hear sounds that had previously been imperceptible. Each chakra pore in his body activated, glowing with immense energy. He watched in horror as his body transformed before his eyes, while two strangers in white lab coats observed from a safe distance. If he concentrated, he could hear similar cries echoing from nearby labs, where other children his age were enduring the same torment. The thought of his brother undergoing this, terrified and alone, strapped to a metallic bed, filled him with dread. "Doctor, this boy," he heard a male voice whisper in awe, even as Minato struggled against his bindings. "Remarkable. His sight, hearing, reflexes, and strength have increased nearly threefold compared to an average shinobi. It's as if his body was designed to accept these modifications. None of the other subjects have shown this level of potential," said the female doctor, her gaze fixed on him. "Perhaps it's due to the Uchiha and Senju DNA within him. His chakra levels were already higher than most Chunin before the procedure. Now he's becoming the super soldier our village needs," the male lab assistant commented. "It better be. We've already lost nearly half of the subjects during the enhancements," the female head doctor replied, disappointment evident in her tone. Horror gripped his heart as he processed their words. He remembered the nearly 300 children he had been surrounded by in recent days. They had all shown great potential, including Nagato and Kushina, who were like family to him. He had formed bonds with the other kids as well. Now, half of them were gone. He was no stranger to death, but this news was a devastating blow, fueling his determination to save his brother. He felt his chakra reserves growing, his bones strengthening as his body underwent drastic changes. The scientists had anticipated resistance, quickly applying binding seals that drained his energy. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the bed, breathing heavily as the female doctor finally entered the room. "Your anger reminds me of the tales of the nine-tailed fox's rage. But you performed well today, 47, she said calmly, devoid of any guilt or sadness despite the loss of so many young lives. Most disturbingly, they referred to him and the others only by their assigned numbers, a way to distance themselves from the reality of their actions. My brother, he groaned, filled with pain and desperation. Survived. He's also a remarkable specimen and will achieve great things in the future. Rest now, 47, because when you wake up, you will be Fox. She gave him that name with a twisted sense of humor, but he didn't care. All that mattered was that his brother had survived, and he believed Kushina would too. As darkness approached, he vowed not to let the sacrifices of those who had perished be in vain. In the end, it was Kushina's words that echoed in his mind as he succumbed to the darkness. Till the end. A few months later, Captain Reika Uzumaki stood alongside her group of elite jounin and skilled chunin, guarding Tsukushima Hill near their village's coastal borders. They had been ordered to defend this hilltop specifically by the Mizukage and had been told to expect an attack from friendly forces. This was to be a live-fire training exercise with a new unit from their village. The fact that deadly force had been authorized was enough to dispel any doubts. "Captain, we are ready," reported her second-in-command, squad leader Matsuo. Reika observed the map in her hand. The base of the mountain was a simple grass field a few kilometers inland from the sea. Apart from placing 2 squads on the coast as lookouts, she had established twin trench lines at the base of the hill, followed by heavily fortified foxholes at various strategic locations all the way to the top. She didn't expect their fellow allies to make this exercise easy, but she doubted they could win. "Rumors say we might be going up against the S," Matsuo whispered hesitantly, his voice barely audible to her. Reika pondered her second suggestion. Her small company was considered one of the best and most disciplined military units of their village. However, like other shinobi, they were aware that the Mizukage had taken many young children for a special program aimed at creating super soldiers to safeguard Yuzu's interests under any circumstances. Captain Reika didn't doubt those kids would be undergoing intense training, possibly even experiments. She had been one of the few who objected to this program. What good were the shinobi of their village if their children were forced to become killing machines? But the higher-ups had prevailed, and the program had commenced. She could only hope something good could come from this entire disaster. Stay alert. Whatever the enemy may be, S or otherwise, it is our job to defend this hill, and we will defend it, Reika confirmed in her ironclad voice, making the younger man straighten up and offer a respectful nod. Just then, one of their runners, responsible for maintaining communication between the patrol squads on the coast and the trench lines, came running toward them. Reika narrowed her eyes at the panic in the man's expression. "Report," she commanded. "We have lost contact with our patrols near the sea," he reported hurriedly, hesitance evident in his voice. She immediately took out her magnifying glass from her back pocket and knelt near the hilltop. Zooming in, she focused on the twin trench lines at the bottom of the hill and stiffened when a wall of dark smoke began to surge from the lost sea lines toward the trenches. She frowned at the thickness of the incoming smoke, and a sense of dread gripped her heart. "Take cover!" Her booming voice barely reached the troops in the trenches before the smoke suddenly ignited, sending a shockwave that knocked each ninja in the first trench line away. The second line, having witnessed the fate of their comrades, barely managed to duck and started to get buried under the dust and debris that flew everywhere. Fires raged wildly across the open field between the trench lines and the sea. It was then that she heard a whistling sound, and her eyes widened when she saw great fireballs soaring through the sky toward the last remaining trench line. As the fires on the battlefield died down, Reika caught her first glimpse of the enemy. The first one she saw was a young teenager wearing a dark black long-sleeved shirt and matching pants, complemented by similar combat boots. To her surprise, he was clad in armor of the same color, marked with faint blue lines. His entire face was concealed by a gas mask, and his eyes were shielded by combat glasses. He appeared heavily armed, with twin swords at his back and various pouches containing explosives, kunai, shuriken, smoke bombs, and even medical kits attached to his vest. All this equipment gave him a lethal edge over her lightly armed company of ninjas, though it also made him slower. In the cover of the night, he looked absolutely dangerous. More troops dressed similarly appeared on the horizon until Reika realized they were a full company, numbering over 120. Her gaze immediately caught sight of one who stood out among the enemy forces. He wore similar gear, but with a full white long-sleeved shirt beneath his black armor. The rest of his equipment was the same as his comrades. Reika couldn't shake the feeling that he was the commander of these invaders. She flinched as the fireballs that had been sailing toward the second trench line crashed, forcing her troops to seek cover while a few attempted to deflect the attacks with defensive water-style techniques. Her gut feeling was confirmed when she saw the operative in the white shirt make a series of unfamiliar hand signs, keenly observed by his entire company. Reika cursed as one of the operatives stepped forward, surrounded by a platoon-sized group. He unleashed dark smoke from his body, which surged toward her fortified foxholes across the hill, while his comrades launched giant fireballs into the sky that rained dangerously close to the second trench line, where those of her troops still standing were desperately trying to hold their ground. One day later, Land of Lightning. Naruto gave a satisfied nod to himself as he stared at the pitch-black night sky above him. The weather had turned extremely cold, with the temperature dropping several degrees and visibility greatly reduced. It was a testament to the unpredictable nature of these hills. While it reduced their operational efficiency, the same applied to the enemy. He looked at his squad and saw them finishing their final preparations. Kisame and Mei were carrying as many small arms as they could, considering they would be joining him in their diversion while the rest of the team infiltrated the enemy castle in hopes of eliminating the Lightning Daimyo, his entire family, and his top aides who had also taken refuge in this safe zone. It would be a crippling blow to the Land of Lightning, potentially sparking a civil war as other royals fought among themselves to become the next daimyo. That would spell the end of their nation, as their enemies would seize the opportunity to destroy them completely. Thanks to Kushina, he now knew exactly where his target was located and a less risky route they could use to infiltrate the location. It was only because of his former Spartan comrade that he felt confident in their chance of victory. The White Castle. The Lightning Daimyo, along with his top aides and family, had taken up residence in the castle made of precious stones and marbles. The daimyo's wife insisted on being near the hot springs inside the castle during the harsh weather. The daimyo, sympathetic to his family's comfort, had brought them to this location for their safety. If only he had cared about the suffering he had caused across the world. Naruto looked at Zabuza, Haku, Amuri, Jinpachi, and Mangetsu, who would form the infiltration team. They were carrying only their most essential gear, aiming for a swift strike and even quicker exfiltration. The commander walked towards the Mizukage son, an action that caught the younger boy's attention. Mangetsu straightened up and offered a confident smile. Naruto saw gratitude and growing loyalty in his eyes ever since Mangetsu learned what the commander had done to save his life. The same admiring gaze reminded him of another boy he had known once. He beckoned the Hozuki heir to follow him as they stepped outside the cave that served as their base of operations. "How is your shoulder?" asked Naruto. "Much better. I'm fit for duty, Commander," came the confident reply, earning a nod from Naruto. "Lead your team well. They will be counting on you," Naruto advised, noticing a hesitant look from the younger ninja. "I still think you should choose someone else," whispered Mangetsu, which made Naruto smile slightly. "Have faith in yourself. You know what's at stake and you value the lives of your comrades. Trust your instincts," Naruto reassured him, gently patting the boy's shoulder. "How do you decide what is the right choice, Commander?" Mangetsu asked curiously. For as long as he could remember, this man had made choices that always led to victory. Every ninja takes a gamble with each mission. You make choices hoping they are the right ones, but in truth, nobody can predict the outcome, not you or your team. Your true mettle is tested when your decision turns out to be the wrong one. What you do then decides whether you win or lose, live or die, are remembered as victors or the defeated, Naruto explained with a fleeting smile, imparting wisdom taught to him by his trainers in the Spartan program when he had asked a similar question years ago. "I'll try my best then," promised Mangetsu with a thankful nod. "Trust yourself and your comrades. If things go wrong, never lose hope and continue fighting to find a way out. Anything else is sentencing yourself and your team to failure. And finally, I have your back," Naruto promised without hesitation. Mangetsu smiled and returned a firm salute for the wisdom. When Naruto turned back towards the cave, he saw the rest of the squad was ready and had been listening to their conversation. In each of their eyes, he saw the resolve of determined ninjas. He stabbed one of his three-pronged kunai at the entrance of the cave and passed each member of his team one of those special weapons as well. "If you're in danger, just drop the kunai, and I'll be there," he instructed. The team nodded resolutely as he steeled himself. He wished he could be there to personally confront the daimyo, but he knew his talents would be required to keep the Kinkaku and other forces engaged away from the infiltration team. Kushina would be diverting all the forces inside the White Castle to allow Mangetsu's team to reach their target quickly and with minimal resistance. She had orders from Naruto to retreat before the Kiri team carried out their mission, as they would try to eliminate her if she got in their way. He remembered her confident smile at that remark, challenging them to try if they were bold enough. "The Land of Lightning is a dangerous nation whose ambition grows each day," he stated with conviction. His team listened attentively, and he knew his words would play a key part in their resolve to see this mission through. Their corrupt and power-hungry leaders want everything. They will not rest until Kirigakure is brought to its knees and subjected to their dominance, Naruto said, knowing the truth was more complex. The Lightning Daimyo was more interested in conquering the Land of Fire and the Land of Whirlpools, according to Kushina. The man had little interest in the less developed and resource-deprived Land of Water. But these shinobi didn't need to know that. "We are here to stop that from happening," he declared, earning stern and determined nods from everyone in their group. His eyes turned red, and he felt a simmering desire for justice flare alive inside his heart. For his father. For his mother. For his brother. For his friends and comrades. For all that he had lost. He turned towards the cave's exit as all the anger and determination hidden deep inside him called for action. "Today, we take the fight to their land, their people, their blood." Mei silently observed the foremost enemy base. Her fist clenched in anger as she saw a few Kumogakure shinobi indulging themselves around a fire, while others harassed a young teenage girl who looked terrified. There were sentries standing guard across the base, and she could see a makeshift headquarters where most of the officers and troops were resting. She flinched when one of the jounin tore the young girl's shirt, earning an anguished cry from her. "BSS," she cursed. Kisame remained silent and unaffected, which made her glance at the last member of their squad, whose eyes showed he had witnessed far worse. "Wait until you see what a man can do to another," whispered Naruto. Mei shivered at those dark words, spoken with the grim conviction of a warrior who had likely seen many horrific events in his life. "How many are there?" asked Kisame, speaking for the first time. 240 to its a forward base, answered Naruto, using his sensory powers to make the assessment. "Enough for everyone then," grinned Kisame with a shark-like look on his face. Mei remained silent at that comment and watched as Naruto got up from his perch on the tree, expertly grabbing his now-feared three-pronged kunai in each hand. His red eyes brightened, and his determination began to rise. It was as if she was witnessing him enter a new battle mode. Unknown to her, Naruto's body was undergoing rapid changes. He could feel a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins, his vision sharpening even in the dark of night. His muscles felt stronger, and his hearing became incredibly acute, all thanks to the enhancements from the Spartan program. It had been years since he had fully activated these gifts, the only remnants of what the BSTRDS had taken from him. Eliminate them all and create as much commotion as possible. That should draw the attention of the other forces and make the infiltration team's task a bit easier, instructed the commander. Finally, some much-needed action. Kisame agreed, unafraid. Naruto glanced at Mei, surprised to see her nodding firmly. Her unwavering resolve deepened his respect for her. With no more words needed, the lone Namikaze leaped down to the ground, his squadmates landing silently beside him. "Let's go!" His focus sharpened as he kicked into action. Without waiting for his comrades, he unleashed his top-running speed of 50 km per hour, darting through the forest like a flash of lightning cloaked in darkness. His red eyes quickly locked onto his first targets. Water-style, water bullets. The two sentry guards were struck suddenly from the shadows, collapsing as the attack hit them squarely. As their bodies fell, Naruto leaped high into the air, soaring above the makeshift earthen walls surrounding the enemy base. He instinctively dove toward a group gathered near a fire, his twin kunai swiftly finding their marks. Ignoring the shocked expressions of his targets, he twisted the weapons free and struck again, silencing the remaining two surprised jounin. The bodies of the sentry guards hit the ground at the same moment as those around the fire met a similar fate. Then he heard two distinct screams. Turning back, he saw a civilian girl, previously tormented, screaming in horror at the sight of her abuser's end. Mei had joined the fray, her first act drowning the child abuser in a torrent of molten lava, her expression unyielding as she watched the enemy ninja succumb to her attack. She signaled the girl to run, and the child obeyed immediately. The commotion had alerted other forces around the base, and they began to emerge from their temporary shelter. Naruto prepared to intercept them when someone acted before him. Kairokyu! A faint reddish gas surged through the enemy base like a tidal wave. At first, Naruto thought it was smoke, but he quickly realized the truth as enemy troops fell victim to the poisonous cloud. Their screams echoed in the air as they discovered the gas's lethal nature, their bodies succumbing to its effects. Kisame arrived just in time to witness the swift devastation inflicted upon the enemy by the Jinchuriki. It was over. Demon, was all the Hoshigaki warrior could whisper. Mei remained unfazed as she surveyed the destruction she had caused. This was merely the beginning of a perilous fight she needed to see through for her nation's sake. A cold chill ran through her, and she shivered in silence. Her alert gaze caught sight of dark clouds obscuring the moon, casting the land into shadow. The air turned frigid as a foul aura began to taint the surroundings. Foul chakra. Those abysses. There were few moments in her life when Mei had truly heard the voice of the beast sealed within her. She froze as the faint whisper echoed in her mind, filled with outrage. "Something's coming," Kisame whispered, stepping beside Mei and raising his sword in anticipation. They both saw Naruto gesturing for them to follow him, and they quickly complied. Taking position behind one of the last standing tents in the ruined base, they noted the serious look in their leader's eyes. "Mei, on my command, unleash your full power," Naruto instructed. Are you sure? She asked hesitantly, receiving a grave nod in response. You must, if any of us are to survive, Naruto warned, turning to Kisame. They're coming. Kisame grimaced at the warning, though his senses had already alerted him to the impending danger. The seriousness in Naruto's gaze made it clear that something terrible was approaching. Don't try to fight them alone or with brute force, you will die, Naruto cautioned. There was something in the commander's expression that made Kisame take the warning seriously, and he nodded in acceptance. Manji formation. Instantly, they took their positions, Naruto at the front, while Mei and Kisame watched their flanks and rear. At Naruto's nod, Kisame quickly performed a series of hand seals. Hidden mist jutsu. Mei gulped nervously as a thick mist enveloped the area, rendering most shinobi blind. However, both she and Kisame had been trained to fight in such conditions, while Naruto was an ex-Anbu Black Ops fighter. Masks on. Follow my lead and maintain the formation. Swords at the ready, lace them with chakra. Kisame complied without hesitation, covering his face with his Anbu mask as Mei followed suit. Both fighters raised their swords, channeling chakra through their weapons to enhance their cutting power. They saw Naruto pick up a sword from one of the fallen enemy ninjas. Now armed with 2 blades, he prepared for the battle ahead. His familiar ash form of chakra emerged from his body and effortlessly began to spread across the mist so subtly that it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. The same dangerous power coursed through the twin swords in Naruto's hands, igniting flames along the metallic blades. Even from a distance, Mei could feel the scorching heat radiating from those burning weapons, eager to cut through the flesh of their enemies. She blinked as something shifted in the mist beside her, her gaze desperately searching for that presence while sinister growls and primal roars echoed throughout the area. Did you guys see? A silent scream caught in her throat as the ground beneath her erupted, unleashing a monstrous creature that let out a fearsome roar. Before she could react, Mei felt a powerful fist collide with her jaw, sending her soaring into the air. Kisame snarled and twisted around to confront the enemy, shivering as he sensed another shadow flicker behind him. All he caught was a glimpse of a monstrous gaze before he too was sent flying several feet away. Naruto grimaced as he watched his comrades being thrown aside, the 2 enemies responsible now roaring at him. They were just as he remembered. Before him stood 2 humanoid monsters, their chakra as foul as a tailed beast, radiating a killing intent that felt all too familiar. Their mad, hollow gazes were stark reminders of the humanity they had forsaken for this tainted power. They were the only ones who had ever posed a true threat to his life and the ones responsible for his brother's death. A cold gust of wind swept through the area, followed by 2 anguished screams as a flash of movement cut through the mist. The foul chakra began to dissipate as the corrupted twin enemies glanced back, their eyes widening in shock at the sight of familiar, haunting red eyes glaring at them from behind a masked face. Spartan! They fell to the ground with that last whispered word as flames erupted from the wounds across their chests, consuming their hideous forms in an instant. Naruto felt his fists tremble with an uncontrollable urge for vengeance as the mist around him was forcefully blown away by powerful winds. The sky darkened, shrouding the earth in an ominous gloom. In that darkness, he saw dozens of pairs of red eyes emerging from the forest surrounding the ruined enemy base. The creatures were humanoid, their bodies cloaked in malicious chakra, with numerous tails swirling behind them, a testament to their individual power. Their demonic eyes had lost all trace of humanity, and their gaping mouths were hungry to devour their prey. Mei coughed up blood as she struggled to regain her footing after the brutal attack. Her head spun and her vision blurred. Her jaw felt as if it were on fire. Thankfully, Kisame appeared beside her, helping her up while tending to his own wounds. Together, they stared at the approaching enemies from the forest. Mei, is that Biju chakra? Kisame asked grimly, his hesitation and fear evident. She looked at the incoming monsters, and judging by the outrage of the beast within her, Kisame's observation was accurate. Now I understand why the Kinkaku are feared across the world as the most dangerous special ops unit. Their skills as ninjas are already threatening. To imagine them wielding the power of the Biju is terrifying, Mei whispered worriedly. Kumo only has two-tailed beasts. How can they all possess that power? Kisame asked hesitantly, unsure if he wanted to hear the answer. Most likely, their village experimented on them, making them compatible with this power. Jinchuriki are weapons of mass destruction, but they are limited to the number of tailed beasts a village possesses. Kumogakure circumvented that limitation by creating an entire force of ninjas capable of wielding Biju chakra, making them all half Jinchuriki in their own right. While they may not possess the full chakra of a Jinchuriki, they have enough to be a significant threat to us all, Mei explained. As if their situation couldn't get worse, they suddenly heard hundreds of angry roars echoing through the forest. Moments later, large numbers of Kumogakure ninjas ranging from Jounin to Anbu, Chunin, and royal guards of the daimyo burst into the ruined base one after another, while the Kinkaku unit remained hidden in the shadows. Both were surprised when Naruto appeared beside them in a flash, his expression serious. "Leave the Kinkaku to me. Watch my back and handle the others." Mei was about to protest this reckless decision when Kisame placed a restraining hand on her shoulder. The two men exchanged a meaningful glance before Naruto turned toward the army blocking his path to the Kinkaku. "He'll create an opening and we'll follow." "Understood?" Kisame asked calmly. "Very well," she agreed reluctantly. Naruto narrowed his gaze as he felt Kisame unleash his killing intent, causing dozens of enemies to step back in fear. Their morale plummeted further when foul red chakra enveloped Mei's body, two large tails emerging menacingly from her back. Her green eyes darkened, giving her a demonic appearance in the shadows, her hair flowing freely, and her features taking on a more feral look. He looked back toward the Kinkaku force lurking in the shadows, pleased to see them emerging from the rear and marching forward after Mei's transformation. But their advance was halted as the ground beneath them began to tremble ominously. The air thickened with a foul presence, making it difficult to breathe, and every warrior felt an overwhelming bloodlust enveloping them. "Now!" Mei watched as Naruto vanished in a flash, only to reappear high in the air above the front ranks of the enemy forces. She remembered him spreading his dark chakra across the area even before the fight began. Ash release, particle annihilation. Bone-chilling screams erupted among the frontline enemy units as a raging inferno engulfed them, ignited by the hidden and twisted chakra responding to its master's command. Even as chaos erupted and fear spread among the enemy ranks, the battle was far from over. Naruto quickly performed the tiger, dog, and rat seals without hesitation. "Afterimage clones," he called out. He landed back on the ground, now surrounded by a dozen duplicates of himself, and together they charged through the disarrayed enemy ranks. Adrenaline surged through him as time seemed to slow down. The first opponent barely registered his presence before being knocked aside. His clones surged forward with him, creating confusion among the enemy. Seizing the moment, he decided to unleash the ability that had earned him a fearsome reputation. The captain of the daimyo's royal guards watched in horror as this enemy appeared in multiple locations, striking down his men one after another. All his troops saw was a flash of yellow before their end. A few desperate enough to try and take him down detonated themselves, but Naruto had already vanished, leaving behind an afterimage clone that harmlessly absorbed the attacks while he moved on to another target. Naruto ducked to avoid a sword aimed at his head, even as another set of foes attempted to sweep his legs. They howled in pain as their legs collided with his, only to feel their own bones give way against his enhanced strength. The last thing that saw was the red-eyed masked figure plunging his flaming swords toward them. In less than a minute, the captain saw more than half of his men fall, with the rest retreating in panic, risking a full-scale rout. Realizing the impending disaster, the captain used a quick shunshin to appear right between Naruto and another of his men. Steel clashed against steel as their swords met in a fiery confrontation. Fire clashed with lightning as the elemental chakra powering their weapons surged for dominance. "What are you?" the captain demanded, furious, for this man was no ordinary shinobi. His eyes widened as ash-like energy erupted from Naruto's body, raining down on him and the nearby fighters. "Death," the monster replied. Another group of soldiers, including the leader of the royal guards, screamed as the ash-like chakra engulfed them, igniting and consuming them. Even as the tortured soldiers collapsed, writhing in agony, Naruto marched forward, his eyes locked on a group of enemies that stared back at him with equal hatred. He stepped before them, now covered in the remnants of their fallen comrades, his flaming swords eager for more destruction. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed more shinobi forces converging from the forest, alongside Mei and Kisame, moving to intercept the enemy. He smiled slightly, a testament to their trust in him to handle the Kinkaku and their obedience to his orders. The last Spartan. Cold red eyes glared at the familiar voice as a tall, muscular blonde man stepped forward to join the battle. He wore a standard Kumogakure flak jacket with black edges over a purple, high-collared sleeveless uniform. A purple headband adorned his forehead, and similar wristbands decorated his arms. His right arm bore the word gold etched into his skin. He wielded one of the most powerful weapons in their world, said to have been used by the Sage of Six Paths himself, the Bashozen. Kinkaku, Naruto whispered, barely containing his hatred. The leader of Kumogakure's elite Black Ops unit grinned savagely, glancing at the chaos Naruto had left in his wake. "We thought you committed suicide after your village announced that story following your defeat at our hands years ago," Kinkaku mocked, lifting his prized war fan above his shoulder. "I will not die until I kill every last one of you," Naruto promised without hesitation. Kinkaku laughed, patting one of his special ops soldiers beside him while pointing at Naruto. "Now that's a real monster. They don't make more like us anymore," he boasted. "Then you won't mind if I make you all disappear," Naruto replied with a cold smirk. "Try to make this interesting before you die," Kinkaku taunted, dark red chakra enveloping his body as 9 tails sprang from his back. Naruto twisted his swords until he held them backwards, his ash-like chakra swirling around him. Those cold red eyes locked onto Kinkaku and his entire force as they unleashed their full power and charged at him. He remembered that fateful night and the cold corpses of his friends, his comrades, his men, and his brother. The ground shook as he charged forward, unafraid of the approaching enemies. The fateful battle had finally arrived. Mangetsu and his team silently moved within the shadows of the royal castle, careful to conceal their presence. Their task became somewhat easier as most of the forces from the castle and nearby had rushed off to confront the diversionary attack created by Naruto's team. However, a sizable enemy force remained, and it was up to him to deal with them. He raised a fist, signaling his team to halt as a group of royal guards rushed out of the corridor ahead. Mangetsu barely had a moment to think before realizing they were about to turn in their direction, threatening to compromise the stealth they had maintained for so long.